was flawless there, and it means that not only do they manage to get a kill on FaZe and
going to miss, but he runs out of mana, walks up too forward to poke Canyon, and gets punched by Rula.
The fact that they didn't have to use flashes are so powerful in those early dives, and the fact that all three of them maintained them and they still got those 2 kills is just crazy. It just shows they had extra gas in the tank there to make it work. And here we saw what happened to Keen. Doran just baiting this in, if I'm being honest. He knows he has the backing of his jungler, and it is a delicate position, but that shield just in time.
My God.
And making Keen commit the flash allowed Owner to chase him down.
It's enough mana as well. FaZe inside the magical journey. He's going to have to barrier a couple of autos. FaZe is dead. This bottom lane taking over. And Genji's early game looking superb.
I mean, you look at what they came back to lane with. Rula had the tier and then a full Sheen versus it was just a Cole when FaZe was there on top of his Doran's bow. So they find the angle, they get in. And considering the prowess of FaZe and Kerry we've seen throughout this year, Rula and Duro are dunking on them right now thanks to the help of that dive from Canyon.
And it's actually really cool to see Rula on
all out under turret. This might be a mistake from Doran. He's going to take 2 turret shots. Keen now has the true damage. An E, a Q. Doran fears for that, but he runs away after pushing the wave. Ulti burned, nothing else.
Got that level 6 first, so he thought he would take a deep trade into Keen. I was about to say, it's a very refreshing seeing Ruler back on a traditional AD carry, one that he's also known for alongside that Lucian.
Oh no.
Oh, FaZe.
In
Too
trouble.
far.
Can shift forward. The root is going to connect. A mystic shot. Stepping on a trap. Bit of return damage, but FaZe still in trouble. The Mantra Q. Almost death. FaZe lives. Not to go 0-3. Meanwhile, Canyon comes in for the seal off the bot lane. Lost the trade. T1 might have to succeed this as Chobi's coming in as well. A Radiant Dawn awaits. The steal, yes. The fight as well. Getting the golden eclipse. Owner almost dies. He gets out thanks to Faker, but the dragon goes to Genji.
And T1 were under pressure on that dragon due to the bot lane getting chunked out again. Genji had more numbers in the river, which means that Owner had to finish that dragon super quickly. Unfortunate 1 HP on the smite means it goes over to Genji, but Faker gets them out without casualties.
Yeah, good realm warp to save his jungler, but it was so close on the dragon. It would have been a complete heist if T1 got that and got away. The Canyon comes in strong, and he's had a great game so far with the impact bot lane, securing that dragon, able to make some good headway, and I feel like if Genji are already this far ahead, they're in such a comfortable spot.
Really are. Every single lane lining up blue. Funny that top is most contested, but bot is running away with it. FaZe unable to contribute too much. Double longsword versus the components for an Ezreal that he loves the most. And a 1.5k gold lead with that first dragon down as well. Grubs are going to be up next. We look towards bot. He can arcane shift forward. Of course, Ruler can. He has no fear here. As shrines have to be used on cooldown to keep FaZe alive.
They just don't have any pressure anymore for FaZe and Carrier. And the thing is, some lanes to Ezreal Karma, an example is when we saw Ezreal Karma into Ashe Seraphine, the Ashe Seraphine would get so much power at level 6, but Caitlyn Bard, their ults don't offer the most power in combat. The Bard ult can be very tricky to hit against Ezreal Karma, and Caitlyn ult, you're not just going to stand there and channel that while you're being hit. So I don't see a window where this lane matchup is suddenly going to turn on its head. Ruler's going to continue to get stronger and stronger. The 1-item 2-item spikes are going to be phenomenal, and we're really waiting for a good bit later in the game before FaZe is going to be relevant in comparison.
And also a lot of the power of the Caitlyn comes from her chunking down towers, taking down structures off the map. Now FaZe is going to have a really difficult time actually coming in contact with any of those structures on the map, specifically since the 2v2 has not been working out for them. They have not necessarily swapped them out of lane yet. And as we see on our screens right here, Faker just on a trip towards the top side of the map, getting some vision down before those Void Grubs spawn. We see on our screens right here, Faker just on a trip towards the top side of the map, getting some...
Back. He has no TP, he's going to have to walk back up, but he's got Haunting Guys, so the dueling pressure versus Cassandra gets a little bit better as Canyon's going to start off the Grubs. Chobi, Duro, both here. They've moved up. Keen's going to go match FaZe in the bottom lane so that he doesn't get free plating at the cost of this. T1 are moving down. Owner now with Cyclone. Ready to find an engage here and get something to T1. Smite does come down. He does go to Gen G. Owner looking for an angle. Solar Snare, Tempered Fate, all used. Faker now finding an angle as well. Grubsu go down. Doran finds his mark. It's on to Duro. The squishy Karma now down as Owner finds second Cyclone. Canyon needs to cool down to get the flag and drag away, but the flash from Faker, the room prison, the auto. It's not enough just yet. The flash Cosmic Binding Carrier tries to get Ruler. Ambitious as he was. An attempt still made. Canyon still low. TP coming in. Doran going to take it up. The all-out is there, but he will be traded over to Ruler. No one from T1 wanted to go in. Doran said, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, I feel like unfortunately T1 had committed way too many flashes forward to not at least get one kill onto Gen G, specifically after losing all 3 Void Grubs whilst playing for the top side of the map. They needed that consolation prize and they got it, but they had to pay too.
Ultimately, though, I think this isn't too bad for T1, even though they missed out on the grubs. The big thing here is that the people who aren't present are Ruler and Keen. Sorry, not Ruler and Keen, Paze and Keen. And Paze is so weak that him not being here is fantastic. And even though this final play from Doran looks a bit over-aggressive, a lot of flashes were committed, you have to think of the fact that it's a 1-for-1 when Doran goes on the tower, and 2 TPs were committed from Gen
Gets
G.
the stun up. It's a 1v2 here. The collapse is imminent. Pays on top of Duro's head. Needs an easy kill. He was one before. He's going to be given another there. Pays going to jump in front of the play. He takes down Duro. A much-needed kill for the AD carry who was getting stomped.
I mean, Pays here picked up a ton of farms solo when Keen TP'd up as well to counter that play. He also got a couple of plates. He gets that kill. The goal discrepancy in bot lane nowhere nearly as bad as it was before.
Huge kill right here for Caitlyn, who's got the call as well. Taking down, Pace really needed that influx of gold in his pocket, especially since when you're playing against Trinity Force champion, they spike much earlier than you, especially when that item is completed. Duro spots Carrier on that ward they just placed down, but it was just too late. Gets surrounded by the T1 bot lane, and they take him down.
Oh, the trap from Pace, both the fact he was trapping him by being ahead of him and the trap that rooted him. Just really good way of cutting off that path.
Oh, yeah.
And the gold is dead even now. So in a much better position. We saw Doran pick up some gold on the back of that. And as much as this Ezreal is really strong, definitely in a better position now than they were before. Dragon coming up now. It is a Hextech Dragon second. And we'll see the focus coming towards this. Notably, neither top laner has TP, so unless they can move down, they won't be joining for this contest.
Great soul snare there from Jovi, getting a chunk of Faker right before the fight. Radiant volley. Used poking tool as Carrier. Also broke out as well. Only looking for an angle. He's going to cycle the flag and drag. Buffett the trap. Ooh. Perfect placement from Paze. Down goes the jungler of Gen G. As Ruler has no turret to stand on. Carrier walks in. Perfect placement from Paze. Down yet again. The jungler of Gen G. From afar. Carrier no turret to stand on. Carrier walks in. Perfect placement from Paze. Down yet again. The jungler of Gen G. We have no like Carrier for the stand on. Carrier walks in. Again, the auto was the we have no like every for the step. Yes, gold is actually quite even. So I'm saying that through mid, I'm saying that through bot. But Doran's doing a great job here on this Cassandre, showing he's having a fantastic tournament. Might be in trouble here as Chovy sends it back with a rebuttal. Snare again, the poke through, and here we go, Searing Brilliance. Eclipse, he's dead. Every time it burns red, Chovy smells the blood.
It's just a crazy amount of damage, and obviously Doran's tanking so much, thinking, I can live this, I'm so tanky.
He's got Karmine.
Yeah, but it builds up and just demolishes him from like a 3rd HP. Now they're looking for play on the bot side again, but it's a Gwen. This is not easy.
But Tempered Fate's coming in, that turret will be stagnant.
There's no way.
Walked into that.
Owner might do it himself. Keen's in a low health bar. He gets smited. Needlework's going to come out for a bit of healing. Onto Canyon. No Cyclone just yet. Bonked over the head is Canyon. As Owner asserts his dominance in the bot side jungle, there's nothing there. But at least he asserts his dominance.
Gen.G are so quick on the map. Ruler pushing that mid lane tower whilst the siege or dive was attempted by T1 over on the bot side of the map. Chovy has also pushed topside, and at least FaZe is getting some of that very much needed gold from that bot lane skirmish.
Yeah, when he takes that tower, he's going to be ahead in gold, and we'll see once again Chovy in start. It feels like he's not really achieving that much, but just the constant rotations of his abilities, stacking up the passive, hit after hit after hit, eventually just becomes too much for Doran.
I don't think they expected Doran to die from that HP, because Carrier's right here. He's got ult to drop on top of him. They just don't expect him to die. It was too much HP.
I didn't expect him to die, if I'm being honest.
I mean, we might be doing it again. Romwom's going to be bringing Faker up, though, helping out Doran this time in the play. Soul Snare matches it, though, into Chovy's waiting arms. A stun, flush away from Duro, almost getting an angle as Doran tries to do the same thing. Golden Clips comes in, not a kill this time. Tempered Fate is dodged. A snare narrowly avoided as T1 on the retreat path. Carrier thinking about the magical journey, gets the short form of it. Doran also matches that path. FaZe in a bit of trouble here. Onto Ruler, though. Almost gets that Q down. Here comes Carrier to help out. Canyon on the way as well. We've all on the flash forward. Ruler almost gets paid, but a Q. Ruler is going to be Carrier finding his kill. Barrier down. A Cosmic Binding. An ace in Ruler. And FaZe will claim the kill and revenge for earlier in the game.
And you know, we saw Khalees do that to Ruler earlier in the tournament on the Ezreal, the Q flash, but he's not quite able to pull it off onto FaZe. Carrier comes in for the assist, and Ruler goes down. It's now an 800 gold lead for FaZe in the match, and with how badly it started, this is a great recovery.
Oh yeah, he's at a great place. Very, very close to that Infinity Edge, a second item as well on the gate lane. But man, I gotta say, Ruler, when you put him in that mid lane on Lucian or Ezreal, he is an absolute spectacle. He feels himself and he'll play aggressive to get extra resources from already the goal that he has.
I think FaZe got him this time.
FaZe's POV right here. The flash heal coming through from Carrier as well is what saves him. And then he just backs off, waits for his ult to come on.
You know what? That's why he's a good support, because he let him get the kill.
True. Got the order down, got barrier out.
Tell the truth.
I would have ordered.
FaZe almost 2 items, i.e. incoming. With those Hexfire optics, I think FaZe is going to be in a fantastic position. T1 in a 1,000 gold lead based off of him, because remember, Faker is down about 1,300 himself. And it is Chovy who is carrying the torch right now for Gen.G's game number 2. While the rest of the map has been very topsy-turvy. Dragon up in 30 seconds, Gen.G on 2.
Yeah, and obviously Chemtech's still not the highest prio, but with Gen.G already having 2, they want to deny them getting that. I think T1 being set up in advance really important, being able to get the Caitlyn traps out, being able to play around Vision. If they get on top of Chovy, who is right now the strongest member of Gen.G, I feel like if they can shut him out of the game, take him off the map, it'll make such a difference to their chances in this fight.
I have a feeling Gen.G have called this one off. We saw Chovy reset, however, then they pinged the tower. So they feel confident giving this one over to T1. They have gotten every neutral objective on the map, and Chovy just got that top side tower. He tried to reset again. He's like, screw it, I'll push it another wave. More money into Chovy's pockets means more damage. He's already 1.5k ahead. 1 dragon going over to T1. Gen.G are not worried about it.
Yeah, not the highest prior soul. They already have 2. I think it's a great decision, especially when you're not there first. It allows Chovy to get more money, and you're missing out on the 2-item spikes from Chovy and Ruler in particular. Ruler, the 2-item spike on the Ezreal, absolutely massive, so I think it was the right decision to wait, just to play it slow. We talked about how a lot of aspects of Gen.G's composition, the Gwen will really shine in the later stages. There's no rush for this team.
We did talk a lot about T1 and how they build this bridge into the mid-game and get the game rolling before Gen.G have time to settle. Before this Gwen as well can shred through Doran, I think is an important point. Kenny Ruko, I'm going to keep Doran, or rather Keen, at bay. Doran has had a pretty good game, all things considered.
This is a nice thing. Sometimes you buy a K-Nick and then you end up getting matched into a champion which doesn't have the value.
They're both
has a lot here.
Cyclone, yeah, Duro's in trouble. He's been caught out a couple of times, put in deep vision. He gets caught out again. Tempered Fate is going to extend the play. Carrier's got an angle. A binding roll-up. He'll get slowed, he'll get autoed, doesn't need to be against the wall. He'll be helped out with Pace and Owner slamming him down.
That's unfortunately the downside of playing Enchanters. When you go a little bit too deep into enemy territory to set down vision, you end up getting caught. Owner, fantastic engage right there, taking down Duro and force the play onto Ruler. And now with the refill being caught by T1, they managed to get mid lane tier 1.
Second charge just come through, but it is just still that outer turret that is the domino here from T1. Faker also getting top push. Owner goes into Fog of War. Bit of respect paid from Keen, but also Doran, remember, caught the attention of that bottom lane turret, and he takes a plate with him as well.
And so often as an Ezreal on this item spike, you want to play aggressive around the mid lane tower. You want to challenge for prio. You want to harass the enemy AD carry. Now that your mid lane tier 1 is gone, you can't really afford to do that. And I think part of that power spike for Ruler was what wanted them to play up and is what T1 punished. They now have a 2,300 gold lead. Half of that is on Paze. And he's more working towards his third item now.
All right, 30 seconds till Baron. Stakes lead to that as Carrier going to spot out a ward, looking to threaten Keen. Everyone from T1 walking into the top side. Doran misses out on the skirting of vision that Canyon was setting out with the orb. Seeing if they could get a response play, but Doran was backing in the shadows, managed to get back and gets himself the 6 conversions. So that ulti usage going to be looked at a little bit more here. There's 5 seconds till Baron until it spawns.
Chovy's been scooping up all that side lane juice that's coming through, all the push that's coming in from T1. He's been scooping up all the creeps, 1.4 gold lead. Kane should be fine right here. It's a little bit of a poke from Carrier. However, the one guy I want to talk about right here, never mind, I'll hold it because Doran's under attack.
He just used his invulnerability as well. His W's now down, has to use the all-out, presses W again after the reset, looking for Duro on the damage as well. Root under turret, he's still taking enough. The Zeke's conversions helped out a massive chunk as well. Soul Snare dodge away from the rebuttal, brings him in. The flag and drag, the Cataclysm, and Doran jump back in. And now he's going to burn again. Down, no! W comes through, it wasn't enough in the end. And it looks like Doran will survive, but the turret will not.
Definitely a delicate position to be in, but now Faker looking to cut off Keen, but there's no one now at the other end to force him into him.
Barrage comes flying up.
Gets the TP.
T1 do disappear, and Keen hovers around in case it's going to be a follow-up.
Right, as we get a minute right here to breathe. The guy I wanted to bring up for both of these games for T1 has been Owner. A lot of weight fell on his back, especially with Pace and Carrier falling behind in game number 2. Game number 1 of the season, you gotta get ahead. And he has been making the plays happen. Almost 100% kill participation, 7 out of 9 kills for T1. And with that Wukong, you've got a lot of power in the engage in your hands. And every single time Owner has seen a champion out of position for Gen G, he has pulled the trigger.
So looking at really, especially with Chovy being this relevant threat, if you can get it on top of the Mel. Wukong, there's not much you can really do in terms of the rebuttal. We obviously saw it work out pretty well into Doran when the knockback was reflected. But if they get on top of you, only the Rocket Belt and Flash are the tools to save Chovy. He doesn't have the same level of safety as Ruler does. You see Faker picking up this tower in the side lane. It's 45 seconds until the Dragon, and notably this time around, T1 don't have control of the area. They don't have to set up the vision and the potential to just slam those Caitlyn traps down, which I think means Gen G feel a lot more comfortable. I think it's going to be hard to force in here, but T1 can try and drag them towards the Baron. It is, though, that hunting Baron, the one that does loads of damage.
Yep.
Everyone's so scared of, so perhaps T1... I mean, it's T1, of course they would.
They would. Dragon first, so Gen G moved down after clearing the division. T1 secure that path, with Owner dropping a couple of himself. Keen up in top, TP available. Dusk and Dawn now picked up, or rather, second item at least. And for whatever came next is Ruler poking out Owner is nice. Dura giving him a shield. Hayes gets tagged out as well, and that damage might be enough to give Gen G the confidence to start Dragon.
But what T1 actually really nicely did there is they sandwiched around so they can walk inside this river, but with those trades, Gen G have the HP advantage, so they're just brute forcing in river.
Chovy frontline, he gets swept up. That's a 3-man Cyclone. Ruler has to arcane shift away, but Chovy's dead. The gold is down on Gen G as Doran has an angle. He's got Keen in his side. Faker brings in Owner. It's a little bit deep as Ruler spaces out with the Ezreal. True Shot Barrage gonna lay it down and pepper the back line of T1. Pace flushes in, gets his auto, his headshot, ace in the hole, Duro almost dead as well. The flash from Carrier, and Faker will join. They do not let you leave. You will die and fall into your coffin instead.
Absolute decimation. Owner and Carrier leading the charge on that play. They find the angle, they shut down Chovy, and they're going to claim the Dragon as a reward. Now with a 4,500 gold lead, T1 are in such a great position.
Man, Owner has been so sharp with his engages. Let's have a look one more time.
And look at this, so when he goes in, the Bard stun locks him in place, so both charges of the Cyclone get to go off. No flash from Chovy, no buttons pressed. The beautiful setup from the jungle support of T1.
And then Faker brings Owner further into the fight to split the remaining 3 members apart and run them down as we're seeing here. And then Carrier with an incredible journey into Flash Q to get the slow, allowing the rest of his teammates to grab the last kills.
You know, this is why teams often don't let Carrier have Bard. Making some great work there, and T1 are decisive. This setup is so good, and Chovy, who had been this main character for Gen G, just didn't get to play the game there.
I have a question. What's this Bard skin called?
We'll have to fact check that one,
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
all right.
We'll get back to you as Baron.
It looks nice.
It does look very nice.
Yep.
All right, Gen G, 4 people move up as a choke. Feels like their last fight as T1 have really taken grasp of the game, but Pays half HP on the Ruler. Doran's coming in as well. Onto Chovy, a Pathmaker up against the wall. The all-out Chovy has been delivered again. The food is free for T1 as they move to a 5 versus 4, and a Baron well-deserved.
So creative to wrap around, grab Chovy. He is the biggest threat on Gen G, and they have just eliminated it, which means that T1 can chill this time around, because I don't think there's going to be much contest here. But as I say that...
Canyon's nowhere near. They're trying to pressure mid instead, but Carrier has ult if he really wants to preserve it.
Faker.
Oh, they're looking for a flank.
Faker comes into the Realm Warp. Doran is there waiting. Ruler is going to arcane shift, but to where it doesn't really matter. The Pathmaker in his way. Ace in the hole, and T1 ready to take us to 3.
Oh, he's been spotted on the ult.
Oh,
Just off. Had to throw it down pretty instantaneously, and just a little bit off on that one. Even Carrier isn't perfect on Bard, but T1 are in great form right now. 7,000 gold lead with Baron. Would you see the TP coming in? They're looking for Pays.
Gen G just going to continue setting in. They're running out of time. At least as Pays going to take the magical journey. Golden Cliff's not enough. It will help for once, but the damage onto Doran. He gets rooted up. Gen G on the chase, the snare. Pathmaker again. This champion invulnerable a lot of the time, but will he finally die? No, here comes Owner again. A triple cyclone. Doran lives, laughs, and he loves that T1 ascending it once more as Chovy runs for the hills, but T1 take everyone out in front of him.
And Owner is just permanently in the right place, slides in behind them. Just when Gen G think they found the turnaround play to get them back in the game, suddenly they see the Wukong behind them, the spinning starts, and it's all over for Gen G. They still have the Nexus alive, but a 10,000 gold deficit. I don't see the angle, Jake.
Neither do I.
3 lanes pushing at once from T1. They win the fight, and then they instantly split into all 3. And let's have a look one more time from Owner's perspective, as we have been glazing him this entire time. Splits the team apart one more time, gets the double knockup yet again. And it has been a phenomenal game for him.
Oh, the value on that Cyclone there, getting the full channel onto multiple targets. T1 in firm control now, and Gen G kind of in desperation mode. They were trying to make that practice play with the TP flank. Did not work out. Now maybe looking for Faker on the bot side, but it just feels like the deficit is so large. Now Actualizer on Faker, he's doing so much damage.
Baron recall, Protobelt. Okay, Faker's going to ghost instead. Flag and drag. Oh, it's the wrong way from Canyon. There's the ultimate. Faker presses the Actualizer. He'll take one with him as he drops the Chovy. But Tempered Fate in the top lane. King's on a trap, and he is dead. T1 are making business work in the base of Gen G. Ruler at half HP after an ace in the hole. That turret still needs to go. T1 will between 2 turrets in the top lane, as this Baron buff is going to deliver them a couple of inhibitor turrets as well.
And Faker could have ulted out, flashed out, but he knew that if he burns as much time as possible down that ball, and T1 will empty the base.
Flash from Carrier. Chovy pressed the rebuttal, but he'll die. And Owner, we have glazed the hell out of him this game. His Wukong unmatched. Canyon, unremarkable in this game. but he has had his number taken by Owner.
Oh my
As
God.
T1 run into the base, the flash going to be burned. Ruler looking to defend. Next starts now under siege to go to a game 3, the final one of T1 and Gen G's tournament. It won't happen yet, but soon as the base is broken.
Magical Journey to get Pays out.
And he's okay. Canyon wanted to dive him.
There's the TP flank, but he can put a trap down on it.
The trap goes down. No, not in time. Keen presses the W instead. Flash away from Pace. He survives. Keen gets in his range.
Oh, no!
Taken out by Doran. Saving Graves, but Keen has the needlework. Gets the shutdown while T1 is still running for their lives. The circus will continue. The music starts playing. Owner dies. And so does the Cassante finally. As Carrier takes a magical journey, but a flag and drag as Canyon looks for the chase. Carrier will live. Fake is still alive on our screen, but T1 got caught on their escape.
It's a big influx of gold, able to shut down Pays and potentially set up for this Dragon now, but it would only be the third of the game for Gen G, and they're still massively behind in terms of gold. But they do find a punish onto T1, who overstepped in the enemy base. Now Faker, I think he just let the Scuttle Crab go.
He does have Actualizer.
Oh, it is objective bounties, to be fair, so a lot of gold for Gen G to pick up on the map. This could be their saving grace.
Replay time. Let's see where we went wrong as T1 is 4.
The TP lands, it is a Gwen, you cannot very easily trap a Gwen. The flag and drag gets flashed by Pays, and what a beautiful drag from Doran on Keen across the wall. However, Pays has run out of spells of displacement, so he will get pinned down. Keen dies, Owner dies. Really nice player here from Gen G, but Keen might get caught as the TP's coming in.
Yeah, this is live. TP's coming from Doran. He's going to make 3. The Keen should be dying here. Need to work the last valley to get the slow path. Maybe going to be dodged away from. Tries to get Faker and Carry in the process. Jumps up into melee range. Faker's in a little bit of trouble, but Doran will take the kill. Faker has too much machine gun damage. And now 5 versus 4 again for 50 seconds.
Yeah, it looked like they were stalling out the death as long as possible, just to try and keep Keen off the map. Notably, Keen doesn't have TP as well, and there's Baron in about a minute 7. He'll be alive for it, but he won't be in position to help contest vision and control. But even now, just for the base push, he's not going to be there to assist Gen G.
You get the auto down. How it goes. One more inhibitor through mid. That'll easily be taken. The question is, can Gen G find their defense again? It was on the run. It was low health bars. Soul Snare connects. T1 on the escape path once more. Not going to overstay. They've got double inhibitor down and Baron's up in 40 seconds.
The thing is, since it's a 4v5, it's so hard for Gen G to push heavily outside of the base, trying to test his vision. Baron spawning soon. I mean, look at this. Canyon tries to walk up, and he just actualizes all over him.
That's true, Orc. That's very true.
May I look at the glass half full here? There is an unfinished death cap waiting to be finished in Chovi's inventory. He's been scooping up creeps all over the map on side lanes. Perhaps there is a chance that when this gets finished, there is an angle for another one-shot.
There's some big spikes, right? The Rabadons, the 4 items from Ruler, but we did just see Bloodthirster picked up by Pays. And Faker has the fake 4 items where he has a Seeker's Arm Guard.
And a GA on Owner.
Yeah, it's a lot of strength here. T1 have firm control of that river, that Baron area. We do see Gen G have a bit of vision on the Baron itself right now. Rabadon was completed there, but they have to find a way to push in and contest this. It's so scary against the Caitlyn.
Hayes does get
that's scary too.
That's Chovy. Ruler's damage is still very meaningful. Remember that top wave is slowly coming in, so T1 trying to bide their time, getting Scuttle. Pace will heal all the way up though from the Scuttle. Baron will begin. Gen G are onlookers for now.
Look at Faker, look at the angle he has.
Faker with Actualizer could blow them all apart. Take us to a game 3 by himself. T1 picking themselves off the Baron. Canyon looks for an angle, doesn't find Gary. He's isolated for now. Mega Blaster and gets him away while Faker positions well. The trap's a nuisance for Gen G. They know they've got to back away, defend their base. T1 have played another good Baron.
That was so clean. Faker was stopping the angle behind the Baron. The traps were stopping the angle in front of the Baron, so they had to wrap around. The second Canyon tries, he gets chunked down. No smite, no party for Gen G, and they have to back off. T1 already have 2 lanes pushing with supers mid and top, and only 1 inhibitor standing on the bot side.
They got that freebie inhibitor tower in the bot lane as well from the minions, so Gen G not able to handle those waves beforehand. We look at the state of the game now. Pays so strong. We saw how strong when there was that rebuttal on the auto, but now they're looking for him.
Yeah, Pays being found out. It's a double flag and drag with the flash. Well, Magical Journey going to get them out though. Canyon's such a great engage, but Pays is able to take a magical trip to Neverland. The trap is down, standing on. Chovy does a good job of outlooking damage, but Keen even wants a piece of the Pays, but there's no pal here. He's no one's friend. FaZe is indestructible with his friends surrounding him, taking him to game 3.
So smooth by FaZe, kites through the magical journey, waits out the rebuttal, does not want to headshot himself, and just decimates every target in front of him. There's a last-ditch effort from Gen G, but T1 will take us to game 3.
The Baron will move through the Nexus turret, so Realm Warp will pull in the last kill. Duro is running away, and T1 are running us to the last game between them and Gen G.
Is that what you get in the LCK the whole time, Orcs? Tell the truth.
Yeah, most of the time. It always delivers. This matchup
crazy.
consistently a banger, and they're going blow for blow, constant fighting. I was looking forward to this, and already we've had such a phenomenal series, and we still have that last game ahead of us.
Game 1 centered a bit. Game 2 gave us some exquisite play. T1 woke up a little bit, and especially some of these last fights.
Chovy tries to bait him because he flies in, and then he's like, please auto me, please auto me with a rebuttal, and FaZe's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Man, I feel like this game, Owner, just world-class once again. I love the play as we are going to throw it over to the desk to get us into the final game of this series.
Thank you very much, y'all. As I hope that our EU casters get to enjoy this one for one more game. Indeed, it is Gen G, it is T1, it is the greatest rivalry in LoL Esports, delivering yet again. In this one, it took a little bit of a turn. T1 started off on the back foot, but Owner was able to stabilize to get to the point where FaZe could carry.
It feels familiar, you know, like this is the game that we normally get in LCK, and this is the game that T1 and Gen G delivers to us, and I think it all started from the draft.
Yeah, you said it, what did you wanted pace on more of a hyper carry, and he proved why in this game, because he was pumping so much damage in the late game teamfights on the Caitlyn, and just pretty much solo carrying the game. You could tell that Gen G, they had one goal, kill pace. If they killed him, they could win. If they didn't, they lose.
That's what happens when you have a fed Caitlyn in the late game. We take a look at the draft and talk about how it all happened. I was concerned about the Wukong pick, because if you're going to run the Caitlyn Bard, if the enemy jungler has more agency pre-6, often you can't get that pushing lane to work out. And that's exactly how the early game went. Unfortunately for FaZe and Keria, they couldn't get that lead. FaZe went down 0-2. I mean, I think a lot of people forget that because we saw at the end of the game, he was the fountain laser, he was deleting everyone, but the early game was rough. The Wukong pick did not work out early, but later on, he saved the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the pick, you know, like who can actually save the game. But also, we often forget about Keria's Bard, you know. How dare you to open this pick to this guy? Because I think, yes, several times whenever he picks it, maybe he loses the lane. But I think the pick potential, the playmaking from him is like helping T1 a lot to come back in the game. And I think Kate Bard together, they always been great, so.
Yeah, we got to see it twice this tournament. Last time that they picked this over at EWC a couple days ago, we were like, how is he still getting his signature pick? And it leads to plays like this as we take a look at the highlight here over at the Drake. It was the T1 ace where
this
they took
Owner
control.
moment, man. This is, you might not have been there in the bottom lane in the early game, but this saved the game for T1.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you picked the Wukong Bard. Even though they had a tough early game, as you say, Wolf, the fact that you're able to pull off engages like this, it's so difficult for the carries of Gen G to react because the engage is just so snap, you know? Wukong flashes in, instantly gets the Cyclone, and Keria with the follow-up, and then you have so good chase potential as well with the portals. It's just beautiful from T1.
Wolf, you know, we got Wadid's wishes here in the last one. He wanted to see more hyper carries on the bottom side. What do you want to see here from this next one?
I want to see a winning lane for Ruler. I want to see Ruler have control. I want to see them play through bottom side. I said the same thing about FaZe last game, right? But I think Chovy is the one doing a large portion of the damage. Chovy's been the main character, but I think Ruler needs to get involved as well.
Well, this match has been a fantastic appetizer for our grand finals with Dplus, Kia, and Casey. And standing by right now is Ginny with some KC fans. Take it away.
The fans are already out en masse cheering for the teams when the game isn't supposed to start for another couple of hours. This is the dedication. This is the French fandom. This is Karmine. one of them right now.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Over here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, Dota 2 is also on the way. We've got a third or fourth match going on right now. What's happening with the club championship points here, Chris?
I think the only team to really talk about is BB team. They're in the final up against P-Vision, but as far as the third, fourth goes, none of these teams are really eligible. But for us, look, it's going to be a really interesting game. We had Vici Gaming, who are one of the squads who got all the way through unexpectedly, but they're going up against Yandex, and right now, it's not looking pretty. We're going to be heading to that grand final maybe a little bit earlier than expected.
All right, well, then I might be checking in with you a little bit earlier than expected later as well. We're going to keep you updated on how the club championship points are going here over in Dota.
Hey everybody, we are here to solve the debate once and for all. What is better, League or Dota? I'm here with Tyler One. How you doing, Tyler?
I'm absolutely awesome as always.
Wow, that is fantastic. All right, great. Well, I guess we should just get things started here. I could probably start so you can steal all of my ideas and claim that they're yours. League of Legends. Oh, no, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. League of Legends obviously exists, but Dota is a superior game. You guys took everything about Dota, copied it, did it worse.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut him off. I'm not.
All right, go ahead.
I cannot bear to see this guy talk.
Please, go.
He's lanky, pale, bald, unlike me.
True.
Terrible at games, I can tell. Brother, Dota has built-in lag.
Built-in lag.
Turn rate is built-in lag.
Wow, that is actually impressive.
It is a clown game.
That's
You know why they have built-in lag?
Why is
People
that?
always like, oh, it's to balance the range and the melee characters. It's just you guys don't have hands. You have no micro. You have no mechanics.
Oh, that's really
turn fast. You get click fast.
That makes a lot of sense that you don't like turning. I mean, your traps are so big you can barely turn your goddamn head.
Is that an insult?
That's not an insult. I'm a big fan. I think you look great. Listen, turn rate is a big deal. It's called skill, my friend. You got to be planning stuff. Being able to follow stuff, look at stuff, it's a big deal. You know?
Okay.
Yo,
and then
he didn't even turn. This guy has no idea how to turn at all.
Oh, this guy.
I'm not turning.
Okay, bro.
Your ability to follow action is not good because you're a league player. You don't get it, and that's okay.
Okay, that's turn rate. Terrible. Horrible, by the way. Turn rate's terrible. There's no argument. It's why
Wait.
I played Dota. I'm not done yet.
All right, go ahead.
I played Dota.
Yeah.
And I got almost to gold.
Wait.
As a Pudge player.
Why are you defending League? Didn't you get banned from that game?
Yes, but I'm grown. I've matured, and my actions were unreasonable.
You played Dota when you got banned from League. Am I right?
Yeah, it's the only way I play that game. There was nothing else.
Why did you stop playing Dota? I forget. Can you tell that story?
There was nothing else because
Wright didn't contact you and say stop playing this game.
That is not what happened.
No.
I got bored of it because it's a terrible game.
Okay, I'm sure you would get bored of it.
No.
Not as interesting for you. Not enough
He's rage baiting.
clad female characters with.
I'm not saying League.
Hey, I'm not saying that either.
I'm not saying League Legends is perfect, but
listen,
I will say this.
Yeah.
Dota has a mechanic where you can buy back as well.
You can. It's called spending money.
Yeah, it's called you made a misplay. Here's a get out of jail free card.
Well, no. In Dota, our players spend money in the game instead of out of the game to buy a $500 autograph that they never wanted.
Yeah.
Now, I get it. Turn rate is a big deal, but I heard League has turn.
Turn what?
Oh, sorry. It's not turn rate. It's turnover rate of their
Okay, this guy has rehearsed it. He has rehearsed it, by the way.
It's okay.
Yes, maybe the staff, but people play the game well.
Which one?
League of Legends. It's one of the most popular games in the world for years.
Yeah, until Mobile Legends Bang Bang came out, it was great.
Only people, that's not true. That's not true. The only people that play Dota are like European players.
That is true. I mean, Dota does not have a lot of players, and you guys are so much bigger than us. I completely agree. There's a lot of people that eat fast food instead of going to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. I'm sure it's better.
Wait, now you're insulting America as a whole.
I'm not insulting America.
These aren't even League players.
No.
Okay, how about the League players in like Korea?
Where?
Korea probably played.
Oh my
as
God,
well.
that's where
Maybe.
where Faker is from, right?
Yes.
Faker! Oh my God! What other pros do you guys have?
Okay, do you know what? I don't know a namesake pro Dota player.
Huh?
Who's a shelf Dota player?
We don't want you to know. Everyone's always like, Dota doesn't have enough players.
Because nobody watches the game.
Good. Dude, if a lot of people advertise Dota 2, then we'd have a bunch of goddamn League players. You think I want to play with those guys?
Yeah, you need some players in your game to even queue up. You're probably scraping the bottom of the barrel right now.
I mean, you do have me.
Your queue time is probably 25, 30 minutes.
Yes. All right, you got me there. You got me there. You know, here I would probably surrender, but unlike a League player, I'm not a so I'll keep going. I'm surprised. You are so good at debating for a guy that has no ability to talk in his game.
I can talk about game.
No, you can't.
They're gonna have voice. Yeah, but they said it's coming.
Oh, is that
soon.
coming?
It's coming soon.
Oh, like the replay system? Is that coming? Hell yeah.
It's coming soon. Soon.
Guys, just spend a little bit more money unlocking heroes. When they're done with the fighting
called
game,
champions.
when they're done with the card game,
they're called champions.
They'll get to that. They'll get to that.
Because League of Legends is like their owners they can take over the industry in different fields other than just.
That's really interesting.
That's a claim.
Industry.
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me retract that because I forgot who made that. Okay, let's retract that. Never mind.
No, it's fine.
Never mind.
Yo, if it goes bad, you could just re-release Jinx for the 40th time. I'm sure that would
not even
back.
now you're just lying for camera.
Now put him back in. Put him back in the card game.
How about Arcade? Arcade did well.
Arcade.
Where's Dota's show?
That is
nobody knows where Dota is.
You got us there? I mean, our anime was not as good. It is so surprising how much League players love League when they don't have to play that game. It was huge, dude.
Okay, that's
all right.
Fair.
Hey, you know what? You got some great points. I got some great points. I got to say, though, at least we can agree. We both hate FPS.
This guy drives me crazy.
We hate FPS. Am I right?
Lucky there's camera crew and people hear us. We might be in a physical.
All right, we are fine. We are fine. We both hate FPSs, though.
True.
Absolute garbage. We're meta class, baby. We're mobile players. All right. Thank you very much. It's solved.
Bro, you rehearsed these fucking.
I didn't rehearse anything.
There's nothing like a game 3 between T1 and Gen G as we roll back in, looking to see the spectacle that we're going to be delivering for this. Game 1, scrappy as hell. Game 2, we got the scrap, but we also got more constituted team fights, with T1 bringing that dynamic through the mid-game. Now, Pace came back from certain misery from what was a Gen G-dominated bot side, only to give us the true meaning of Pace Caitlyn.
Yep, getting dove early on, both of them dying without Gen G binning any flashes, then dying the 2v2 later. It looked doom and gloom, but the resilience from T1, setting up Pace to carry, Owner with the phenomenal engages, and Carrier's Bard once again putting on a complete show.
Again, huge performance. The Owner on the Wukong, I felt like his engages were so sharp. There were a lot of times where, as Orcs mentioned, they were combining the double binding from Bard with the double World Cup coming through from the Wukong clone. That was a beautiful display of jungle support synergy to get the game back on track.
So now the only question is, what are we going to get for our final game? Our final game between T1 and Gen G in this best of 3, third place match, where the difference in points in prize pool is huge between losing and winning. Doran is not going to get his Jace, thanks to T1 themselves taking it away. And once again, Owner is probably going to be choked from this Vi, from this Nocturne, like he has been most of the tournament.
A lot of jungle bans coming through, and with it being fearless already, the pool really feels quite thinned out, especially when you look at like the typical meta junglers. I expect Poppy to be banned as well. Then Neferi really stands out as the sort of highest prior jungle left available.
would be probably looking towards something like Shinzao as well, especially if you want to play a more traditional front-to-back, particularly looking at Gen.G, who have been seeming to favor kind of that playstyle in this series versus T1. The Ziggs taken out as well, and it's been Vi Nocturne on the side of Gen.G. Things like the Gnar, Poppy, as you mentioned, have also jumped into the ban list in game number 2.
Olaf gone.
Ooh.
Usually is a response to that Jace that we've seen, also a response to things like the Gnar.
Also, the Ashe Seraphine. It's a pretty good counter when you can just run into the backline onto immobile carries.
I think Olaf has been a great pick for Doran, particularly when the enemy team lacks that DPS, has a mage in the bot lane, and they can't cut through it. Notably, Poppy and Orianna both haven't been banned yet, that were banned in previous drafts. Trundle ban going to come through, so this maybe suggests that T1 could lean towards the Xin Zhao, Trundle good into the Xin Zhao, could also lean towards the Poppy, but I think they're expecting Gen.G to take this Orianna here.
Yeah, for sure, right? Ori first, and then rotation. What else do we have available? There's just so much. It's like an open window. The Varus is there, which is just going to be slammed by Gen.G, but you are giving up Ori. You're giving up Ori, and specifically, as you talked about before, the jungler Neferi as well for repairing, which often isn't being given in the same rotation.
I feel like Orianna plus Shinzao just buy so much time in the team fights. There's so much survivability and distance that you can create in those fights. They're kind of an incredible duo.
In the past, I will say, also, we've had Neferi as an option into Varus top. So the flexibility of Varus might decrease a little bit with his priority jungle that can also be used in a solo lane. T1 that ambitious. It seems like such a good pairing. Orianna was a given. Early jungle here. Are they willing to pick up the Neferi, or is it going to be something more constitute like the Xin Zhao that also has a good pairing with Faker's Ori?
On the Xin Zhao, very effective, and also has the shielding, the backup from the Orianna, which we know the Xin Zhao definitely prefers. Now for Gen.G, I expect a jungle pickup for Canyon, and then presumably Chovy's answer to this Orianna could go for something like the Akali, could also go for something like the Galio as well. They're going to start off by taking the Pantheon for Canyon, bit of that global pressure, and it will be that Galio for Chovy. They're hovering at least.
Ooh, I actually really like this combo, because again, when you have semi-globals on the map, then the side lanes become a little bit tricky to play for T1. And since T1 have been so mobile around the map and so fast around the map, this is a way that Gen.G can actually contain that.
And I think it makes the skirmishing so threatening in the mid-jungle, because once one bit of CC lands, it's just going to get layered. There's a lot of burst damage between the two, enough to just completely demolish either Faker or Ona in the early levels. And now, will you get an 80 carry here, knowing that things will be thinned out afterwards? No, they're going to go for the Yorick for Doran.
The Flandre special. This guy brought out the Yorick, one of the very first players to bring it out in the current meta. I feel like it was something early last year even. Into anything caster or range top lane, it's actually really potent and strong to push that lane.
How's Keen's Cho'Gath, Orcs? Where are you at on that for the time being? When was the last time you remember? I love you scrolling there, you're like, hang on a minute.
Did he play it? I don't think we have had Cho'Gath in the LCK, but I don't think Keen wasn't the one to play it. But we have seen it before, so it'd be interesting if he's prepped it to come out here. And then obviously that would involve putting that Varus down towards the bot lane to Ruler. Still a flex, still have the option to put that Varus in the top lane, but that would obviously be into the Yorick.
With the Olaf ban coming through from Gen.G and the Shinzao Orianna, I would love to see some Ashe Seraphine action, some Senna plus sort of support action coming through from T1. I feel like their front-to-back potential and their stalling potential in terms of team fights is just so strong right here with what they've already structured with the double melee champions plus the Orianna, that it could really not allow that Galio Pantheon duo to work in terms of team fighting role 5 vs 5.
Final remarks on the bans. Lulu, Nautilus, both gone. Lucian's going to go, as well as a possible pairing. They're thinking about what could have gone with the Varus. Again, remember that Varus still can be a flex. Into the Yorick. Let's see the preference for Keen, though, as Poppy's going to be taken away as well. And stop some of the mitigation of mobility here. But T1 needs an 80 carry. And there's a couple of majors up, but we've lost things.
I think
like the Victor.
Sivir makes sense into the, if you're expecting the Varus to be bought, Sivir works well here,
Okay.
and it does good into like the melee comp, but maybe you don't want to pick it on 4 since you don't know where the Varus is going. Then you could just end up taking a support instead. We'll see though, 41. I think the Varus, where it's going, really is going to dictate how this draft plays out.
Pace typed about 3 names in 1 second that he had to pick.
The suspense is just building.
They're smiling.
Maybe he just didn't like any of the options.
It is a misclick. We're having a remake of
So I think if it's the Varus
Oh,
bot
dear.
lane, I think the Sivir works really well into it because obviously she's good into any casters. You can spell shield those abilities. We'll see if it's going to be the on-hit or the poke Varus that comes through. I also think that Rakan has a good amount of value here, specifically if you're pairing it with the Galio for Gen G. I love Rakan Galio, how you get that initial engage, the ult on top. So maybe if we are putting the Varus top, you could lean towards like a Xayah Rakan for Gen G. I think there's options ultimately at this point.
Yeah.
But it just depends. Are you willing to put that Varus top lane into the Yorick, or has that scared you off and you're going to give Keen something else in the matchup? And if so, what? There is the Renekton, I believe, available, and Renekton does pretty well into the Yorick. We've seen that matchup just really snowball and run away, and then you'd have this very thick bruiser frontline for Gen G on the top side of the map.
And you can
really
also
just
play
want
for top side, right? Because
you
have the
absolutely
Pantheon.
could. And you really would just want to consolidate that with some engage. You could just go, even like Varus Rakan would work, honestly, or Varus Rel, Varus Alistair. So I think that's an angle you could go towards for Gen G.
Also, we didn't mention it, but I think the Syndra's still there.
Yep.
Right? So the Syndra as an option for that bottom lane also still exists if there's going to be more flexibility with the Varus. And for someone like Yorick as well.
I mean, also
Such
for
a
the
nuisance.
side of T1, if you're playing into like Galio, Pantheon, Syndra does a pretty good job of disrupting
Another good
those.
angle.
The stun can just completely cut them down.
Both sides.
Wouldn't have the most damage to cut through them, but you have a decent damage profile already. I don't see Yorick into melee champions in team fights. I think Yorick struggles into like, if something just massively outranges him, he has to find good angles. But when he's just rolling with melees, the Maiden gets so much damage down.
And I feel like it's a bit awkward for T1 to also separate Ashe, Seraphine, since they are on first pick in that particular draft. They could potentially angle that if they could pick it together as a duo, and they knew what they were playing it into in Gen G. It fits the theme of the comp with the Bruisers and the Orianna, but splitting it apart, you could end up in a situation where it just gets countered down bot lane, and if Ashe, Seraphine kind of get shut down pretty early, it just becomes very difficult because they're both immobile to play out the game.
Let's see if it's an angle that can be played towards. Of course, we are waiting. We're in a pause / a hold because there was a misclick. It was Pays or I'm not sure who it was. Smiles were going across. I think Carrier smiled at him. So
There we go.
It might have been a misclick here from the bottom side of T1, but we'll find out regardless what that exactly was. However, for now, we're just going to run it back. Exact same pick and ban up until that point, up until the 0 seconds on Pays. So we will go very quickly to this 4th pick for T1 to find out what they're leveraging here before Gen G have to put cards on the table.
Right, so all same picks, the Orianna plus the Shins out from T1. They get some little bit of extra time to think about this as well. I feel like that 4th pick for T1 is going to be very important, whether they want to solidify their AD carry, not knowing where that Varus actually goes. However, they need to make sure that the threat of the Pantheon Galio is dissuaded some way. Again, things like potentially even Xayah might pop in mind right here for Pace.
So for sure. And I think I'm just interested to see where the Varus is going to go, whether they're going to commit to it in the bot lane or top. I think I'm leaning towards it being in the bot lane at this point. And I think Keen might bring out the Renekton in this situation. But we will see.
I think if you get walled with the Varus top, very interesting.
Here we go. He has now
How you get
26 seconds.
All right. Well,
he had a bit more than that.
I think already he would have claimed what it was a lot
There
of
it
time
is.
in these remakes, so he just had to slam it. So it is that Syndra. We talked about the Syndra before. Syndra's going to get locked in, and again, going to be bot lane Syndra most likely. We've also seen bot lane Ori, but more likely going to be that Syndra. And now the question is, Gen G, is that Varus going bot or not? They're going to show us the next 2 picks. We need support.
I think
an 80 carry / top.
This kind of makes on-hit Varus a bit uncomfortable playing into like Syndra Ori.
Yeah.
Hard to walk up, hard to get the auto attacks off. So if it is going bot, more likely to be poke Varus. though it looks like they might be leaning towards, this could be Seraphine carry with an engaged support. You have these bruisers in the Galio and the Pantheon. You can kind of go forward and you can just ult through them. And if it connects onto Pays or Faker, that'll be a one-team fight.
Is there enough damage, though, to do Seraphine with the support?
No one's that tanky on T1, so I don't think it's too much of a concern.
Okay.
And you have a good amount of damage from the rest of the team, and it is going to be Seraphine, Alistar bot lane. So you have the setup, you have the engage, you have this big bruiser front line, and then you actually have the AD carry in the top lane with the Varus. You have that sustained DPS if you really need it. But to be honest, if that initial engage works, that should get a lot of the job done. And now for T1, what are they going to respond with? Pairing up with the Syndra in the bot lane into these heavy bruises.
I mean, technically, Rel could work really well. A lot of melees on Gen G, so the counter engage could work. Keria is a Pyke expert right here. He's going to be locking it in.
Lovely.
I'm a little bit worried for the damage output on the side of T1. I'm not going to lie.
So this Pyke definitely feels like a snowball pick, a lane pick, because you have a lot of threat onto the Seraphine, but also into the Alistar matchup. If Pyke is priming his Q in front of you, the best way to interrupt is to headbutt him, but he'll just dash backward and then you're stunned. You're going to get the CC layered with the Syndra as well. It's not a fun matchup for the Alistar early on. It's not a fun matchup for the Seraphine. And really, Gen G need to get out of that laning phase and have that value in team fights that the champions really provide.
So I'm going to ask you, is there worry if Keen doesn't have an all-time game? Is there worried if Canyon isn't able to use Chovy, rather, to help unlock the map here? What is your concern with Gen G running into this T1 comp when there's a lot of comfort, but also a lot of operation within the ultis, within the team fights that feel like there's a lot of threatening angles that come through from these champions?
I think they're very tanky. The shields definitely help prolong the fight. So when you are lacking damage, but you can prolong those team fights, eventually you will do enough to weather the other team down. My problem for Gen G is actually getting there. I feel like the level 6 is going to be very important for them, and obviously not allowing Keria to do whatever he wants on the map in the early stages.
It's also like with picks like Syndra, Pyke, who have those executes. If you're not able to get the health bars even close to the execute range, they're going to feel much worse. Pyke, if you do not snowball in this pick, you do not impact the map, the Pyke is just going to feel useless in the team fights. There's too much CC going around, too much damage, they'll just explode you. So I really think T1 need to get the ball rolling and get some momentum. And ideally, if they can free up this Pyke to impact top lane, that Varus, Keen's Varus, should be targeted heavily, shut him down, and the game gets a lot easier.
Well, just like the road to MSI, we're at the final game. T1 triumphed, went to MSI, and Gen G stayed at home, onlookers at the event. This time they've been knocked out, but moved to the third place match where T1 stand in their way. Revenge would taste amazing in Paris, just like all the food does. But the real question is, can Gen G bring us a game one like we saw in this series? Because that was exceptional. That's what it's going to take here. I've made my production team hungry. Don't worry, there's another best of 5. They can eat during that because that is going to be a delight. And I'm not talking about the support.
I love this tech, because getting a ward in the lane brushes is so important for top laners, especially in a rangeless melee matchup. So we see Duro come over and put the ward down level 1, but Keria comes over and sweeps it. And it's just a little funny interaction matching that. Keria's, and I talked about him impacting top lane. I was thinking, you know, maybe after like 3 minutes. He's there now.
He is.
Duro sniffers it though.
Lane swap meta. Okay, let's stick it around. Quick base from Keria, maybe. Still hovering. Duro cancels his base. So does Keria. And so both supports are going to be late to this lane. Solo experience for Pays and Rule Up.
He keeps us cancelling. Keen just checked to see if Keria is actually back in, and now he's gone.
By the way, Duro soaked a minion from top lane. Keria did not. So, might be a small EXP difference. I mean, Doran's going to hit level 2 here first, despite there being a range matchup. The ghouls are out as well, so Doran on that next wave will have 2, will have the E, but Keen, obviously, is going to be able to get the auto attacks down on the minions first, which does mean that they match level 2 at the same time.
Now, Bloodsport's returning to bot lane. I will say, I feel like the level 2 spike from Pyke is so threatening, and Gen G T1 not able to capitalize on that window here and now because of the attention being put towards top lane. Does give a bit more freedom to Duro and Ruler. Notably as well, Duro has gone for Aftershock. We often see Spellbook on LSC, he's pretty tanky in and of himself, but really prioritizing that durability in this
Orders
game.
coming in. Yeah, Chovy forced out of the lane, has to teleport, but as you expect, the range advantage is going to take care of Galio early before he gets more resistance.
Love this also from Canyon. He went Raptors into bot side, into back, into longsword. Owner has been doing this for forever. And because he knows Owner's going to end up on the top side of the map, could potentially match Keen a bit too far forward. And Owner is
He's
right
also
behind
got 3 tools as well. He landed the morning, missed the dark procession around. Keen's going to flash away, but wind becomes lightning. And death comes for Keen. First blood to Owner.
And if death wasn't enough, just look where those minions will land when Doran is done resetting. The lane will push further down, which means that Keen, who's flashless and teleportless, is going to have to overextend to catch his wave.
And I really wanted to see T1 putting attention towards top lane, so good that they've done it so far. Doran set that gank up really effectively. And we even see double scuttle secured with Paze and Carrier moving up to get this bot lane scuttle, while the top lane one was secured by Owner. Just good proactive moves in this early game.
Paze, who doesn't have to use the TP because he hasn't actually backed away yet as well. Moves away as Ruler has with the amplifying tome. TP going to be used. Faker stands his ground, but it's mainly just to clear the wave. As Duro's also roaming, supports as they do at level 2, just crossing bridges in the mid lane. And Carrier will go back while Duro, remember, slight experience advantage, now has margined out a little bit. He gets level 3 off the mid wave.
Carrier fishing for an angle down here in the bot lane. The CC layering very threatening.
He spots Canyon, I believe. You'll see Duro right now. Spots Canyon on the ward that was placed earlier. So they do know the whereabouts of the Pantheon. And again, this Genji composition truly unlocks at level 6 the Galio plus Pantheon that can hit the side lanes. Hopefully they can play to get some more money, potentially into Ruler's Seraphine. As Kin, not gonna lie, he's a little bit cooked up topside, especially with where the wave has been kept from Doran this entire time. Makes it really, really difficult for Keen to walk up and CS.
And meanwhile, it looks at bottom lane, headbutt pulverized. Duro's found a mark. It pays. Yeah, the crowd's a bit confused, but Duro finds an angle.
Just a big overstep. The fact that the Alistair can get behind you and set up that headbutt without even using flash. You know you're in a bad position then, and it's an easy pickup. You are this immobile mage, and it's just an easy handover to Canyon on this Pantheon.
Nicely done for Keen.
That's where you want your gold in the early game. Pantheon is going to be the moving piece in the entire Gen G composition. So getting that extra gold, the extra first item. Now with the Tunneler in the inventory, Canyon really has the chance to impact that early game.
There's a ghost in the water. Carry out Bone Skewer is nice under Ruler. Halo Blades come through, but he didn't get the last 2 auto attacks of it. Pace just gets chunked out, and right now Ruler and Duro chilling in yet another laning phase here in this series.
Yeah, Ruler low mana, so he has to reset to get out here. And this was just, you know, Carrier can kind of do things like this because he's on Pike. He can go aggressive. But look how far forward Pace was.
Yeah.
Trying to grab the Grom.
Oh my god.
And then the headbutt back into the pulverize, into the stun. No getting out of that.
No one takes his Grom.
No, he is pals with that Gromp as Canyon looking around for an angle, maybe looking for a bit more deep information. Going to spot out jungle attention here from Owner, especially on that ward. Over this next scuttle, level 6 to be acquired. That's from Canyon especially. Owner a little bit behind on the EXP game as Carey looking for a Bone Skewer, delays Canyon a little bit, but as he gets that ward and Keen here to auto out, especially with level 6, no one wants to walk into this level 6 Varus, as the kill threat definitely there. And Paze, speaking of kill threat, a couple more of those and Ruler will have his number.
Duro also shows up in the mid lane wave next to Chovy, so T1 knows that there is a numbers advantage in this river for Gen G. They're gonna let go of that Skull Crab. Cannon very, very close to his level 6. He's gonna get it off his camp right now. And this is where the threat happens. Level 6 on Chovy, level 6 on Canyon. Dragon is up. Where is Canyon going to use his first ult?
He's just gonna fly in with Chovy, that's for sure. Dragon being an Infernal for the stats to start. Grubs up in 1 minute 30. Carrier hovers again. Faker looking for the push out as well as Chovy takes a decent chunk, but with the Null Magic Mantle, it's getting better here. The Chovy on the Galio.
Corp has come in from T1. They've sent the Yorick down to the bot lane, and we have Haze up top side. We actually saw, so Keen walked most of the way top lane. You can see him in the base now. They were late on this. He walked most of the way top, and now he's beelining towards the bot lane. T1 head and tempo when setting up this swap.
They're trying to match, seeing the Yorick down the bot lane. Great catch, Ox. They want to play for potentially the next Dragon. And also having Keen around on the shortest route possible. Matching that Yorick down bot lane. He's going to grab that wave just in time. So the extra distance is not going to be so punishing. I feel like when he hits every creep, he's most likely going to almost equalize in CS versus Doran right here. As Keria is hovering around mid, going towards the top of the map where Paze is waiting on Syndra.
We spotted out by a quick scrying scuttle here as Ona walking over as well. Ward's placed down, control now spotted. Ona looking deep, see if he can take that for now, but they don't know where Canyon is, and obviously with ulti up, it's dangerous. The shielded around, Shockwave going to bring in Chovy under threat. He flashes away, it's Matt, free Talon Strike. Ona was one away from getting the knock-up, so Chovy lives.
Good disengage there from Chovy. Fortunately, does win the flash, but if you're trading with Ona 1-for-1, it's not too bad in that situation. Now, though, Paze, you might be... Okay, had the vision of Canyon, able to back away. Ruler and Duro moving in.
Canyon is looking for the ult. He's going to press it.
Duro looking for the engage, finds it first. There we go. Ona going to fly on in, or at least press the button to stop them from doing so. 4 members, but an encore flies, and Ona is down. The first goes to Gen G. Keen, meanwhile, also finding a solo kill on the man with the eulogy. The Varus top comes in clutch.
Gen G able to get 2 of those grubs, and they're just too bulky right now. You know, the Galio flies in, the Pantheon, the Alistair. There just isn't the damage, the DPS to cut through it from T1. And in the meantime, the fact that Keen, who obviously got ganked early, able to find the solo kill in the 1v1, feels fantastic for Gen G.
But that's what really worried me through draft for T1. If we look at this one more time, you see Canyon ulting in. On top of him is Chovy, who grabbed his wave through mid lane and then joins them. And my problem right here is that Syndra is more of a burst mage. Orianna with the shockwave becomes a burst mage as well. I do not see the consistent damage from T1. And their consistent damage could be Doran, but he's currently losing on a winning matchup on the side lane.
Yeah, look for the angle, but couldn't chase Keen too heavily because he was so close to tower. And once Keen has lethal tempo stacked up, he's such a threat. Doran overstepping there. And the thing is, in that fight around the grubs, Duro didn't even have ult, and they still couldn't kill him. Yeah. So once he has that level 6, it's going to be an even harder target to cut through. Dragon is up and available, and likely a focus point now. We can see Canyon moving over towards it, and they have a good amount of vision in favor on that banana brush. You can see Chovy clearing out the control ward now, and there is a Scryer as well, so I just don't think any way for T1 to contest this.
It's a really cool way that Gen G are approaching the fights, depending on whether they have that Pantheon Galio ult combo or not. Right here, they're just walking in, they're playing melee range, they're engaging the Dragon, they're looking to play inside their own bubble, whilst at the Void grabs, they allow T1 to walk in, and then they're re-engaged from range, which then utilize very well the 2 semi-globals that they're sporting. Really nice way to showcase how to use the comp, whether you have that ability or not.
And nothing pressuring them from having to force themselves to a play without it. For now, those cooldowns almost back up and available for Canyon and Chovy. As T1 hovering around the topside play, it looked like Duro was just waiting for the step up from Doran, especially without the eulogy of the Isles. The 1v2 threat, the 1v1 threat just really isn't there from the Yorick, and the sustain and the insane damage that comes through.
And I think what's gone well for Gen G, they've been patient, they've been controlled, and Duro's been moving to match Carrier, and Carrier just hasn't been able to have the impact on the Pyke, and this pick is absolutely on a timer. It's going to just be less and less useful as the game goes on, especially in this Gen G composition. So even though the gold is pretty close, I'm starting to feel a bit concerned for T1. They need to start making some proactive plays and finding some momentum somewhere.
Talking about T1 being concerned, 9 seconds on that Pantheon ult, and Paze is all alone down that bot side of the map. Raptors is what Pantheon is on right now. However, you're looking at top lane being pushed for T1, bot lane's being kind of pushed by T1 from Paze right now. It's going to take a reset, but you have to expect that now that Thunder Sky is complete for Canyon, he's going to be looking for his next victim.
Flash Bone Skewer is a whiff. You don't often say that. Duro disengaged with the headbutt. T1 still want to follow it up, but they're out of gap closes. They are getting desperate, Orcs, I think.
That was so close. Duro with a little sidestep. He had heal as well for the movement, but didn't use it. And Carrier commits the flash. You can see he really wants to make things happen. Speaking of making things happen...
Doran will have the ulti. Will he pull it out? Flashes instead. Chains of Corruption going to land at max range. Pressing that E now for the ulti. It's a little bit late, though. Doran going to get chunked, and the wife will die. Ona comes in late. The hero's entrance Ona gets out of it, if only just. The ball now on his head, looking for an audacious charge. Faker needs a shockwave as plays, misses the stun. It's only a one-man onto Canyon. He gets the stun. Ona crescent guards, a re-engage, but Canyon running for his life, surviving for now. Carrier with the engage gets flashed on by Keen. Forward with the dissonance. Faker will do it himself. He sends the ball out. The stun, the ulti. Keen is dead as well. T1 gets some gold, but Chovy will take one back. A stun onto Faker. He'll slowly, Winds of War the beast. Faker will dodge, but he will die. And Chovy will pick up in one return.
And you see T1 trying to get more out of that, but in the end, it's still favored towards Gen G. The exit kills, the trade-off kills coming out pretty huge there here. This setup on the Doran was pretty fantastic. They're really patient, waiting for his flash to make sure that the ult from Keen connects. So he's just guaranteed doomed here. But then when the counter engage comes in, they have the TP flank for the Syndra, they have the rest of T1 moving up. They're not immediately able to capitalize here. So right now it's a 1-0 for Gen G. And they end up focusing down Canyon, who doesn't have the Aegis immediately available. The stun doesn't connect, unfortunately. The shockwave does. But I think it's actually the Winds of War later for Chovy that ends up getting a kill here. Oh, we're going back to live.
No, we're going to go live. Doran's in trouble again, and the wife was used before, so 1 versus 3, he is dead. He has no flash. The kill's over to Keen. The Varus top better, and Doran is burying himself with his own shovel.
So when I said I needed to see attention top lane, I was actually talking about T1 putting attention top lane.
Really?
Gen G just getting Keen further and further ahead.
And I feel like they did that pretty early on. Carrier tried to pay a visit. Owner paid a visit where they got the extra first kill over on Shinzao by ganking Keen, taking his flash. It just never ended up revisiting. I feel like this Pantheon Galio combo has been so potent from Gen G. Canyon has been using it on cooldown, and it's coming off cooldown soon again. There are a couple of flashes missing from the map. Faker doesn't have one, Doran doesn't have one. So if these two overextend in any lane, and I'm looking at Faker right now on the top side of the map, Canyon could be looking at his number.
I'm very worried about the top laner of Gen G. 2,500 gold, and he's really maintaining most of it. The T1 invade is happening, but Keen is isolating bot with the Dusk and Dawn. So while there is some gold going down, there is more arguably going to this Varus, who is going to take the first turret at 14 minutes in the game.
This is not how this matchup goes.
Well, apparently this is how it goes.
This Yorick is stuck on Phage and Sheen, right? And there's a Dusk and Dawn on the other side. Keen has gotten out of lane. And that was the most important thing from Gen G. Do they trust to put him top lane in a counter matchup and him getting out of it? Currently, he's 2,000 gold up, 1 item up, and he's in a great position to carry.
Carrier looking for an engage onto Ruler. What can they find? Bone Skill waiting, trying to get the flash, but Carrier advises against it. Phantom Undertow to escape, and him and Paze are going to group up while Dragon's up now. First one of the game went to Gen G. Canyon going to start it again in the control here from T1.
Looks like they're going to
At this point, it's just a trade.
Trade the objectives, yeah. I mean, I think it's the right call with the current state of things. They have the control in that area. You can't really just face check into it. But Gen G feeling pretty good about this one. We'll see what the Soul is. To be honest, with how bulky their comp is, even a Chemtech, well, there we go. I think it still works very well with the composition.
Yeah.
These bulky frontliners going to be even harder to cut through. The shielding and healing that comes to as well going to be very high value. So if Gen G get their hands on this, it's going to be so difficult to deal with. And I'm looking at Chovy as well. We already know that Galio, very good against mages. He has Abyssal Mask and the upgraded Merc Treads. He's so hard to cut through for these AP champs.
Oh, they're running for Keen right here, but I feel like Keen is just going to push out that wave and just back off. He knows that if you overstay, somebody will show up from T1 as they always do. I feel like the T1 rotation for that Dragon right there was perfect, with Faker over on the top side whilst being shattered by his team, so he cannot get shut down through the top side of the map. So Faker got some time to actually push under Chovy's tower and get a bit of CS. I feel like they're going to very heavily rely on that Orianna to make plays.
Oh, do you guys see that sign?
When does G2...
Yeah,
why did you point...
answer
No,
that?
why did you point this out? Because people can't see. But you kept pointing at me. Read that sign. Why is that, Ox?
I just wanted to know the answer.
You know what? EU is still in the final.
True.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
But it doesn't matter, so is Korea. That's the problem. We can't win this trouble. Hawks has
Try,
3. Look, to be fair, I don't know the answer to that question. I think people have forgotten it. So, yeah, can't answer that for the fan. Engage, Duro. In a bit of trouble. He's slowed down by the audacious charge. Aftershock's now down. He's going to be knocked up, pulled back in. Might be a free kill, but we're going to bring in the Gundam Galio. Chovy onto Ona. Crescent Guard already pulled on out, and Ona flashes away. He's got the ball on his head, so he needs to re-engage to find an angle for Faker. Gen G group up as 5 through mid. They have all waves pushed right now, and the freedom to move as they will.
That was both teams kind of throwing whatever they had at each other. It was majority Gen G using the Galio ult to keep the Alistar alive. They are very bulky. Carrier.
Chovy's deep. He's going to justice punch, but gets caught out. Carrier almost dies, though.
Yeah, who got caught there? I'm not
I don't know.
Sure.
Why is Chovy not dying? I need an answer now. Shotrev's going to bring him in. He flashes away. He justice punches again. Chovy takes a year to die, but die he does. A shutdown over to Faker. T1, a breath of light, and Faker is the only one with gold in this game.
That is very big, though, because Orianna, I feel like, is going to be the game changer right here. The consistent damage is coming through Orianna with the Q, apart from the big pop from the Shockwave, might be able to change those fights, especially when we're looking at the damage distribution. 41. There's just not a lot of consistent damage of it. Owner.
Knock up, yeah. Owner's punishing this. Always pays good scatter of the week onto Canyon under Tara. Tara not hitting just yet, but there is one. Encore comes through. Pays in trouble. Duro, two-man pulverized, and a bait it is. Owner jumps back in. He wants something out of the play, but he won't find it yet as Carrier wants to bring death from below. But all he needs is a skewer, and that misses. Gen G walk away, drawing out Faker's TP.
Just shows how long it is taking T1 to cut through these targets and how much respect they have to pay. And in both of these situations, Carrier's like, hey, I found Chovy, and look how close he gets to death. Just trying to set up this play for his team. He flashes in and just nearly gets deleted just by a bit of damage from Paze, from Rula and there from Chovy. And then Chovy does try his hardest to get away. It does take a very long time to cut through him, though. It's still a good kill for the side of T1. But here, the CC and turnaround potential of Gen G composition cannot be disrespected.
Yeah, Paze walks up without flash, gets caught on the chain CC by the Seraphine, and gets punished.
Oh, Doran could be in trouble now. That tower's very low.
Here is indeed. He's sticking around. Carrier's coming to help on out, but the turret regardless is going to go down to Keen. Whether they continue the play or not, Carrier backing away, but Keen is just in these side lanes. Right now, Doran can't match him even with the Trinity Force. That guy is about to have a second item here on this Forest top.
I feel like the pace of the game is picking up right here. Cannon also with his ult up right now could be looking. The second that towers go down, this is where Pantheon shines, because you think it's a 1 versus 1, suddenly he dives in, and suddenly becomes a 3 versus 1, as Galio can follow up on that as well on the side of Chovy. So T1 are going to have to be very careful on the side lane push.
50 seconds on that Dragon, and Baron going to be up and available as well, so I feel like this is the pivotal fight. If T1 misstep, not only do Gen G get potentially 3 Dragons, but also can head over to that Baron. They don't have the most DPS of any composition, but they're very bulky, so they can withstand it. If they get a clean fight, they will just take that objective.
They will indeed, and Keen now also just picked up his second item, so let's call that a power spike. He's got a proto belt now on this Forest top.
I'm wondering if Chovy's going to have enough for his second item. The Imperial Mandate is insane on Galio. This Abyssal Mask Imperial Mandate, so much extra percentage damage increase, and the ability haste you get on almost all your abilities. It's only your Q that the Imperial Mandate doesn't apply to. Is just crazy value.
Very importantly, right here for Paze, no flash available and so much CC on the side of Gen G. If he gets caught or tipped by the Seraphine ult, then the chain CC comes through and we saw him overstep over in mid lane and just getting one shot. So very important for Paze to not get caught as T1 are approaching, trying to get some visions on their own jungle. Carrier will be the first one to stand forward, but Gen G have already started it.
His Umbral Glaive has been used. Len's now down as well. Gets a bone skewer to start us off, but this Dragon feels like it's gone. Owner's coming in from mid to the Dragon Pit. TP is going to be used by Gen G defensively. Engaged from Duro. Sets it up, and there's Chovy to fly in after the fact as well. No knockup, but they're all in range. Owner gets sent away, or at least sends Canyon away. 3-man shockwave. Not bad, but not enough damage right now. And in the middle of it all is Owner, who's going to drop first of all. A bone skewer onto Chovy means naught as Gen G find the fight, find the Dragon, 3 up, and threatening Baron here with T1 losing a member.
You get a 3-man shockwave, and basically nothing changes. The sheer bulk of Gen G so hard to cut through, and it just feels like a brick wall that you want to fight against. They do get value from Doran in the side lane.
He'll get bot as well. Actually, not a bad TP.
I feel like this is going to be the name of the game for T1. Try to buy as much time as possible while Doran is taking down those towers. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Hullbreaker even come out in the later stages from the side of Doran, just to try and get something off the map. The 5 versus 5 is looking really rough for T1 right now.
Close to this turret, moving down to Gen G. They've already used some of those semi-globals, so they won't be able to catch Doran just yet. Carrier's also doing a bit of coverage here. So a bit of gold back over to T1, but remember again, they're facing Soul Point. With Gen G feeling so comfortable in this game 3. Seraphine with 2 items. Imperial Mandate that Orcs talked about, that's now been picked up. So it really is Chovy getting unkillable, or at least annoying at this stage. Duro at half HP. He doesn't hold, or rather have the unbreakable will. Owner ulties again. Keen gets the ulti down. Owner is on an island. And Chovy comes in to make sure he drowns. Gen G again, another pick.
That TP from Chovy was so beautiful because he completely cuts off the ramp, isolates Owner, and then Owner dies all alone since the rest of T1 could not carry forward. What a beautiful TP.
This just does not feel fun for Owner. He goes in, he gets bounced around, knocked up, CC taunted. Doesn't really get to play the game.
Look at that TP.
Yeah, cuts them off completely, and Owner ends up going in, but the thing is with the Crescent Guard, it only stops people outside of it from damaging you. No one's outside of it. They just all got in with him and beat him up, so Gen G furthering their lead once more. We did see Doran obviously claw back a decent amount with his plate taking, but with next Dragon, with Soul on the cards in 2 minute 40, Gen G feel in a really comfortable spot. I think for the side of T1, if you're going to approach them in the 5v5, which you may have to deny the Soul, you need to think about how you can reach Ruler or Keen. Those are the squishier targets, although I will say Keen has that Seeker's Arm Guard, which is going to make things a bit trickier.
And I was going to mention
Faker to Shockwave, yeah, the ulti's going to be launched in. Chovy and Canyon flying in. Faker's now already out of the play after needing to burn his flash. Tried for the chunk onto Duro, but now, guess what? He doesn't have Flash or Shockwave, a Blast Cone, stunned up, taken by Chovy, so there will be no escape for the mid laner of T1. And a spear to silence all the fans with him. Baron sits in front, and Gen G are unstoppable in this game.
And they have so much churn potential on this Baron, and so much bulkiness and sustain. It's so comfortable to start this up. They can just be ready for T1 to approach, and the second they see a target, they'll go.
Doran making work on the bottom side. That's only his wife. He's walking up himself at 7k. Can they do the 4v5? Canyon relaunches himself into Pays. Everyone forward on Gen G. Once again, Owner's ulti used exceptionally well, but he's left isolated. Pays comes in with the scout of the week. Gen G are getting low. And to the credit of T1, they have pulled Gen G off the Baron. They've gotten some health chunk from Gen G, but now they must escape. The follow-up from Duro, the heal, the protobelt from Keen. Chains Corruption lands on his counterpart. The burst with the AP top lane, 80 carries enough. And Keen finds a kill.
Faker.
T1 running for their lives. The Winds of War. Faker comes back, but a blast cone, a shield of Duran. Gundam Galio sends T1 down. A mecha unstoppable beast from the mid lane. This time it's not Faker, it's Chovy, it's Gen G with a wipe.
They managed to clean house. The initial turn doesn't find success, but they chase down the targets. T1 even call in reinforcements, but it's not enough to put a stop to Gen G, and they move back over to the Baron.
It was also very scary because Owner was around, so you never want to take even the slightest chance of Owner getting inside the pit. And since they have committed so much to chase them out, might as well take them down as well. Pays very patient with his last auto on the blast cone to try and save Doran, but the auto attack had already come through from Keen, so takes him down. And Chovy so patient on this blast cone. The second Faker walks in, takes them both down with the taunt.
And you know that T1 kind of get the vibe that if we let everyone die here, the game might just be doomed, because the fact Faker TP'd in to try and save them, really just committing everything to try and get these last members out, but unfortunately weren't able to do so. Now 5 seconds until that Soul. Gen G a little late to it, rushing out the base, but in such a strong position. Will be looking to push in here. Can T1 get the jump in them from the fog of war?
I mean, I'm worried because the base checking's so easy. Chovy can just run on in. He's got to seek his arm guard. Good scat of the week. Starts on to Duro. Keen, remember, as well. Sonya's just completed.
There's the
ulti in. They want to send it and finish off third place. Shield of Duran, easy as that. Doran hasn't had the best game as the charm brings them in. And T1 are destroyed. It's not even close. It's not even competitive in this third and final game.
Gen G pile up on top of T1, and their composition is not durable enough to fend them off. Gen G with the Baron are gonna push as many lanes as possible. I don't think Cannon is even taking that Dragon as consolation prize.
At this point, it feels almost impossible for T1 to cut through all this bulk and the engage, the coordination from Gen G. This is what we know from this team. This is them at their best. Curious looking, this Pyke just feels so useless at this point. The champion does not have nearly as much to offer.
But this composition is just so good at tanking T1. T1 have burst primarily. Doran didn't get ahead on Yorick, so he's not really an AD threat to them. And as you can see all around the board, Seraphine, extra HP through allies. Mid lane, he's only building tank and support items plus his Seekers. You look at top lane, there's an Hourglass.
And honestly, even the Yorick, like the Maiden does percentage HP magic damage. So not the best help there, not the best contribution. You can see Canyon has gone for a lot of magic resist itemization. Doran seems to be in a bit of trouble. He's trying to defend the Krugs, which I get. We know who he is.
He's Krugs.
Maybe Duro saving him from himself, obviously. The wife. Down she goes in a quick moment, or at least close to, yep. And as you said, near impossible, it feels like for T1, as they're going to lose their inner at the bare minimum here.
He now has the Verdant Embrace, I think it's called.
So he's going Banshee's forth.
But the fact he has that spell shield, and the Zhonya's, and the Rocket Belt, and Flash, and Ghost, he is not an easy target again.
And Solari from Alistar.
Yeah, there's so many defensive tools for these, I say squishies, they're not even that squishy. Look at the health bars of the Seraphine and Varus. It's becoming so difficult. It already was so difficult. For T1, you can see the Baron power play over 5,000 in favor of Gen G.
Moments away from silencing what is a majority-based T1 crowd here at AWC 2026. And in Paris, hasn't been many cheers for this third game because I think they've known the comp has set itself up for success in Gen G. An engage tried by Doran, but a Mega Blast Cone from Duro that builds the space. Gen G, there's 4 members down here, but they are not giving T1 an inch as they try and overload with all 5.
T1 had to try and make a play here, see if they can catch someone. Canyon was all the way to the top side. No TP to join. His ult was not in range to join. He had to reset as well to get an extra item in his inventory. Now Rift Maker for the Galio, so a lot more damage coming through as well as tankiness. And T1 just missed their window.
Change corruption, dodge out of the way with the Proto Belt. The burst is insane. Fake it for the shortwave for Keen goes golden. You can't kill him. He's got too many tools. As Duro sends Owner once again into the middle of Gen G, which I'm sure he's getting pretty bloody sick of right now. The Winds of War hits pays a double down. The base in tatters. 29 minutes, and Gen G are going to take it home.
There's only a Yorick and a Pyke to defend the base. Don't think there's anything Doran can do here.
He's going to flush away. Gen G are going to chase, but the Nexus turrets are next. A Pantheon, sure, but Doran is out of his own base, sent out by Chovy. Gen G matched by DK, but T1 are just another day in the woodwork for the LCK team. And while it was a rough tournament that they're not defending their title, at least they'll be able to take down their rivals in T1. Now it won't be yet, as Kerry does drop. Owner's coming up in 5. Fake is now alive. Gen G will have to retreat as Shockwave brings him in, but Chovy buffers with the Justice Punch. Shield of Duran, Winds of War, Faker dies on the respawn. Owner gets back as well. A scat of the week, but Chovy's right back in. You can't stop him. And I doubt that you can kill him as well. The next Nexus turret, they turn and go, you know what? We've killed another one. Let's get the Nexus. Third at EWC 2026. Unable to defend their title, but able to defend their honor versus T1.
Gen G will win their final match of the tournament, and the reigning champs unable to reclaim that same prize, but will get the 3rd place finish and get revenge against T1, who denied them in the road to MSI.
I felt like there was so much patience in this best of 3 from Gen G. From draft to execution in that particular last game, they just knew if they play this game clean, they get to the item breakpoints. There's no way T1 has enough damage to beat them, and they were right.
There was such a nice pace to that game if you're a Gen G fan, right? It felt useless. It felt so hard to watch if you like T1 because Gen G just held their control. We talked a lot about the comp. I think also talking about how Keen just, once again, on another 80 carry top, kind of smashed Doran out of the woodwork, even though Doran had that great Cassante game. It wasn't enough here. And on the Yorick, fell short.
I think Gen G are a team who are so good at dictating the pace of the game and controlling it. T1 needed to get things rolling, needed to get things going, relying on Carrier's Pyke, and it was just too hard, too thin odds, too thin chances to make things work. But always, this series delivers. Gen G against T1, always a legendary matchup.
It's always nice, it's always great. And you know, back to LCK for both. And we'll see what the final split has to offer before Worlds. Both have high expectations on their shoulders. The fact that they bowed out of this tournament and had to play this third place match was already a surprise. But I think a lot of T1 fans will be asking for more, especially with a loss against Gen G after their loss to G2, after the loss to KC. May sound negative, but it's a hill to climb that T1 can do, as Gen G are the winners and Ruler is standing by on stage for his third place interview.
He is indeed, as Gen G locks in that third place finish. Paris, make some noise for Gen G! Standing by here with Ruler. You came here to defend your title. It wasn't to be. How did you find the energy and passion after yesterday's loss to come here and compete against such a fierce rival and play so well?
일단 룰러 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 타이틀을 다시 가져오진 못했지만 그래도 어제의 패배 이후로 이렇게 다시 와서 또 강적인 또 라이벌인 T1을 상대로 이렇게 승리하게 되셨습니다. 사실 그 원동력이 무엇인지 정말 궁금합니다.
어제 경기 일단 지고 나서 좀 다 같이 조금 분위기가 좀 사실 많이 안 좋았어요. 많이 안 좋아서 오늘은 좀 되게 편하게 저희가 못 해봤던 것들이나 그리고 좀 저희가 부족했던 부분들이 뭔지 알고 있지만 못 고쳤던 거라서 그거에 대해서 되게 좀 많이 이야기하면서 좀 플레이를 해서 이제 좀 좋은 결과가 나왔다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, after yesterday's loss, we felt a little down. However, yeah, let's play as much comfortable as possible. So we try to do things that we didn't do, and we didn't fix our mistake last time. However, we just tried to fix this time, and I think that worked as well.
Now, of course, you'd much rather have been in that grand final and competing for the trophy, but coming third and winning here against T1 comes with its perks as well. You get $220,000 to take home and 500 club championship points secured. When you get home, how do you think you'll reflect on this year's performance?
이제 타이틀 디펜더에 실패를 하셨지만 그래도 상금 22만 달러와 함께 클럽 챔피언십 500포인트를 획득하시면서 이제 돌아가시게 됐습니다. 그래서 올해 이번 대회에서 이제 룰러 선수의 경기력을 좀 돌아본다면 좀 어떤 평가를 해주실 수 있을까요?
이번 EWC 와서 제 경기력에 대해서 좀 생각해보면 그냥 좀 마냥 좀 잘하지 못했던 것 같아서 좀 계속 아쉬움이 많이 남는데요. 좀 좋지 못했고, 네, 그냥 좀 아쉬웠다 생각합니다. 제 폼에 대해서.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think I can say good words to my performance individually. So I'm disappointed to my performance in this EWC. Yeah, that's it.
I think everyone here would love to know, Ruler, who you think will win the grand final. Will it be DK or will it be Karmine Corp who takes the trophy home?
이제 다음 경기 그래도 결승이 좀 기다리고 있는데 DK와 KC 중에서 어느 팀이 이길 것 같으신지 예상을 한번 말씀해 주신다면요.
진짜 좀 어려운데요. 제 생각에는 이번에 뭔가 느낌이 카르민 코프가 우승할 것 같다는 느낌이 좀 듭니다.
It's hard to say. However, I have a feeling that Karmine Corp will lift the trophy.
So Ruler thinks that Karmine Corp will lift the trophy. We're going to get to that later, but one more time, what a performance from Ruler and his team in the third place finish. Paris, one more time, make some noise for Gen G!
Body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
taxis are so much worse in Paris.
Make yourself comfy.
What is this?
This is the 2CV. All right, you ready to see the Eiffel Tower?
Do you know where you're going?
I feel confident that we are going to see the outside of the Eiffel Tower.
I'm ready. I would like to see it.
We're just gonna have to go by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before?
No, can't say I have.
You just have to smell
the Eiffel Tower?
Le Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently, the Crown of Thorns is there. I didn't get to see it, but...
From Game of Thrones?
From Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. 1 second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay.
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go. All right.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh, no, I got my knee on it. There we go. You're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
a lot of the meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes, there's a band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris, so...
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now at this point.
Well, what can...
Regarde la rue! That means watch the road.
Ah. Where's the part?
There we go.
Just that le. True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
Haha, true, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true. The city uses yields, traffic lights, and right-of-way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour.
Oui.
Oh,
wait.
She did not like. She did not like it. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me, should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait, I need to a gauche this.
We did a droite.
Let me a gauche this.
Ah, so cute!
Très belle, le chat.
Hey, watch the road!
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber. Or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a. That's me. I am.
Like
your Uber and taxi.
Another one. No!
Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
that's not the Eiffel Tower.
No,
that's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant.
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to
Homing
go
pigeons.
to the Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making the... What's the other one?
A droite?
A droite. We're droiting.
That was pretty a gauche.
We're droiting.
We're droiting?
We're droiting.
We're droiting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here.
You're just gonna,
I'm just gonna get out.
Right here?
Yeah, just
it's not.
I'm just gonna walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, you know, the air, and just, you know, just.
I can take you the rest of the way.
No, it's, you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think
I know that
it'll be a great walk.
It's just one more a gauche. Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci.
Okay,
Okay, guys, it's grand finals time, and it's time to figure out who's the GOAT of League of Legends in France. Kameto?
Or Faker, obviously.
Bon, du coup, les gars, on en pense quoi? Bah, Kamel, based.
Choose wisely, I said. I told you before. I told you before to choose wisely.
Based. French,
no,
French house.
No,
KC.
Baker!
So, what do you guys think? Kameto or Faker?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Ah, bro, come on. Bon, alors, les gars, le GOAT, Kameto ou Faker?
Kameto! Bro, why are we picking KC jerseys every single time?
Bro.
Obviously, they're going to pick their biggest fan.
Kameto based, but you notice how the closest guy to you always puts Faker, scaring for his life, you know?
Big fans. Let's go, baby. Good choice.
So, guys, who's the GOAT?
Come
on, guys.
Let's go. Good choice.
On.
I had a feeling.
She has a KC sign on the cheek, man.
She doesn't give. No,
look at her.
There we go. That's better. There, thank you.
So, guys, who's the GOAT?
Yeah, it's my CEO.
My CEO,
what?
Kameto, bro.
Wait, you hold up there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Les gars, c'est qui le GOAT?
C'est Kamel.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Paris for the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends Grand Finals. As we set the stage for our unlikely underdog finals, I'd like to welcome onto the studio space Mr. Chris Greeley, head of LOL Esports. Is that the right title? I want to make sure I get that right.
Yeah, head of LOL Esports.
Head of LOL Esports. Greeley, it's great to see you, man. How are you doing?
You too, Devon. Congratulations on getting married.
Thank you. How has this venue been for you so far here in Paris in the KC Blue Wall, firing on all cylinders?
So loud, man. It's awesome. The drums, the screaming, the flags, just all the energy in the room. It's just been amazing.
Yeah. So we just wanted to start diving into the LOL Esports ecosystem and EWC. What are some of the great things that come out of this so far for us as a League of Legends esports?
I mean, I think today's finals is like the best example of what we get out of this. But the EWC qualifiers was another big one. It gave us like a second layer of competition during the year. So we were able to watch. You had your regional league, you had your qualifiers going at the same time, and that put us, man, that blue wall's so good.
It's so loud.
It's so loud. And it gave us this great opportunity to have a bunch of teams qualify for EWC that weren't in MSI.
Yeah, and you know, also, speaking of qualifiers, over in Europe, the ERLs had several teams qualify out of it into the tournament proper, like Galleons and Solary. Like, how awesome is that for Tier 2 teams to have an opportunity to play on the international stage?
I think as we try to talk about ways to make Tier 2 more attractive to organizations, more aspirational for players, these are the kind of opportunities we can create that make teams and pros really want to hop in and engage. So it was great this year. It was a really good test with the ERLs, like one of the best Tier 2 systems in the world, and we're going to see if there are ways that we can expand that for future years and create more paths for more Tier 2 teams towards EWC.
Well, one of the ways that that there will be more competition is through the Esports Nations Cup. ENC is coming later on this year. What are some of the exciting prospects of that for you, and what are some teams that you want to watch out for?
Yeah, oh, sorry, man. So we want to make sure we have, man, that's so good.
It's so awesome, isn't it?
The most exciting part about ENC is like getting to see a lot of the regional matchups that I think fans are really excited for. So a couple of years ago, I got to go out to an EMEA Masters final that was France and Spain, and the energy in the room felt a lot like the energy in this room right now. So I think getting a lot of those to come out, like USA Canada is going to be pretty great. Like a lot of the European, like intra-Europe matches are going to be good. So we're really excited to see what ENC can bring overall to the ecosystem.
Yeah, and obviously, for those of you that don't know, Chris Greeley knows ball. Greeley, who you got in this grand finals? It's a best of 5. It is the LCK unlikely hero against the LEC, not the one that everyone would have picked to be here in the grand finals. What are you looking out for? And if you can, give a prediction.
All right, so my prediction's 5 games because that's always what I'm rooting for. I think watching Khalees yesterday on Ezreal, like the broadcast did such a good job of flipping the pro view and showing him like down in bot lane in 1v1s. Really interested to like continue to follow that storyline. Again, I do hope we get 5 today, and like really looking for this place to explode and have some like the in-person experience here has been so good. Really just looking for that energy and that noise today.
Again, he toes the line, doesn't give us a prediction. A true professional, Chris Greeley. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us here at the EWC desk, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me.
All right, well, y'all, you can all join on in the action with EWC Play Experience by making your picks. Let's see how it works right now.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Welcome back to the desk, as it is time to set the stage for the big one. It will be a new name etched in history. Will it be the French outfit in front of their crowd, the raucous blue wall after a massive string of upsets, Karmine Corp? Or will it be the scrappy underdog squad from the LCK, the team no one thought would be here? They found a way through the qualifiers, through matches against the LPL. It is Dplus Kia. Welcome everyone to the Grand Finals pre-show. Digon here alongside Trouble, Ox, and Wadid to set the stage. It is going to be a great, great match here.
Oh, absolutely, especially since we've got 2 teams in the finals already that no one expected. I truly feel like they've gone through some really strong teams. DK taking down BLG, and then you've got, KC taking down T1. That has been incredible.
Yeah, well, it is such a celebration of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup, and we're so happy to have join us the winner of the EWC Creator Program. It is Lou from Vietnam. He's a caster. He hosted over at for the LCK, the KRX live show. Lou, welcome back, brother. It's great to talk to you again.
Thank you, Digon. My pleasure to be on the interview. I was surprised. I didn't know I win the creator program. I was told I was on the #1 spot, not winning the thing.
Lou, you are by far leading the way. And I think the next person, I think you have like almost 2 million points because all of the fans in Vietnam have activated and followed along. I think the next person has like maybe like 500,000 points. You have like almost 4 times the amount the next creator has. You could probably add up the top 5 spots. What about League of Legends is so huge over in Vietnam?
Yeah, I mean, since the beginning of League in Vietnam, since 2012, the passion from the fans is always the same, and they keep growing every year. Especially the last 5 years, we have continuing growing viewership for League. Even the regional league like the LCK, AG.AL, and the World Championship. So again, thank you, the Vietnamese fan, for the passion you keep for 14 years.
So seeing the Kuum DRX Roadshow in Vietnam was super cool, and it's been so amazing having Lazy Fuel as part of the LCK. How much did it mean to the Vietnam community and fans to have Lazy Fuel as the first import in the LCK?
It's a huge impact because in Vietnam, the LCK is the most popular regional league. We have a huge community for them. And when we knew the news that Lazy Fuel will be a starter in LCK, it's quite a commotion in Vietnam. And I think if you watch the workout of Lazy Fuel in Hanoi, you feel that's how we feel when we heard the news.
Now, obviously, here at EWC, you had two amazing Vietnamese squads representing the LCP in Team Secret, who did fantastic over at MSI, and then AG.AL Esports, who's been leading the way for Vietnamese esports so far. How great does it feel to see that representation over at EWC as a team?
I mean, EWC as a whole is a great opportunity for the Vietnamese esports community, because not only in League of Legends, I think that we have a couple more teams representing Vietnam in other titles as well. So not only Team Secret, not only game, we have more Vietnamese in the international esports scene. So it's a pleasure and a big thanks for EWC for that. And we are having fun with the EWC in Vietnam so far.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to get back to the LCK, see the votes from VNcast, and I know that you're leading the way for there. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on leading the line here at the EWC Creator Program.
Thank you, Liga.
All right, that is such a great feeling and a reminder of how global esports is, League of Legends is, and Lou, along with many other creators that you know back home. I saw Freeze, I saw my boy Yamato on there. There's a Polish creator that was on there. Again, EWC has such a massive footprint, which is why winning it feels so good, and that is what we're diving into now. Our grand finals, it's Dplus versus KC, and this is our Crunchyroll story of the day for both these squads. It feels like they've had such high highs, such low lows, and now an opportunity to reach that untapped potential.
I think for both teams, they had so many issues about how they try to deal with the pressure on stage. You know, I think for Dplus Kia, they were successful like 5-6 years ago, but now with new rookies, only Showmaker as a veteran, finally showing off the potential and information. It feels like they're finally getting unleashed, right?
When it comes to execution
KC as well. They've been in so many finals, like regional split and also international-wise. But I think this is finally the moment that they can actually prove themselves on stage internationally in front of the French fans.
Yeah, and Ox, going into the tournament, we have our top 5 pick'em squads here for League of Legends at EWC. I don't see either one of those squads at more than 3%. It was actually 0% for Dplus. 1% for KC.
How far do you have to go down before you reach these two teams? I mean, it was so unprecedented, so unlikely, but that's why LoL Esports, why EWC is so fantastic as well. Seeing these unlikely teams make it to the top, and the fact that we are, no matter what, going to have a new winner for League of Legends at EWC, that no matter what, we're going to have a miracle run, it's just fantastic.
Well, our next guest knows who he wants to win. Please welcome to our broadcast, Kameto, joining us from the co-stream. Kameto, brother, I have to ask you, how do you feel, and did you imagine you'd be here in the finals in day number 5?
I feel amazing. I can't wait for the games to start, but I don't know how I feel. I'm a bit stressed, but I'm excited. It's a mix of everything. And of course, I thought we were in the final, because we don't play in a competition if it's not for the win.
Kameto, after MSI, were you a little bit worried coming into EWC and having to face again all those giants in terms of the performance of your team?
Yes, of course I was worried, because the team was not showing their true skills and their true level, and they had like some mental issues, mental block, but they worked on it, and in this competition it helped us to bounce back, and that's what we wanted, so yeah.
Kameto, the crowd has been absolutely insane. The support has been non-stop. I can't even imagine how crazy it's going to be if the win comes in. Can you give us a bit of insight? How do you think the arena is going to react? How do you think it's going to be?
Well, even I don't know. We never won an international event, and it's in France, so I didn't experience that, so I guess we will see. It's gonna be crazy.
Again, has been close in the past. First stand, very, very close. Kameto, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the co-stream and best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's take a look at some of the stats here between the regions. It is the LCK versus the LEC, specifically this year, because surprisingly, Trouble, it has been pretty close.
You know what? I'm surrounded by LCK casters, hosts, analysts right here, and I was ready to get embarrassed, but I'm not, because actually this year we have been doing pretty incredibly well, and I feel like specifically from the G2 stands, coming out of first stand, taking out Gen G and FearX, I feel like those stats have really taken off.
I mean, it was only G2 who had successful against LCK teams mostly, but I think it's really surprising to see Karmine Corp actually finally proving themselves against one of the greatest region in the league. And yeah, final step for KC now.
I'm starting to get a bit nervous because I feel like LCK's had the edge for a long time. I think back to a previous time where LCK didn't have the edge. It's 2019. Well, things went down in that year, so bit nervous, right? And today that record is going to be settled until Worlds, so a lot of the line between these two regions.
Yeah, and Trouble, you're saying, oh, you're surrounded by the LCK guys.
Crew.
You know, we've got a guy over there who predicted KC.
And he's from you, so there is something here.
Also, you bring so much hopium, like, you know, we just needed to make sure the numbers are good. You know who doesn't need to worry about having the card stacked on his side? It's Kalist down on the bottom side of the map. He's been so good throughout this tournament, and throughout his career, he proves it yet again.
Top 1080 carry in the world. I feel like Kalist, I cannot name it any other way, he plays very ballsy. He knows he's good, he takes trades super aggressively, and the one thing that actually stuck with me is that sometimes it's gone wrong for him, but he just doesn't stop.
To me, Kalist has that winner's mentality. It's not about sitting back, being safe, and just trying to do damage. It's about how do I win the game? How do I take the game into my hands and make sure that we're the ones destroying the enemy nexus? And we've seen that on display at this tournament.
And also, this is amazing to see how he adapted on this meta. When I asked about the bot lane meta, I was expecting him to kind of be annoyed, you know. But I think he said that he's enjoying this moment, that he can just do so much more than before because it requires so many different roles here. So it feels really good to see this French prince popping up.
Yeah, well, standing by for more insights is Kalist. We were able to catch up with him before the match.
You guys are in the finals of an international competition against none other than Dplus. You beat T1 yesterday. First things first, how is the atmosphere of the team right now?
I mean, the atmosphere is obviously really good. We came in Paris with the mindset of showing a different phase that we showed in MSI, right? Showing that we can be a good team and we can be strong individuals and also have a great team play. And I think against T1 it showed that we have good individuals but also pretty good team play and resilience. So yeah, we're really happy with the win against T1 and really excited for today's finals.
What do you think has been the difference between KC we've seen at MSI and the KC that we're seeing right now at EWC?
There are a lot of things, there's meta read and other stuff, but the most important I think is really confidence. I think the way we are playing is just mostly changed by confidence, right?
Do you think the confidence comes from the crowd? Is there anything, is that helping you as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the crowd has a big part. I think for example against T1, in the game 3, the crowd has a big part over the win because obviously we don't want to lose at home, we don't want to lose in front of them, and we don't want to make them feel bad and stuff. So they were really trying hard, and also at the same time they were pushing hard. All of them, right? They were pushing with their voice and stuff. They were giving us a lot of strength every time we were doing a good play. So it was really giving us a lot of strength to go further.
So looking forward then to the final. It's going to be best of 5, probably a long series. What's the mentality of the team heading into that one?
I mean, the mentality is as every game we played in the WC, take it slow, do what you think is the best, play with confidence, and just follow your heart, basically.
I like that one. Follow your heart. This is the new iteration of KC that we're seeing. Thank you so much for your time for the interview. Good luck on your game today. That's it from us. Digan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy and Kalist, for those insights. We are less than a minute away, so let's take a look at our EWC Pick'em predictions from the fans at home, and it is a 66% way of Dplus Kia. So, quickly.
I need to up the copium right here because we just beat T1, which made it to MSI and did really well there, and we took revenge, so I need some more numbers for KC, please.
What's your prediction, Trouble?
KC, 3-1.
I'm going with Dplus. Smash has looked phenomenal, and you know Dplus are hungry for that win.
KC 3-0.
What?
One of us! One of us!
That's crazy.
Let's fire him, Degon. He's going for the LCK.
You know, it is a squad based on potential, and yet again, another mountain to climb for Showmaker. It is KC and Dplus as they do battle to write their name in the history of the Esports World Cup.
뭐 이번 대회에서 제 폼이 만족스럽더라도 아직 대회가 끝난 것도 아니고 뭔가 아직은 좀 이른 것 같고 좀 더 겸손하게 내일 경기 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 한 5년 만에 국제전 결승에 오게 되었는데 정말 꿈만 같고 결말이 꼭 우승으로 끝났으면 좋겠어요. Against T1 it was really crazy. Even the other games it was really crazy, and I'm really happy that we got the experience and the luck to do this right. I wish we can make them even more happier by winning the AWC.
Trying to lay down these mystic shots, true shot barrage, and he murders everyone. It's Keen, the last one standing.
I'm really excited to play this grand final. I really hope we can leave Paris with the trophy and be happy with it. No one could expect KC down one in the finals. Looking at the bracket, it would be really exciting, and I'm really happy to play them.
Here we come.
지금 저희가 모두의 예상을 뒤엎고 결승전까지 진출했는데 꼭 우승해서 트로피와 함께 돌아갈 거고 좋은 경기력 보여드리고 싶고 너무 감사드립니다.
Comme d'habitude, un grand merci pour le soutien, donne énormément de force, surtout je pense dans la Game 3 contre T1, ça nous a vraiment beaucoup aidé. Donc un grand merci pour le soutien à toutes les personnes qui sont sur place et aussi sur les réseaux, donc un grand merci.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue sur la faille de l'invocateur. Paris, l'heure est venue. The time has come.
Now you might think that this is a story about East versus West. It isn't. This is a story about belief. About how two teams crashed a party no one expected them to attend.
Ils n'étaient pas sur la liste et pourtant les voilà en finale de l'Esports World Cup. And on one side is the legendary return of a Korean powerhouse, and on the other, a villain story nobody saw coming except their fans.
For one of them, all of the talk about Cinderella stories and miracle runs comes to an end. One will undoubtedly leave here remembered by the world, but the other gets to cement their legacy as the Esports World Cup League of Legends winners.
Mesdames et messieurs, vous le savez, il faut choisir. Now you have to pick one.
Who's taking it, Paris? Will it be Dplus Kia?
Un peu de sérieux. Mesdames et messieurs, qui est là pour KC?
Listen, of course there's favoritism here, but this crowd has been phenomenal all week here. We need to get on one page, one time, before we bring out the teams.
Mesdames et messieurs, pour vos deux finalistes, s'il vous plaît, tous ensemble, faites du bruit!
The time has come. Let's welcome our first team onto the stage. It's Dplus Kia! Shiwu, Lucid, Showmaker, Smash, Korea. 4 players chasing the first international title of their careers, alongside a world title winner searching for the first EWC title of his own. Together, they have brought Dplus back to an international final against the Blue Wall, desperate to block their victory. But Smash said himself, they specialize in killing the home team.
La banlieue influence Paname et Paname influence le monde. Karmine un shonen, ça se vit et ça s'incarne. Nous avons le boss de la Kim, Corp, avec Yahoo, son loup. Pas de 50-50 quand Yike est sur le serveur, avec un support Stokos, Bouzio et le prodige de Prodigy, Caliste. Alongside their coaches, in the quarterfinals, KC did the unlikely. In semis, they achieved the impossible. But now in the grand finals, will they rise above all the lows of League of Legends?
And can Dplus Kia remind the world what this organization has always stood for? The grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup starts now! Faites du bruit!
Thank you so much, Lou and Ian, for that incredible introduction. 2 teams we were not expecting to be introducing here today. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Jack Spectra and Wolf to get into this grand final of EWC 2026.
It is an incredible story to have these 2 underdogs face off in the finals, but there is a very clear crowd favorite here.
Oh yeah.
And we have had so many Korean teams make it deep into tournament runs like this, like T1, who are so famed, but even they, for the first time in years, were not the favorites with this crowd. Dplus have a lot of new supporters here, but they are going to have to win this best of 5 here against the home team in Paris in order to lift this trophy.
I do think while KC has the home crowd on their side, for me, they're probably still the underdogs going into this matchup. I think DK showed such great tenacity against Gen G, and while KC took down T1, I think T1 for me, they made more blunders than I'm used to. Well, I feel like DK took down Gen.G while Gen.G was still playing incredibly clean. So for me, that victory felt more meaningful.
And it's kind of crazy because both of these teams, very similar as far as the upsets are concerned. AG.AL, absolutely no slouches, especially when it comes to EWC. KC were able to wipe them out of the tournament, and then being able to stand up against T1 in that 3-game banger series that they're able to claim at the very end. But BLG, they were on a golden road until like a few weeks ago. The team that really did look like they were going to shatter all expectations, and then taking down Gen.G, who are the defending title holders. It's absolutely ridiculous that both of these teams are here.
It's been insane. There's one player that I'm really excited for. I actually spoke to the president of the Lucid fan club, and he elected me as the vice president because I'm just the biggest Lucid fan on this cast. Been watching him in LCK Challengers, and just a huge fan of this guy.
I am excited for him as well. I mean, obviously, Lucid has had some ups and downs in his career, right? I think that there's no denying that. I think for me, I favor Dplus to win this finals. I will predict them to do it. But players like Lucid and Shu have been inconsistent in the past, and a bad series on the day in a best-of-5 could be the difference maker here between these two squads. One thing I want to talk about for both these rosters is they both had an incredibly difficult run to get here, and not only the caliber of opponent they had, but they both played incredibly tough games that looked completely lost. Looked like there was no way back in, and they were able to fight their way through. That winning game for KC against T1, the stop of the comeback in Game 1 against Gen.G for Dplus. Games that test your mental, games that push you to the brink, they were able to survive and fight their way through, and that is what makes these miraculous runs even cooler.
And it also makes this final potentially extremely volatile, because how much is emotionally left in the tank for both of these teams to be able to make that clutch move yet again? Because we've said it already, there are 2 series that they had to work tooth and nail in order to get these victories, at least moving towards this point. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into the draft for game number 1 of this best-of-5. And I agree with Mr. Greeley. I think just 5 games. Give me 5 games. That's why he's the head of LoL Esports. You know, he has the good takes. And honestly, yeah, 5 games, that's all I really need. Because we want to see the absolute mentalness that can come out of a meta like this, with mages running around the bottom lane. We've got Silas's down there as well. What happens in a game 5 with both of these teams in it would be absolutely crazy. But we are going to see the Poppy, the Olaf, and the Nocturne banned away here by KC, who are on our blue side to start this one off. And then the Orianna, Jace, and the Vi taken away here by Dplus Kia. They have second pick and red side. Very interesting to start it off this way.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Okay, they just take away the Camille. I haven't been loving EU teams on the Camille support. I feel like they haven't been able to find the early lead that we've been looking for. And we also saw Keria playing the Camille earlier today, the Silas Camille. And it just, if you don't get the level 1, the pick is not very good. So that's the worry I have for KC, and I'm thinking now if Lucid wants to go for his Lee Sin, that means a lot of early game pressure in the hands of DK.
Now they can save the support for 3 and leave that Leona pick here and grab something like Lee Sin. It's definitely going to be a jungle pick here. The Victor will be a flex, but likely played in the bottom lane into this Camille lane based on what we've seen so far in this tournament. Doesn't necessarily have to be a Lee Sin here. They could play around something like a Jar, but with this Victor already here, doesn't look like a dive style comp is what they're really looking for.
Yeah, and I think that they could also just grab the Shen, and that's what they're looking at. This has been the pick into the Camille, and we know that Showmaker is an absolutely incredible Victor player, so even if they don't go for the Ziggs, Camille, or something like that towards the bottom side, you can always very easily pivot. This is one of Yahoo's favorites, though, hovering the Anivia for the moment. And we'll see whether they do decide to lock in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, it's going to look like Yike is going to pick up the Lee Sin. He fumbled a lot of plays yesterday on it, but he was able to find some crucial smites. He's really, really good at being at the right place at the right time in this tournament, but I haven't seen the Lee Sin caliber of someone like Lucid, like Owner, and it looks like 6 for Kalist, so it's going to be the 6 Camille, presumably up into the Victor, Shen, and bot lane for DK.
And Wolf, do you reckon this is Cassiopeia time? Are we just going to pick both of them?
I think it's likely here. You have such a stable lane if you do. Instead, looking potentially for this Skarner pick here as a jungle follow-up for Lucid and leaving this Victor still flexible.
I mean, not a whole lot of DPS on the side of KC. So the really tanky front line in the Skarner and the Shen is hard for KC to get through if you don't get that early lead going. And we'll see if maybe KC can round out their draft with more of a DPS top or a DPS mid.
I think a lot of safe blind picks here will likely be taken away. Might see Gnar to go by the wayside. They'll take away the Anivia first here from Yehu. You mentioned already he loves to play this pick. He's played it already this tournament to great success.
Yeah, I think the Gnar for Kana would be huge if he could get it. And it would also be nice for DK because both teams would want more damage. DK because they're the ones with the front line, while KC are the ones playing into the front line, needing to have more DPS to be actually taking down those tanks.
Not to mention, yeah, and both Kana and Shiu, pretty incredible Gnar players, and we've seen Gnar on the ban list so incredibly often.
The Jax ban, this is kind of crazy, but they could put the Camille top.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. They could flex it and actually go Leona, Camille. Imagine how much lockdown they have if they have both Leona and Camille. The Camille goes top side, and your immobile Victor is just going to have a really hard time surviving against that much pressure. There's no Vayne ban here either just yet, so that Gnar is still a strong possibility.
One of the problems is there is nothing that's solid about DK's draft just yet. Even a Skarner is a flex to the support role if you'd like to. So even though, yeah, they're threatening the Camille top lane, the amount of pivot that you can just immediately do for Dplus is incredibly easy. So we'll see whether they do actually lock that in towards the top side, because the final answer, it remains with Dplus.
I completely agree with you, Max, because DK can just put the Shen top.
Yes.
If KC want to go for that. And we'll see what DK decide to pick on 4 here to break one of these 3 flexes. And it looks like it's going to be the Victor mid with Smash looking in ADC, or he could just be baiting, of course.
But the Kai'Sa mid.
The Kai'Sa mid? No, I mean, Kai'Sa, I like Kai'Sa a lot here. I like Kai'Sa a lot into the mages because you have so much mobility with the ultimate and you scale so well. And if you go AP route, then you can also play more of a poking style as you gradually scale into the game. And Smash on Kai'Sa is just, like, when I think of Smash, his debut on T1, absolutely popping off on the Kai'Sa. He doesn't have the greatest dive comp, so it can be difficult with the range on KC's side, but if there's a man to pilot it, it's him.
I think you've got to really have a ton of control to make this Kai'Sa work. I'm not a big fan of it myself. I think it's very risky. I think in a meta like this, the more win cons you have, the better, and if things go awry, it can be a huge problem. Here's a blind Vayne. Is definitely not what I expected.
Oh, they're slamming it. Okay, I always just don't trust KC hovering Vayne at any stage, but they're going to immediately lock that one in. They were like, you know what? We don't have enough AD carries. Let's just pick all of them.
This would be such a cool pivot, actually, if they were going to go for that Corki and change things up completely and try to dominate the bottom lane. Instead, it's still going to be that Ziggs Camille, and we are going to see, it looks like a Galio here for Yehu to help protect this AD carry in the Vayne.
Yeah, the Galio makes a lot of sense.
Camille Galio, classic.
Camille Galio, very little front line on KC. And we'll have to see what DK can answer into this Vayne. So that was what the Jax ban was for. Malphite is another really good pick into this Vayne top. I'm really curious to see what she will have.
I don't think she was pulling out Tristana on this one.
Like, isn't Tristana Vayne in the top lane? That would be absolutely
He might. I mean, we do have, in this case now, a very strong scaling mid laner for Dplus. He is going to lock it.
The thing that's ridiculous about this as well is you have so much more wave clear than Vayne, so you will always have control of the minion wave there on the top side of the map. I just think it's crazy. This harkens back to, like, what, 2012?
Well, this also means that 2 of the best answering picks to Gnar, which is one of Kana's best picks right now and why he's even here in the first place, are removed from Fearless here in Game 1. The Tristana was always, in my mind, the trump card you have as Dplus if you have counterpick, if that Gnar is coming through, if the Vayne is bad. Only Shiu is really playing Tristana top right now, but he's going to match the Vayne now, not to answer the Gnar, and this composition just had added a lot more scaling elements to it here for Dplus. So the Kai'Sa pick I feel much better about because it also synergizes with that big burst to get the reset on the Tristana jump to then carry those fights.
Not to mention, Buster Shot is so good at just making Camille's life as difficult as possible. She wants to be delivering the Galio to a target that cannot escape. If the Tristana is ever there before the play, Buster Shot means that the Hextech ultimatum does basically nothing.
For sure. I think top lane is going to be the lane that we're looking at. I think both top laners will go Exhaust, and they will just... You, as Vayne, the thing is, you don't have any option to not fight. If the enemy wants to fight you, you don't have any long-range wave clear. You can't just, like, receive the wave. You need to actually engage with the Tristana, and that's why Shiwu went for this counter pick, because you can just jump in, keep fighting her. So I think both top laners will be pathing up towards top, and whoever kind of wins that top matchup will decide the fate of the game.
It's going to mean that you get the control of the grubs Tristana gets grubs, for example, that could be a disaster for KC, you know, and the split push power is insane. So a very volatile top matchup. That is, I think, I agree with you, going to be the focal point in this game, which is quite the opposite of what we normally have.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, loading onto the Rift for game number 1 of the grand final of EWC 2026. And it all coming down to Shiyu and Kana there on the top side of the map is kind of poetic as well. Kana having that unbelievable performance on the Gnar in their most recent series, and Shiyu having one heck of an up and down tournament thus far. We are going to learn a lot about this series and how it's going to go, I think, in this first game, with eyes glued to the top lane. And already, weird stuff's happening.
Yeah, both supports know what lane to play for, as Busio started the sweeper, predicting Career to come ward here, and that allows Kana to be playing in these bushes, but neither supports are going to base just yet.
All right, so we've got Ziggs versus Kai'Sa hanging out in the bottom lane. We'll see how Smash is going to do dodging these bouncing bombs. All right, we've just got 1v1s across the map here. It's kind of like they were competing for top lane, and they were like, you know what? We're all just playing top lane. I'm not gonna swap with you, okay?
Busio trying to keep Career at bay. Career was considering to flash for the taunt, but he did not commit.
Oh, and that is the Mayor of Paris, by the way, in the crowd here for the EWC League of Legends Grand Final.
That's crazy. It's also funny that Busio and Career are both playing top lane champions while wanting to just stay in top lane. And neither of them has base just yet. While Career looks to finish his, Busio wants to try to roam mid lane here, maybe force a summoner from Showmaker, but he should be fine just hovering bot side.
Okay, everything just cool, calm, and collected now. We've got some normalcy coming back to the Rift as these supports do make their way back down towards the bottom side of the map. Busio, I mean, he needs to start listening to me, but decides instead, going to go for a bit of a hookshot flash here. The Showmaker gives him the good old thumbs up and says, get out of here, buddy.
That's a big summoner committed. Obviously, Camille is quite mobile and can engage from a long way away in the bottom side, but Showmaker's just going to lose a little bit of health, but doesn't even flash, doesn't even flinch here in the middle lane, knowing that he's not really under threat of being killed by this Galio setup. So it feels like a slight edge gained here from Dplus, but it relieves the pressure for Yehu for just a moment.
Yeah, Yehu needs to fix this mid wave now, but he should be able to do it with the chunk on Showmaker. But not the start that Busio was looking for on this Camille. At least both him and Career are pretty much similar XP, so he didn't lose. I mean, he was able to steal some of the XP on mid lane while Career was bot.
Nice little satchel there onto Smash. The wall dive not necessarily working here for Busio. Still able to dodge their way out of it, and DK will be just picking up the wave. Showmaker now just sticking around here in this mid lane, still very even alongside Yehu. The Galio can have a rougher time in the first few levels up against the Victor, but he has been coping quite nicely as Lucid's going to come on over here and make this a little bit frustrating. There is a gravity well going down. Busio in position, but Career making his way up. Remember, no flash on this Camille. Yike making his way over, and Lucid looking a little worse for Webb. Picks the gap between the players. Not able to land that Sonic Wave. That means that everything is just going to calm down.
But Yike got the top crab while Lucid was ganking mid lane, and now he can get the bot crab as well. So it's a double crab advantage for Yike, and a pretty good start for him on the Lee Sin.
Hasn't been punished yet. You know, so much of the aggression here from KC is starting to get small advantages, starting to stack up. And Showmaker still holds his flash. Smash, by the way, needs some help here.
Going through the minefield, gets lit on fire here by Busio, and smashes barrier. I don't think it's going to be enough. He has to flash as well to get out of the way. Career getting the damage down, but Busio just walks this one off. And Smash, not a whole lot left in the tank.
Lucid is coming down gear. I don't think he'll be able to get punished.
Well, Kalista's going to have to flash to get out of the way, so that is at least something here for Dplus, but they are on the ropes.
It's so much aggression from KC in this early game. They are not pumping the brakes in this one. Obviously, we had the 2v2 top side into the late stay there for Busio in mid. This is a huge deny here on the back initially. And then they get the aggression on the Showmaker. Don't get his flash, but put pressure on, get that lead there, then go straight to the bottom lane and threaten Smash. They don't get any kills, but they are certainly putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Kalist getting that cancel on Smash means that he can reclaim the CS advantage that Smash had built up. The first few levels of this matchup, Kai'Sa is quite a bit stronger due to her auto attacks while dealing damage, and Ziggs doesn't do anything until he gets a few levels. So that was why Smash had that little bit of a CS lead, but now being completely equalized is really nice for Kalist in this early game.
Yeah, it looks like the pause is on the Dplus side of things. KC just being patient here, waiting to make sure that everything is sorted out effectively. And having a look, trying to figure out exactly who it is as well.
Not clear.
Not entirely sure just yet. It's Shiv because they're on the screen. I'm
Yeah.
trying to crane my neck around it. It's just like right here in front of me, making me feel a little bit silly, but that's absolutely fine. Shia, let's hope that everything is going to be sorted out. He's in a difficult matchup there up against the Vayne, and actually currently has the only gold lead of the team against Canna 4 now. I've really enjoyed the pressure, though, that KC have put on, and honestly, this is good for us.
Yeah.
It gives us a little bit of a moment because there has, like, the tempo of this game has been kind of extraordinary out of KC.
I think we're seeing a very similar game from KC from how they've been playing in their last few games. They just keep looking for plays over and over again, and that's what improved so much for them between MSI and EWC. At MSI, they were much more reserved. It felt like they only went for very few plays, and if those plays didn't work out, the game kind of looked over for them. But in this tournament, they just keep pushing no matter what, and that's what's given them the edge against so many of these teams.
Yeah, I actually find it kind of crazy because I was talking to Dagda before the KC match that I cast in MSI during the play-ins, and he was like, oh, they're just basically mini Gen G, you know, they're going to be playing slowly, it's going to be cool, calm, and collected. This is a team that really does like to get their ducks in a row before they get things done, and that hasn't been the EWC experience for this squad.
I just find that, as we're going to re-pause here for just a moment, make sure things are good, I find it to be a very risky play style in a best of 5, especially in the finals too, because if you are of that mindset of we're going to constantly push, the moment it stops working, the moment you lose that momentum, it could actually be quite mentally draining to play on the edge of your seat constantly and be the aggressor when G+ can otherwise just be defensive. Not to say that it's not a valid strategy. In fact, I think it's the way League of Legends in most cases should be played, is always trying to push every single advantage. If it does stop working or you start to lose confidence, it can really hurt.
I think this, for me, is what KC is the best at. Like, when we looked at KC in the LEC, it always felt like mechanically they had the best players in their role, but they were missing that something to really beat G2 and be a complete team. And I feel like the fact that they've doubled down on the fact that we are going to try to outplay you in every single skirmish, and we're going to keep going for that. Oh my god, the KC
We're doing KC shoeies? Oh no, we're not doing a shoey just yet. Sorry, that's my Australianism coming out. Maybe if they do win, we'll get a shoey out of those guys. We'll have to get the cameras back on them. We will see. The crowd.
Such a high-profile game. We have the mayor of Paris. You know, there's having the crowd be against you, but there's having the city be against you.
Yeah, we needed to fly the mayor of Seoul in or something.
I guess the only thing that would have been crazier than the mayor of Paris showing up to this match is if he opened his shirt and had a Dplus jersey on underneath.
I'm sorry. Like, I think it was his son sitting next to him or something like that, and he's like, "I'm sorry, son," and just like rips open his shirt. It's been me all along. I started following in 2020. I just love Showmaker.
You know, people think about Kana as a T1 guy a lot, but they don't remember the D+ times as well.
Neither do I.
A time to forget. My mind. As Kana is completely equal in this matchup up against the Tristana. A really nice early game from him. Have to feel that some of that probably was from Busio, trying to match all of Career's pressure. He even gets...
This is a huge push. I mean, he's got a nice farm here. He obviously is going to get a plate.
Yeah.
And you start to get these small advantages in a volatile matchup like this, especially when neither the top laner has teleport until that unlocks later on with Roll Quest. It can be a disaster. He was able to do this, by the way, without a buy. And this is the first back for both of these top laners, so a good start here.
And now it gets a lot easier for Kana as he picks up the cloth armor, gets the HP from the Phage. As Kalista has no flash here.
All right, bit of a return gang from Lucid, looking to make his way in. Picks up on where that satchel was taking him, but it's like Kalista will be able to make his way out regardless. KC not wasting any time, just sticking on this dragon. And does have a lot of health. It's a mountain, of course, but still looks like Yike will be able to get on over here and take this one down. Busio just protecting.
And Yehu has prio in mid, and he has his ultimate, so there's just no way to contest here for D+ at all whatsoever. So they tried to look for Kalist, but even flashless, he's able to walk it off. So a huge win here in the small exchange for KC.
Yeah, and part of that as well was the fact that Smash was still level 5 from the fact that he got denied the minions earlier. If he was level 6 when he landed the Void Seeker, could have followed it up. But overall, Kalist kind of baits the gank, wastes Lucid's time. KC get the first dragon.
Yeah, talking about levels as well. I mean, Career is only level 3. That Stand United is going to be a really important piece of the DK team fight, right? Like being able to use that killer instinct, get into the backline of Smash, and then having your Shen travel with you is a big part of what makes this composition kind of cool moving into the mid to late game. But yeah, Korea does need double the levels if he wants to be able to actually use that ability. See whether he's going to be sticking around in lane for a little while longer. Busio already level 4, almost halfway towards level 5. So that Hextech ultimatum, which is also very pivotal, will be coming in first. There's a nice condemn into the wall though as a Q. Going to connect. There's the rocket jump, gets the buster shot onto this Lee Sin as the flash comes forward. First blood to Canna.
You got the cannon, but it wasn't worth it. They were waiting for that precise moment. Cannon's going over. Shiu doesn't want to give it up. And that is just a perfectly timed gank from Yike to come in at the exact right moment. He has a farm lead over Lucid now. He's got the first assist of the game.
Ghana landing the condemn to set up Yike's Sonic Pursuit. The fact that they're able to both get a plate, crash the wave, deny so much from Shiwu. It's a fantastic start for Kana. And he also picks up the plated steel cap, so the matchup for Shiwu is you always want to continue jumping in, continue trading, but now Kana is so tanky that it's going to be really, really difficult for Shiwu to be able to replicate that.
So he gets the cannon and gets condemned to the wall here, the exhaust, but not even necessary as he feebly tries to ult Yike away, but Kana has the damage here, only takes a single turret shot, secures the kill. And this matchup, we talked about how volatile it is, we have a clear front runner now.
Certainly do. Meadow feeling pretty happy about how this one's going so far. Relatively early days, but an 800 gold lead is pretty decent here for Karmine Corp. Yike moving on over, doesn't want to give away all of these grubs. Does give away the first one though, and now Showmaker's making his way over. There's the crash into the wall, the Arcane Storm doing so much work here, and down goes Yike. First kill on the board here for Dplus here as they even the game out.
Lucid recognizes the numbers advantage that DK has. He flashes onto Yike. Yike doesn't have time to react. It's a clean CC chain. They're able to get Busio's flash as well, and Yehu, he TP'd in, but it was, oh, he's staying.
All right, these little taunt to come on through here as Canna is a little bit further away. Korea moves up, and it's going to be Lucid going back after those 3 grubs come in.
Bit of a cheeky chunk. He even cancels his base. Shiwu is really unhappy about that.
He is not enjoying his game right now. He took a ton of damage. I think that was actually a pretty smart risk there from Yehu to stay. But let's go back to the play here. It's a very quick turn from Lucid, knowing they have this rotation of the Victor over here, and there is no mid laner. The TP is happening now. So he realizes he gets the suppress here into the double impale, and then the gravity field is layered on top. There's no mobility here whatsoever for Yike. They get the kill, they get the secure the grubs.
3 grubs for Tristana. That's at least a nice consolation prize, but he's going to need quite a bit more help to actually start winning the 1v1 again, to be able to be the one pressuring and actually utilize those grubs.
Well, Showmaker now, just with a little bit of attention from Busio and Yike moving on over here, just going to be playing defensively. On the bottom side of the map, Callista's just trying to get towards that first item. Ludens is such a huge spike for the Ziggs. We'll be getting there relatively soon.
Something we haven't talked about so much is this Vayne pick is really, really good apart from the Tristana matchup. So the fact that Kana has survived this matchup, like when I think of my favorite ADC to play Vayne into, it's Kai'Sa. Because she's so short range, she always needs to interact with you as Kana gets the stun and gets another good trade. And then you're also playing into the Skarner, the Victor that you can dodge so many of his spells. You're playing into the Shen where it's so easy to dodge or even cancel his taunt. I think this is a really... This is a game that's set up for Kana to carry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he does need a lot of condemns, though.
That he does.
I think if they all pile in on top of him, he can only condemn one of them.
But he does have the Galio ultimate.
That's a good one. And he can go untargetable as well, right? Like with the ability to be into stealth, you can kind of deliver the Galio into a weird spot at the start of a fight.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm Vayne to be doing that, but
I mean,
maybe.
We've seen some Vayne play in the past.
That's
all right?
true.
All right, Lucid's coming up here, by the way.
It's a dangerous
They
thing.
don't have Yike nearby. He's fairly nearby, but they don't know about this. There's no vision. Kana could be in trouble here.
There is the taunt flash to come on through. Is kind of trying to get himself out of here. The killer instinct from Smash might be able to grab him the kill, and there it is. Gets himself the barrier to keep him alive. And now DK wanted to take some plates from this lane as well. Korea is, yeah, he's going the wrong direction here as he does Shadow Dash towards the inhibitor turret.
Seems like Yike doesn't want to try to force it. I mean, he's going to have to execute regardless, but DK, they recognize that if they just leave Kana in the 1v1 against Shiwu, that Shiwu will just continue losing. So they go for the swap, and they're able to take down Kana and get some plates. The return is that Kalista is able to hit this bot tower and get some plates of its own.
If he had grubs, this could have actually almost been a backfire for Dplus if the Ziggs was able to hit a little bit more on that turret, maybe even put it in the satchel range, but because he has none, because of that great play from Lucid earlier, he gets money. It's a great response on the other side, but it's not as good as it could have been. As you can see, he's actually most gold in the game right now on this Ziggs pick with all the additional time.
And that is with Smash getting the kill as well. So a lot of plates going over for Kalista. He's able to pick up the Ludens. So he's going to be quite a bit ahead of Smash now if they decide to fight for this Cloud Dragon.
Yep, already has the Sock Shoes as well. So Luden Socks is gigantic as far as the power spike is concerned. You're talking about that Dragon. This Cloud is up and available. Mountain and Cloud, the first two of this game. Hextech Ultimatum onto Smash. The Galio coming in. And Korea wanting to try and stop Yahoo from killing in his AD carry, and he will be able to do that. But the taunt was not exactly the best. Dplus gonna have to back away and give Smash some time to make his way back in.
Yahoo fumbled it. He missed the Galio Qs. He wasn't able to kill Smash. They still get his flash and should be able to pick up this Dragon unless Lucid is able to get a steal.
I don't know. Showmaker's coming over here, but he's still fairly early in this game to do damage.
Career little taunt to come through there. There is just the kick to death onto this Shen. A lot of buttons now on cooldown though as KC losing their health bars as well. Lucid secures the Dragon and the Void Seeker comes on through. Great satchel to interrupt Lucid, but you can see Yahoo taking so much damage. The Impale will pull back Busio, and Dplus, they get the Drake and a double kill for Smash's Kai'Sa.
A clean, slow fight here for Dplus, and he returns to the fight, ends up picking up the double. He was massively far behind on gold. Now he's got a 400 gold lead. I do want to mention briefly there was an all-in on the top side attempted by Conley, tried to knock Xiu back, and neither of them ended up dying. It ended up being just a reset up there, but that was also happening during all of this action. They now have their teleports online, but did not moments ago, because here's the fight again.
It's very interesting here how DK, after Career dies, they recognize, despite the fact that they're playing 2 versus 4, because Yike used the kick and Busio is so chunked, and the fact that Smash is moving, they're the ones that can take control. They can push KC back, and then after this, they're kind of spacing KC to not give Yahoo this taunt, which then sets up Lucid to flash in, force the flashes, and just make it a clean.
And it's two consistent damage dealers here in the Victor and the Kai'Sa, and Kalista's otherwise cooldown based, right? Kana can't join the fight, so in these really long extended fights with those cooldowns used earlier, they realize they have the damage, as we do have a bit of a hide on Bush.
Yeah, Korea poking his head in. It looks like Yahoo is going to be okay for the moment. The one thing that I do want to say is it must be nice for Showmaker to play one of his favorite champions of the year when it's been taken from him by Smash over and over again throughout this tournament. His Victor has been absolutely incredible, even though I think he went down like 0-3, but it was never his fault in those games. He was so incredibly strong on this Victor pick throughout this year, and he's demonstrating it once again. 0-0-3 right now as Lucid looking to move in. Actually going to get distracted by Busio, who was lying in wait. That is a lot of damage onto Yahoo as the Arcane Storm comes down, and Showmaker will be able to claim his first kill of the game. A turret goes down as well, and this is really turning into a Dplus game very quickly.
Yeah, KC, they have a slight cross map on bot lane. They're trying to zone Shiwu away and get this bot tower, but they don't have an actual wave. The wave clear from Vayne is so slow that by the time they actually respond, DK are already on the Herald at this point.
Yeah, there's just really nothing they can do except try to push this bottom lane here. We'll grab another plate. I think that's going to be the last bit of gold they can get. Trying to dive this will be so tricky. Xiu does have his flash and ultimate available here, so even in a 2v1, it's going to be rough. There's a really tough spot there for Yahoo. Used his taunt early. They're on the top side. Showmaker is just pushing in, and even though they had Busio there to defend, the Skarner gets first right of rotation there, and down goes that top side turret. So a big explosion of gold here. Now Dplus's gold lead, the biggest we've seen so far at 2.2k, the advantage.
Lucid is going to get stunned up here by the wall dive. Hextech Ultimatum comes down as they deliver a gargoyle to the Scorpion, and down he will go. That is Kalist grabbing his first kill of the game. Where is the cross map going to be, though? That is the question, is there isn't one. It's just going to be some damage onto this turret, maybe some plates going down, and actually maybe the entire turret, actually, because there's no one else coming on down here.
3-rep Tristana, so I think it probably is going to be, they split the recalls there, and it looked really scary for a moment, but ultimately it's just going to be a huge win here for Dplus. Not a kill, but the entire turret.
I wonder if Kana stayed, if he could condemn Shiwu there and one-shot him with Yike. That's what I was thinking.
That's what I thought they were planning, but...
Yeah. maybe a slight miscommunication there. It ends up being the full tower for DK despite the fact that Lucid dies on the top side. So it's still a win for DK as they continue building this gold lead, now at 2.6k.
Yeah, 2-0 as far as those turrets are concerned. So standing gold, something that we do like to talk about. With no turrets yet taken here for KC, they might be able to use that for a way back in. Oh, there's some parity as man, that Voidsig almost taking the Raptor. That would have been heartbreaking for Yike. Thankfully, he's able to lock that one down before that happens. But having a look at these items, we were talking before about this Luden spike, right? Like the Sork shoes on top of it. Such a huge moment for Kalis. Well, now there's a Kraken Slayer and a Rage Blade on the Kai'Sa.
And how about a
Smash is in a good spot.
Second Kraken Slayer on Shiu, and they have a Victor who's about to get second item here. Blackfire plus the Andres. There's a lot of long-term damage. I think for KC now, you really need to win the fights quickly. You need to win them early. You need to use your Camille Galio to get picks and delete a carry immediately. Otherwise, I don't think you win the fight ever.
And KC cannot fight this Drake. They need to fix their lane assignments and have Kana into Shiwu, because otherwise Showmaker's going to win into Kana and Shiwu's going to push in Yahoo, and you can see Yike can't even take his red buff.
Oh, they're looking for Shiu now. Buster Shot does just get the Camille out of there. Another turret falls down as the entire outer ring has just been demolished. And Lucid now looking for an angle towards Yike. And Kick still on cooldown for a... No, never mind. It's back up again. And Kana just catching the waves where he can.
No, old Lucio stayed. He's on the edge of maybe able to get something here. It's going to be close. I don't think he can get him.
It's too deep. Shiwu has both sumps as well, and he's quite tanky as well with the plated steel caps on level 13. Has the bone plating as well. So Lucio can't really threat alone, and KC desperately need to get Kana into Shiwu, or they cannot really break this because they don't have the damage on Yahoo to try to gank him either, unless they can find a satchel here on Smash.
They will be able to get that. There's the flash to come through. Hextech Ultimatum. They get into range, and down goes Smash. That is a brilliant little pick, but Lucid still going for the fight. Flash out there from Showmaker, but the answer is there from Yike. Doesn't hit the Q, though, and the Arcane Storm will be able to help take him down. Takes a little while, though, and there goes Lucid on the other side of the fight. So an advantage going over to KC.
And this is what we talk about with KC. They just keep fighting, keep fighting. If we're getting pushed in every single lane, they just sack one lane and decide to put numbers, and we're seeing the full power of Camille Galio on display.
This is exactly the type of insta-pick I was talking about. You have to get the kill before the fight really begins. The worrying thing for me is that even though this is successful and Showmaker teleports into middle of the team fight on Victor, right, flashes to follow here, it's still such a close fight with one of the main carries deleted instantly. And I think that's a sign that maybe the hourglass is running out of sand here for KC. If they can't turn this game around soon, it may just be too late.
I agree with you, but Lucid also really peeled nicely there, because Yike was setting up to kick Showmaker as soon as he TP'd in, but Lucid instantly stunning him, and then Yike going a bit too deep, trying to get that insect. It means that while KC are trying to find their angles back in the game, they have diminished the gold lead by 500, but it's still DK that's in control. They're going to be able to continue pushing in all three lanes, and KC need to find another play, but you can see the recipe that they have for success.
Kana's about to cash out his call. He's got 6 stacks left on that. He'll be putting together a second item soon, but this Victor is the biggest one on the Rift. Double items here for Showmaker, who's incredibly fed. It does so much damage. So if you kill one of these 3 carries, there's still 2 left.
Yeah, it's the Arsonist Victor as well with the double burn items. He will definitely be doing a lot of work there. In fact, triple burn if you include his keystone.
And he's got 7 stacks of Dark Seal.
Oh yeah.
He's big.
He does have no flash though.
Yeah, and that is definitely a big deal, because in the last fight, I think one of the biggest things that went wrong for KC was the fact that Yike couldn't get onto this Victor, and I think that that was a bit of user error as well. If they're able to play that one out a little bit better, take down both the Kai'Sa and the Victor, then it's very comfortable
Baron on spawn,
securing the rest.
Triple carry, Leandri's Blackfire, they think they have the speed to do this, or at least are going to look for a turn. I think it's a little bit too risky, they agree.
Yeah, this is very dangerous against Kalist, because if he lands, I mean, he's the one getting poked out right now, but I feel like if he lands a few bombs, he can really chunk DK, and a huge 6-ult when they're on the Nasher can be really dangerous.
This is probably the most Baron damage we've seen all tournament, by the way. Like, this composition just shreds the Baron.
As a domestic commentator of the LCK, Dplus doing Baron, looking for turns, threatening, then turning the poke back onto KC. This is not a Dplus I saw a few months ago. This team has had serious growth. They're being so decisive here heading towards the late game. This is a different Dplus Kia, and I like it.
Well, let's see whether they can actually find an angle as KC things very dark towards the north of the Rift. And it's a Christmas tree on DK's side. Man, they have really opened the shutters. They can see everything with all of those wards. Rocks being thrown around here by Lucid. The minefield just avoided. And why is Askana a poke champion in this game? It's very strange. He's just throwing rock after rock, looking immortal with his Spirit Visage now completed alongside that Protoplasm harness. And yeah, I think they should go for another turn. They've got Shio on the top side, taking down this turret as well.
KC are in trouble. They can't come in here easily and deny this right now. They have to rush over, but they just have no vision. If they try to walk in, they'll just get caught. I think they're just going to have to give it up. The bomb is desperation.
Yeah, it does spot out that this Baron is being taken down as Yike. They need to keep him out of the pit. The problem is, I don't know whether he can get in. There is the secure from the Kai'Sa. And Dplus Kia, they'll just grab themselves a purple buff and they'll go back home.
KC, they underestimated how fast DK could do the dasher. Busio based, and with that they weren't able to face check, so they kind of had to wait for him to come back. They will be able to try to set up for Dragon. No, they weren't able to do that. That's very rough for KC here.
They got the mid turret. That's at least something, and that's really huge when you're running a Camille composition like this. At least it gives Busio some potential extra angles if they get map control back to actually dive and catch Smash in the mid lane and set up picks with the Galio. Camille, maybe that's one way back in. It's not going to happen right now, but at least they got that one little counter pick there in the mid lane.
Dplus, you were talking about it just a little bit too late as far as the Dragon spawn, and so KC couldn't leverage that extra little bit of map pressure given the resets.
Busio has a potential flank though on Showmaker if DK decide to put numbers into the bot side.
So close by.
For it.
Yeah, there is a nice little satchel here as there's a kickback onto Showmaker. They're looking to explode to Victor. He does do a lot of damage as he goes down though. And now the flash out from Smash will get him to safety. Lucid finding the Impale. They managed to lock down Busio and down he will go. But Showmaker a lot more valuable here as KC look to reform the battle line.
And Yahoo can't do damage. So yeah, you got Showmaker, but it's a trade here. Busio's gone. There's no more engage, and the damage numbers are still pumping here for Dplus, so KC can't push the play further. I think this is a great flank. It's a great opportunity found here by Busio. This is the same kind of thing I was just talking about here. They kind of bait this, set this up with a kick from Yike, and Showmaker's down. But what do you do next? Career's able to flash over the wall. They get the taunt here, but Smash can follow flash. Sure, that's a big win. You took away the flash from the Kai'Sa, but Dplus just have more damage output.
You get flashes on both the carries, but the fact that you're not able to convert that into a Dragon speaks volumes to how strong the rest of DK's carries are, even when Showmaker dies.
And I would be so annoyed at the fact that the roll on the Dragons was Ocean in this game if I was KC, because they have so much like upfront burst, right? If you don't get through a target, they just stand back and their health bar just refills. That's assuming they're able to grab this next one in about 5 minutes time. But even with the 2 Oceans that they've picked up here, it's going to make it that little bit more frustrating to make this burst composition work.
And now we're looking at a Xiu who's massively ahead. Right now the side lane into the Vayne has been fixed. Now it's controlled by Dplus.
Yeah, she was really strong. Busio does still have the flash, while Smash and Showmaker use theirs in the fight. So if he's able to find another flank like that, where he can flash hookshot onto the carries, set up the Camille Galio ultimate, we've seen them one-shot the carries before, and there's still no stopwatch on either Showmaker or Smash against them.
And that is a very cool hat that has been purchased by Callist as well. As far as 3 items are concerned, that is a large amount of damage that he's representing here onto the squishies of DK.
I think Dplus need to be aware that there's no major objective up here for 3 or 4 minutes. And while their flashes are down, they should just clear waves and play safe, because there are so many tools for KC to steal away this game if they make a mistake, if they overstep, and they absolutely have no reason to right now. They have a lot of vision around the map they can fall back to, clear wave by wave, and not necessarily try to pinch inside. Sure, that'll give some time for some of these members of KC to catch up like Kana on this Vayne, but I think it's the appropriate response here given the commanding lead they have right now. They do not want to toss this one away.
And this has been, you know, the hubris from some of the teams here at EWC has been their downfall. See whether DK can keep the respect levels high, make sure that they play this one out by the book in order to lock this one up. Callist giving him the good old thumbs up that he's been throwing around all tournament.
They have control vision around Busio. It's almost like he's trying to say like, oh, maybe you guys should try to go for a play here. But he's otherwise just going to sit back and clear the wave. This is the kind of play I'm talking about. They're hiding here, waiting to see if Dplus will make a mistake. And so far, they have just not taken the bait.
And Callist, while he has so much ability power with the Rabadons, with the Shadow Flame, he still doesn't have the Void Staff to actually get through Lucid. So it's really going to be up to Kana to be able to take down the front line for DK.
Oh no, and these luxury items are starting to come in. You were talking about the arm guard, the Zhonya's. That arm guard has been completed now for Smash, so he is not a target for Busio to jump on, right? Alongside this Galio anymore. That will be being put together by Showmaker as well, unless he decides instead that he wants like a Death Cap or a Shadow Flame or something like that, because he is Showmaker who does just like to do the damage, if he can find it.
I mean, I feel like Seeker's Arm Guard counters this comp so damn hard. It's going to be really, really difficult for me to imagine how you can try to get that Camille Galio combo once Showmaker gets his Seeker's Arm Guard as well. I guess you can still look for Shiwu, but that also speaks volumes to the fact that there's 3 carries on DK that you need to worry about.
The triple carry comp is one we've seen from Dplus a lot, especially when Shiwu picks up this Tristana.
This was their best archetype all last year, right? We were calling for it, we were asking for it, and they only ever did it like, you know, 20% of the time.
It's one of the things they were running on the qualifiers here as well to get to EWC in the first place.
And what we call this KC comp in Europe, the shotgun comp. You have 1 bullet, if it lands, you're golden, if it doesn't. But the problem is you have 3 targets, and they can all stand far apart, which pretty difficult for a shotgun.
I mean, it is a really large cartridge, though. At least there is that. The Mega Inferno Bomb is a decent area, as now Shiu wasting no time. There's the Buster Shot, just playing tennis with Busio here.
They're so safe. Dplus are just giving KC no options. It's not that KC isn't being proactive. It's not that they're trying. They're trying so hard. They're finding any angle they can, but they are just being shut down at every turn.
Smash looking for a little bit of a window towards Kalista there. Doesn't find the void.
Baron's up.
5 seconds time, exactly right, Wolf. There is the purple buff available for DK to allow this siege to actually work. As these levels come in as well, speaking of siege, Shiu's going to have a pretty good time. That draw a bead really allowing him to hit from a really long distance away. Ike, though, catching onto this wave. Busio once again in a frustrating position. A Void Seeker is going to go wide.
Busio on the flank.
Yeah, Korea finds himself the taunt on towards this Camille. The wall dive is going to connect onto Showmaker, but Busio is just dead. He avoids the heroic entrance and flashes away from Yahoo. The kickback as Yike gets on in there, but the Victor is still alive. Smash once again not finding the W, but Kalista is so far away from this battle. Yike still trying to bounce around, but it's Shiu that locks down that kill, and Smash will come in with the Acathian Rain. Dplus Kia wipe the floor with KC here in this late game, and they're looking for the Baron.
And career flash to block Yike's Sonic Wave to save Showmaker. And the stopwatch from Showmaker bought so much time as they see the pro view here from Smash. He kites back, and then he ultis onto the engage from Lucid, kills Kana, gets onto
special delivery.
Yeah. And he tries to W flash. Kalist flashes away. He doesn't quite have the damage to take down Smash, and now it's a Nash for DK. They can play for the soul, and KC's hopes for game 1 looks dire.
They're trounced, I think, in this one, unfortunately. Dplus read them like a book in that fight, and the arm guard value you just mentioned, Jack Spectra. It's that moment where they block the engage there, and then there's a follow-up from Career. Guess what? Showmaker buys Zhonya's. He's got another one for the next fight, and they're even further ahead now. It starts to feel like we've already seen many Hail Mary attempts. I don't even want to say that that's the only way back in for KC. It's going to be Dplus. It's on them if they make a mistake here in this one, but they have every single piece of the map controlled, and the last possible objective to take for now is that Ocean Soul, and they've got their eyes on it. Busio looking for Shiu here, but he's a bit short.
What? Okay, that's some damage as he dives on top of him. Busio will be taken down, but the heroic entrance is going to come in. They do lock down the Ocean Soul in the meantime, as it is a 1-for-1 support for top lane. Probably okay here for KC as far as that trade is concerned of champions. But I mean, Ocean Soul, we said it already, it's such a frustrating soul for KC's composition
they still got
to deal with.
They're pushing up mid.
And the bottom lane as well, as Victor has just hobbled his way over and is looking to break open the base down there. Lucid gets taunted, doesn't even really notice as the mini Arcane Storm comes down, and the Galio can do nothing about it. He goes golden, he looks good, but that is still going to be a dead statue on the Rift. And the first inhibitor will be taken down in this mid lane. Bottom lane as well, going to get destroyed as Dplus are just looking to steal everything. There's another Impale that will connect. A killer instinct from Smash for the immediate follow-up, and KC gonna have to go back to the drawing board, I think, after this game number 1, as Dplus Kia, they look ready to win EWC.
Fantastic game 1 from DK. They had them pushed in every single lane. Khalid's doing some good damage, but it's not going to be enough the same game one. I liked KC's resilience, how much they fought back, but DK remained in control, they remained calm, and they kept pressuring, and it was especially when they got that first Nasher that it felt like the game opened wide for KC.
I think in some ways, I want to champion how well Dplus Kia played through that mid to late game, because we've often seen this team stumble there. We've often seen this team not close games out because they're not ready to make that tough call on Baron. But also, I want to say, KC, like you said, they kept looking, they kept fishing, and a lesser team would have been caught by so many of those Lucio flanks, would have gotten punished. And I think we're in for a great series here. Sure, this was a game that was always going to be volatile. Dplus pulled ahead. It got really hard for KC, but it was a good game one. It was very close, and I cannot wait to see what the rest of this BO5 has in store for us.
And there is also the point of the draft makes such a huge difference. I think KC were playing around what they had very, very well, but I think it could be better moving into the second game. Speaking of which, though, we have T-Gon alongside to break down that first one.
Thank you very much, guys. It is the LCK squad striking first here. Dplus Kia take the victory in game number one, much to the chagrin of the blue wall of Karmine Corp. But it is 1-0 Dplus.
And I think the approach that they went with the draft, they were just talking about the casters, was really inventive. The fact that they had this Tristana into the Vayne, who also has the Buster shot against the Camille. You look at the composition of KC, Camille, Galio with the Ziggs on top, you know what the game plan is, but two of the enemy carries can build stasis with a Seeker's Arm Guard, which they got later in the game, and the other one has the Buster shot to break the Camille out. And I think that meant it was actually really difficult for KC when they fell behind, because a lot of their attempts just didn't quite work out.
I feel like we've seen a lot of Lee Sins today that can't really quite get access into the backline, the taunts, the Seekers that Oaks mentioned earlier. It pretty much becomes that this champion gets really strong in the early game, but late game he just becomes a kick, and if you cannot find that either, it's kind of like a 4v5.
Let's take a look at some of the replays here, starting off on the bottom side of the map where Kai'Sa was the protagonist in this one.
I mean, I gotta say, DK was kind of greedy to picking up Kai'Sa and Victor in the same team against Ziggs Camille, but this attempt that they tried to kill Kai'Sa in the bot lane, it didn't work out, and I think this helped DK to have so much space in the early game with the scaling picks.
And it's crazy that they use these big tools to make that play happen. It's unsuccessful, and yet they still go for the fight afterwards. And they also just commit the Lee Sin kick there to take out Korea. And in the extended fight, they end up losing out because look at the health bars, the tools that aren't available, and Smash is back on full HP to pick up the kills.
They have the burst damage, they have the one-shot combination, but after all, you just have to deal with the Victor Kai'Sa chasing you down here.
Yeah, and you can see the thinking, right? If we eliminate one of these targets on the opposite side, that makes our Drake fight easier. But as you said, Ox, you didn't have those cooldowns. You then lose the ensuing fight because it goes longer, and that Kai'Sa still lived. A tough spot for KC to be on. Then later on here, 28 minutes, much further down the fight, the Drakes were starting to stack up here against KC.
Yeah, there'd been a lot of control from Dplus, just picking up picks into objectives. Here they look for Showmaker trying to take him out, but the stasis, the value of this disrupting that engage, and then he can flash after the ult has timed out. Look at the cleanup Smash, just trying to run down Kleist. Doesn't quite find him, but the fight is firmly in Dplus's favor.
Also huge props to Lucid right there, breaking apart the fight. He was zoning constantly the two carries from KC of walking up and killing that Victor. So you can see the access was there, but once the Camille goes in, gets one shot, Lee Sin cannot follow up, your carries are not around, and just fell apart for KC.
I mean, now we should talk about the draft once again, because I think this is their second time bringing up the Kai'Sa against the AP bot lane. I think it's more about having better teamfight composition, because it has been really chaotic, you know. I think none of the teams that can actually snowball from the early game like cleanly, you know. So I think it's all down to the team fight, and as long as you have the card, you have the power for the team fight for the late game, then I think you can always come back from the game, and that's the main theme about the DK right now.
I also think when you're playing a more static AD carry, you're trying to just get those auto attacks across. It's so hard into picks like Ziggs, you can just ult you and you lose half your health bar. With the Kai'Sa, you can still function from a distance with the W, but when the engage comes in, you can go in and follow up and instantly make the play. You also have a lot of tools to dodge abilities. I do agree with what we did said. I think the laning phase can also be always be a little bit delicate if you're picking Kai'Sa into the likes of Ziggs, but if you get through that, which they did manage to, then you're really powerful in those 5v5s.
I just felt like seeing them versus T1 and how well coordinated they were. I felt like Busio and Yike really truly made the difference in that particular series, and I just didn't quite see Busio on the same page as Yike in this one, particularly since you really need to get that Lee Sin ahead. It just didn't happen. So maybe they'll just roll back a little bit more on comfort champions to just get that spark back for game 2.
Especially because that was a high priority pick for both of them on that Lee Sin. Lucid very deadly with it, Yike having the opportunity to play it, and Lucid on tank duty, and still not to be able to get over the hump feels like a pick wasted. And we're not in best of 3s anymore. We are in best of 5s with it.
I mean, for me, Karmine Corp is one of the team that who has LCK playstyle when it comes to LEC, right? So I feel like they can just fit in just like DK is doing right now. So just put the classic carry on the Kalist and stabilize the game with your strong laners, who is Yehu in the mid lane and also Kana topside.
All right, now before we're back with game number 2 of Karmine Corp versus Dplus, don't forget Season 2 of Level Up. The EWC documentary is live now on Prime Video, so go check that out whenever you can. See you right after this.
In Korea, you are either a winner or you're a loser.
This would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals.
History will be made as two titans collide.
안녕하세요. Dplus 기아 미드 맡고 있는 쇼메이커스라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 Dplus 기아에서 정글을 맡고 있는 루시드 최영혁이라고 합니다.
네, 저희가 이번에 또 EWC 하게 되어서 또 파리로 온 만큼 이번에 한번 프랑스 음식을 먹고 한번 평가해보는 시간 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 그냥 칩인데? 감자칩?
맞아? 프랑스 국민 과자인가?
뭐지?
치즈칩, 치즈.
냄새를 한번 맡아볼게요.
생긴 건데, 냄새가.
냄새가 쉽지 않은데요?
과자에서 이런 냄새가 날 수 있나?
어떤가요?
응? 냄새랑 다른 맛이 나는데? 아닌가? 약간 우유 맛이 나는 느낌인데?
몇 점 주시겠어요?
저는 한 8.5점?
8.5점?
저는 진짜 맛있습니다.
저는 제 취향이 아니라서 2점 줄게요. 2점. 좀 제가 이렇게 뭔가
어떤 부분에서
좀 느끼한 것 같아요.
그래요?
제가 치즈를 막 엄청 선호하지 않아서. 오,
이거는 뭐죠? 이거 그냥 빵인가?
미니 쇼콜라?
안에 건포도인가 이거?
그냥 빵집에서 파는 빵 냄새가 납니다. 일단
무슨 맛이에요?
맛있는데요?
프랑스 콜라네. 초코 들어있는 거. 와, 너무 맛있는데요?
맛있네요. 제가 또 빵을 좋아해서 맛있습니다. 응? 뭐야, 이번에는 그냥 음료수인데?
오렌지 주스 탄산?
그냥 약간 그냥 오렌지 주스 냄새 납니다. 먹으셔볼게요. 그냥 오렌지 주스에 탄산 들어가 있는 느낌?
말 그대로 그런 것 같아요.
맛있습니다. 이것도 8점.
한 7점?
왜 감점됐죠, 얘는?
그냥 그저 그런 것 같습니다.
그저 그렇다. 저는 맛있었어요.
과자랑 비슷한 것 같아요.
뭐지?
치즈케이크 같은데요?
일단 되게 맛있는 냄새가 납니다. 맛있다.
케이크는 아닌 거죠?
점수 한번 매겨주세요.
저 한 5점?
5점.
Not my style.
저는 이거 9점 드릴게요.
와 이거를 9점
굉장히 맛있고
이게 더 느끼한 것 같은데요? 다 드신다고요?
끝나고 몇 개 더 가져갈게요. 맛있습니다.
저는 빵을 더 갖고 싶긴 한데
예?
이게 뭐예요?
버섯인가?
달팽이네. 먹어보고 싶진 않아요.
엄두가 나진 않네. 가위바위보?
냄새 한번.
가위바위보 진 사람이 냄새 나죠?
좋죠. 가위바위보?
안 내어진 거 가위바위보? Try it. Let's go.
네? 맡아봐.
이게 뭐라 설명 못하겠네. 뭐 약간 안 좋은 냄새와 뭔가 그
바닷가 냄새 나는데.
뭔가 그런 느낌도 있고.
점수요? 저 10점이요.
왜요?
너무 맛있을 것 같은데 못 먹어서 너무 아쉽고요.
10점이라고요?
네, 저 한번 트라이 해보고 싶은데 너무 아쉬워요.
저도 10점 드릴게요.
이거
저는 프랑스 하면 또 생각나는 게 에스카로그이기 때문에
안 좋아하실 것 같은데.
이게 제가 너무 먹고 싶었는데 또 괜히 대회에 지장이 생길까봐
그렇죠.
나중에 한번 트라이 해보는 걸로 하겠습니다. 이렇게 한번 프랑스 요리 다양하게 한번 먹어봤는데요. 되게 맛있었던 것도 많아서 되게 재밌었던 시간이고 앞으로 EWC에서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. Dplus Kia lead the series 1-0, but this is a best of 5. They're going to have to lock in for at least another 2 games if they want to come away with that trophy.
Hopefully another 4, but we'll have to see what KC, how much of a fight they can put up. As game number 1, the draft was difficult to execute. They tried their hardest, but they weren't able to find the picks that the draft needed to be able to find that win, and DK were really disciplined, not giving KC that angle, showing a much higher, more consistent DK than we've seen in, years? I mean, it's been so long.
Yeah, it really has been. Honestly, since Canyon left this roster, the team has changed a lot. It's been a revolving door of players outside of Lucid, and this is the most consistent they've looked since their 2020-2021 days. It's just only in the microcosm of this tournament. LCK fans are praying that they'll win this and they'll take it to the LCK, but there's still a lot more EWC left to play.
This is the ridiculous thing, because DK also managed to clinch Legend Group. They were celebrating out of their minds that they made top 5 in the LCK, and they got very, very close to not getting there as well. I mean, the stars had to align to make sure that that happened, and from that point, they have now made it all the way here to the grand final of EWC for 2026. And yeah, I mean, Ian Chambers was talking about Cinderella stories and how one of them has to end. It'd be crazy to see either of these teams walk away with this trophy, as already we have a bunch of bans to come on through, the Jace, the Poppy, and the Syndra, all understandable here on Dplus's side, as there is the Vi being taken away from Lucid, always does need to be removed, as well as that Orianna that seems to be largely permabanned throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Cassiopeia. Because DK banned the Syndra themselves, it makes me think that they might want to first pick the Cassio. Victor as well being out, Orianna, as you say, Atlas. I think Cassio doesn't have a whole lot of answers. You can go the Anivia into it, but a lot of players have felt very comfortable playing that, especially with the fact that you can flex the Cassiopeia into the bot lane as well.
I wonder what this LeBlanc signifies, the ban here by KC. Obviously, Showmaker is a great LeBlanc player. It's a niche pick for him, but he will dominate lane and often just take over the entirety of Summoner's Rift with it. But drafting it this, or banning it this early, in the past, in the LCK specifically, would signify maybe an Azir pick or something like that, but it just makes the Cassiopeia first pick so free here as well.
But I wonder if maybe they're worried that if DK go Cassio first pick and KC answer with the Anivia, then LeBlanc can have a very chill time into that Anivia pick. So that's what I assume Yahoo is going to go for here, and then probably a jungle pairing for Yike, probably the Jarvan, as that pairs well with the Anivia and good into the immobile. Actually, I forgot about Bard.
Yeah, they're going to look for the Bard
It's
here.
Lucio's Bard as well. He is so incredibly good at this champion. An understandable pickup. If that's paired alongside the Ezreal as well for Kalist that he has had so much success on so far this tournament, that is a phenomenal core to start things off for KC in this draft.
I mean, it was the main reason that KC was able to win game number 2 against T1 was Busio on Bard and Kalist on Ezreal. Busio had like 6 kills on the Bard. He was just roaming around the map, doing so much work. And there's the Anivia for Yehu up against this Cassiopeia, but now Lucid gets his hands on the Jarvan.
Yeah, now you could go Jarvan Ezreal here, in theory.
You could.
Pick it away.
You could also go for the Gnar pick, because some of those answers have been taken away here, and just go for your solo lanes locked up and then look for Smash and career based on the rest of the draft here for Dplus Kia. I think the Jarvan is the most likely pick here.
I like the Gnar, because then you get to keep the Cassio Flex as well, and because, as you say, so many of the picks are out, I think it's a really smart strategy if DK decide to go for it, especially considering Kana is the Gnar guy, you know?
Yeah, it just feels like a great denial pick here, all things considered. The one that I think would be quite strong. Shiyu, not known necessarily for his Gnar play, nowhere near players like Kana or Zeus on this pick, but definitely one he's played a lot in the past. He's been great at shutting it down as well. I think he's a little bit more famous.
He's more
for
of an
that.
anti-Gnar rather than the actual Gnar player himself, but he has had some games on it, of course. There is that Ezreal that we were talking about, great into the Jarvan as well, so really does feel like it serves double duty. Not only is it a great lane alongside the Bard, but you can get out of a Cataclysm, which is going to feel great. And Kalist, pretty good at this particular champion.
Kalist can definitely be happy, but Kana might be a bit worried now as they get 2 bans to invest into Kana to take away any sort of Gnar answer he would have. I'm assuming maybe something like the Ambessa ban, or you can go even further and try to ban out even more ranged tops, but I feel like since we've left the Tristana and Vayne, probably just banning out more generic bruisers that Kana could pick into this Gnar.
Yeah, Varus and Twisted Fate.
Varus? Actually, Kana does play the Varus. I could see that being a potential.
I think
he doesn't play it that well, but he does play
Bruiser
it.
junglers feels good too, because they don't really have a backbone of their composition just yet, so taking away the Xin feels really good here. They have the Jarvan on their side. Obviously no Lee Sin, no Skarner, so we'll see what Yike is looking for in this draft. We saw the Kiana paired with this Anivia in that semi-final match to great success, but I don't think this is necessarily that kind of draft. Nautilus is gone. I think that's a great ban here because it's one of the best ways to lock an Ezreal down guaranteed in a team fight.
It was an incredibly similar draft that Yike played the Kiana though. It was literally these first 3 picks, and KC decided we're not going to have a front line, we're just going to play this like a pick comp and just put up the Anivia wall, put the Kiana ult, put the Tempered Fate from Bard and poke you out from range and never give you that normal standard team fight. And they were able to execute it against T1, so I feel like doubling down on it, I would like it.
And they ban it, so we're all on the same page here, I think.
I guess.
As we'll see what KC decide to do now, as they really do need something explosive here for setup. And
is it just the Varus? I actually really wouldn't mind it for Kana towards that top side of the map, and you can pick it away. Otherwise, Smash might be able to take that himself. Obviously, locking in a jungler does give you the ability to understand exactly what you're up against and then pick accordingly for the top side. That is what they're looking at.
Fulfills a similar role as the Kiana. Your goal is to just one-shot whatever target you first come across. I like the fact that they're delaying top until 5, because that way Kana can see all 5 champions here and lock in something that's good. The worry I have about Varus is I feel like if Kana makes one mistake, Lucid can just cap top and make him completely irrelevant in the game, especially if DK decides to look at a strong bot lane.
I think there were 3 strong options here. One of the third one might raise some eyebrows when I say it, but there's the Caitlyn, there's the Varus that you could have played into the Ezreal, and there's also the Kalista. I feel like when you have this Cassiopeia, you could have looked for a winning Kalista push, but instead, Caitlyn Lux to come out here. For career, we've seen this before, and Smash is an amazing Caitlyn player. Picked up the slack in the Challengers squad. We were swapping between Guma, obviously, as well, and learned from the best, right? Yeah. Back on T1. Very, very strong on this pick, and it is going to be a risky mid-game with this, but when we get to the late game with 3 scaling options here, including the Gnar, Dplus have a lot of late game power.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of the EU fans understand just how good Smash is.
This is the new Gnar counter pick. It's kind of coming up. It's a thing.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting to see whether KC can play through Kana towards that top side, but we do have Ian standing alongside who's managed to find an absolute prophet in the audience.
Absolutely, of course there's an overwhelming amount of KC support in here. That's obvious, we're in Paris. But DK has its fans too. DK fans, how we doing? They're feeling good. They're feeling good. Wow, this is loud down here. So Helen, listen, you've got an amazing story because you downloaded the EWC app and you made a prediction a while ago. What did you predict?
So basically, there's an EWC app which is super awesome, and they closed their entry for the Pick'em tournament winner this Tuesday. And who I picked, of course, is Dplus Kia with 0% selection. I can show you.
So you knew right from the start you had so much belief in this team. Now, you are in a very hostile environment. The French are loud and proud. How intimidating are they?
Well, I don't really hear anything, to be honest, isn't it? To be honest, everyone knows that Showmaker is good at where he is facing the home ground. So, you know what? Today's gonna be the Paris Library. We all know this, right?
They said it's gonna be a Paris Library in here by the end of the match. Let's see what happens and keep on moving. Woo!
Oh my goodness, that was I was a little bit scared for that little section of the audience, but managed to make it through that entire interview. And here we are, ready to get onto the Rift for game number 2 of this best of 5 to see who is going to be able to lift this EWC trophy. And here we go. All right, KC, I do like this draft a little bit better, but I also feel like DK kind of had the answers once again. The null lock-in definitely working out, but with the Olaf there towards the top side, I think that Kana has a lot of agency in this game.
Yeah, I think if Kana is off to a good early game, he can really take over team fights, because Lux is not going to be able to do anything against them. And Jarvan, he can commit the Cataclysm, but that's not who you want the Jarvan ulting in a team fight. So I feel like if Kana is able to find a flank, he can really, really do some damage, but it's up to Smash and Career to really stomp this bot lane, because that's why you're playing Caitlyn Lux. You pick this Lux over the Karma to go for the Flash Q level 1, to really get plates, to get strong, because 20 minutes into the game, you'd always rather have the Karma with the Mantra shields and the movement speed that she provides, but Lux provides more early game pressure, so it's up to Career to make that happen.
Yeah. See how this top lane goes, because we've seen this matchup be super volatile as well. This one is more pivotal here at level 1, but it's been a matchup we've talked about so much more recently. You know, Atlas and I were talking about the first time we saw this tournament. I initially kind of thought, well, if you're perfect with the Gnar, the Olaf shouldn't be able to do anything, but it just hasn't worked out that way. As Showmaker's going to take a huge chunk here, but we'll be fine. As if you hit an undertow, you hit another undertow, you run at the Gnar, you've got Ghost. As Showmaker continue to trade level 2.
Yeah, that Noxious Blast, if that had landed, yeah, he might have just been dead. Is drinking his potion though, Showmaker doing the same thing. The Snake Lady definitely feeling very comfortable at this stage of the matchup. Wave is going to crash towards the turret though, and it looks like Yehu is going to be all right for the minute. Yike on his Wolves now as the Raptors have now been taken by Lucid. The flash out of the way here from Showmaker, avoiding the stun out of this Anivia.
I think keep health. I think they want to challenge jungle here with the prio that Showmaker has.
I think Showmaker thought that Yike could be in range to follow up on the stun. Lucio is roaming here, but Lucid is trying to sneak away the Krugs. I wonder if Yike will... Does he know? He seems to know.
Yeah, he's just immediately going to bounce over. There is the smite from Lucid, finds the Q for most of the little rocks there as well. So a decent early start here for DK, but I'm worried with that flash being down from Showmaker in the mid lane. These roams from Busio that the Bard really wants to be doing could be absolutely deadly.
I just don't know if he's going to get to roam that much in this matchup, though. He's kind of locked in right now as Smash and Career are going to crash this giant wave, and they know that Nefuri's top, so they can sit on this lane. If you don't know where the Nefuri is, you got to be cautious here, but because they do know, they're taking plate money.
One thing that's really nice about this Lux pick is as the Ezreal in this lane, you'd really want to go to teleport so that you can get a free recall early on. But if you go teleport against the Lux, you're so vulnerable to that Flash Cosmic Binding. So that's why Kalista ends up going for the Cleanse, which means it's a harder early laning phase for him.
It doesn't have teleport, doesn't have the barrier either, obviously combat-wise, so just very vulnerable in this early game. As they're looking to punish this flashless Cassiopeia, but Showmaker is very aware of it and is willing to sacrifice a little bit of lane here in order to be safe.
I mean, Yehu is stepping forward with 300 less HP, so nice that Showmaker realizes. Yike needs to try to cross mid lane here and get that bot crab, but I'm not sure if he'll be able to get it just due to how strong DK's laners are, with Showmaker being full HP, bot lane being completely pushed in.
They're just getting miasma, taking a lot of damage here. Does still have the egg, which is why he can still play a little bit further forward, but might need to invite the doggo to come back towards this mid lane, try and keep him alive. That will be that crab going down. Yike does collect that one for himself as Lucid gonna come on over, look to pick up his Raptor camp when it is respawning.
Anna's having a rough time.
Yeah, exactly. It's not feeling great at this stage of the matchup. Oh dear, Lucid going to get hit by these daggers. And Korea moves his way over, gets that shield out onto the Jarvan, gets a return as well, but there is an egg in the mid lane, and Showmaker is just biting it with those twin fangs. Does manage to respawn. Now back to not a very high health bar as now Kana looking to go aggressive. Off damage does come through, but there's the undertow, and here is the all-in, the flash to follow. First blood solo kill for Kana.
And that's why you pick the Olaf. Kana lands every undertow, flashes after Shiwu. He was struggling in the early game down in CS, but now getting the solo kill, he can crash the wave and finally make some use out of this Olaf.
Was it before level 6? Just hits the right, he finds the right window there. It's enough damage and pops the ghost. So you can see right now, obviously a little bit low on health, but that's where Olaf wants to thrive here. Knows he can come in. Yes, there's going to be a hyper proc here. He tries to go for the hop, but then has to kite back left. And the follow flash is there. Great undertow accuracy there, of course, from Kana to set it all up. And he picks up a massive win here. First blood for KC.
You have to feel the crowd having his back is helping him
revitalize,
especially when you're playing Olaf. I feel like Olaf is a momentum champion, you know? You always need to click forward, always need to continue playing aggressive, even when you're low, even when you're struggling. As Busio wants to try to get a chunk on Showmaker here.
Showmaker able to slither his way out, but does still get caught by the stun out of Yahoo.
I feel like Showmaker's had such a fantastic tournament.
Oh yeah.
And especially game 1 as well, it felt like for me it was the biggest difference makers. Maybe I jinxed him now.
Perhaps. Lucid is up here towards his top side. Showmaker just going to slink on over towards him. So Busio, even on the return, unable to quite find the value here.
Yeah. And a 2v2, Showmaker's ult way more valuable than the Anivia's as well in that type of exchange. So I think as soon as that's hit, it's just best to walk away. A lot of control here though for Lucid top side. He's got so much deep vision. And he's going to wrap back around. Meanwhile, Busio trying to find an angle here, but Smash and Career too safe.
And Busio needs to be careful because he's paying a price every single time he goes for these roams. There's now 2 plates going over the side of this Caitlyn Lux and a 10 CS lead for Smash. And if Busio continues roaming like this, suddenly Caitlyn can take that bot tower, swap up into top lane, and just explode the whole game.
Yeah, we see that oftentimes, especially if a gank goes off, you see a dive, then that happens every time, but Lucid's been patching holes elsewhere on the map. We'll be losing this scuttle, and right now, this timing, they're looking to potentially start this drag, but they do not have a ton of control just yet.
Yeah, Career and Busio are in the area. We do see the flag going down to get information of this Cloud Drake being started potentially by Yike. Showmaker going to be catching this wave though, as tempo advantage does go towards KC, using that for a reset for the Anivia. And Career and Smash just continuing to walk towards this turret in the bottom lane and remove crockery every single time. Plates going over. That's a 3rd one here in Smash's back pocket, moving him up to a 450 gold lead.
DK need to be a bit careful in bot lane though. They still don't have a ward. I was going to say that Yike's about to hit level 6, but he just decides to clear his topside camps. So there's not going to be a gank there available. Just wants to clear all those. And wait, Showmaker and Yike aren't going to find each other.
Could have been an interesting maneuver here.
Showmaker's
not sure where he's going.
Wrapped all the way around here.
So I think, did Yike? I don't know if Yike spotted him. I think he was maybe in the bush. Otherwise, I feel like Yike would have tried to chase him, delay his tempo, not let him recall. But still, he has to walk quite far, so he's going to lose some minions in mid. Speaking of losing minions, Kalista is struggling in bot lane.
Showmaker's not going to commit the TP, interestingly. He's just going to walk all the way back and sacrifice some CS here, put himself 300 gold behind in total as a result. As a plate, I believe, also, yes, did go over to Yehu. Ooh, not going to matter.
The sneaky little trap hidden behind the turret. Very, very nice there from Smash, but Blizz not going to be dead as a result of that one. But as everything sort of settles and waves reset, it is still 2 waves in advantage here for Smash, as well as all of that plate money that went his direction. As Busio magically journeying over, does miss the Cosmic Binding though, and is now just going to take a lot of damage from these Twin Fangs on the return. Showmaker standing his ground quite well on this Cassiopeia here in this mid lane for now. champion that he has had struggling times on in the past. But these scrubs have been started.
Shiu with an R-bar here. I think Dplus should have control of this, and KC should just evacuate. Yike is staying very long.
Yeah, the house does fly on through as the flash out from Yike, not wanting to mess around at all.
They'll get 3 for 3 off of this, so a huge win here for Dplus.
Feels like DK is just winning every single lane and utilizing that pressure so well. Smash should know that Kana is here. So unless Kana does a crazy undertow, maybe could force the flash.
Going to quite find that one, as the Ragnarok not going to be invested either. Shorts the undertow there. Career going to be able to come on over and help. There is a Lucent Singularity in the air. Peacemaker goes wide.
Very, very tightrope walk there from
a lot of
Career
things
and
just
Kana.
barely not hitting.
Yeah, very, very scary moment there, but he will be fine. No punish. Dragon still in the mix here, and finally it looks like Yike is going to have enough control to start this one up with the control they have in mid with Yehu. Career's going to try to go suss it out.
Stopping this Drake stacking from the Caitlyn Lux would be really good for KC, but
oh, the double stun from that light binding smash. Finding the combo is Kalist. Is he getting soloed by Shiu? The flash and slaps him down. There is the solo kill for the Gnar. Showmaker going to get walled away, but you can see Yike down to sub 100. Kana is basically dead as he's going back to base. Very brave, as Yike is going to let his top laner live and somehow survive that ace in the hole.
It's an absolute disaster for KC. They get solo killed on top. They're not having the damage to deal the Drake. As we see how Shiu was able to pick up this solo kill. He dodges the Qs from Kalist. He has the damage, gets on the edge with the Mega Gnar ultimate.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that thumbs up was to signify you got me or I got away, but it was on the edge. And either way, it's a thumbs down from KC fans. The result, that is to say, as she picks up the solo kill there. And in the moment, in the bottom lane there, the double root was just the cherry on top. It meant guaranteed there was no way KC could win the fight, but at least they were able to get out with everyone's lives, as Kana was so incredibly low that he wasn't taking an ace in the hole, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I love that Shiu is 100% everything contribution as far as kills and deaths. A solo that went his way and against him. So this Gnar in a decent spot, but kind of out of lane, not quite finding the value that Shiu has had, just chilling out here towards this top side and keeping on pushing. We'll have that Trinity Force completed relatively soon. As chasing down Kana, I mean, this is the thing, it's the all-in that Shiu needs to be very, very careful of, but otherwise should be in a good spot in the lane.
I feel like Boostio hasn't been able to find any roams. He's mostly just going to mid lane trying to help Yehu out, but the fact that they haven't been able to get anything off of Showmaker flashing early game, get any sort of lead for Yehu despite it, feels really bad for KC. They're bleeding on bot lane. The top matchup, while Kana got the solo kill, he's still getting pushed in. There's no lane for Yike to play through. And it just feels like KC's outclassed across the board as Kalist gets chunked once again.
Opportunity here for Yike, potentially. He is here faster. They have the magical journey. Smash may get punished.
Yeah, Arcane Shift forward. There's the ulti from Yike to close the distance, and down goes the Caitlyn. No response. Tempered Fate and a whole career in place. Lucent Singularity is down. The Cosmic Binding somehow missing. That Light Binding just gorgeous from this Lux player as the hop comes in. She was dead again, ladies and gentlemen, and Boostio will follow suit on the bottom side of the map. Still, KC come out on top with that extra kill, but there is the flag and drag bringing Lucid over. Yike gets the doggos back though, and these Darkened Daggers do a lot of work. Lucid trying to at least keep this fight going until Korea makes his way over. But it looks like Yehu not going to be helping out as Showmaker making his life annoying. Man, this one is so much closer than game one.
Yeah, Boostio, great Bard portal there to finally break the formation of DK and actually open up this game. KC getting a lead now. Kana getting the solo kill back to back, showing the power of this Olaf. And hopefully he can then use that to transition into a bigger lead and get push in top. Because I feel like looking at Yike's game plan, you can see how far down in CS he is on Lucid. Lucid is playing so well around these prio lanes, consistently invading Yike, full clearing his jungle. So Yike needs his teammates to actually help him out in this game.
I don't want to say it's a drop in the bucket, it's a significant pick, but doesn't overall change the game state here on the bottom side. Smash is still going to pick up first brick here. We'll have this massive push, so you slowed it down, but it's not going to actually ultimately be a massive game changer in the early parts of this one. I was going to see exactly what went down here as you hit an undertow, You got the Ghost available, pressing R. This time he's got it. Shiu just cannot escape. He's getting run down. The more significant play, though, I think, was that kill in the bottom. And like you said, finally, Yike is able to get a punish on this pushing Caitlyn lane. The follow-up, though, from Career, trying to catch him, backfired in a big way. So it's one step forward, one step back for Casey on the bottom side of the map. At least this Olaf is huge because someone's going to have to get backline access. And he's going to be the one. He's going to be the one running towards Smash. And Showmaker with impunity in these late-game team fights if they can get there.
And someone needs to kill the backline because Kalist is down 1,500 gold. If this is a fight where Smash and Kalist are both just able to do their damage, Smash is going to do way more, especially with Career landing the Cosmic Bindings. He's ahead as well, got that Shurelius. And Showmaker, while he's completely equal, he should be able to start getting ahead now with the pressure from Lucid with how strong this Jarvan is into the Anivia.
Yeah, and these undertows really do need to land. With Shurelius done, it just gives you so much extra movement speed as Busio, snagged by the light binding. Man, Career is having one heck of a day today as he lines up the angles, keeps himself safe in the previous fight, and executes Busio in this one. 0-2 now for the Bard, unfortunately, and more plates are in danger. These three grubs putting in work alongside the Caitlyn, just getting around the map. And I was going to say this before, this reminds me of Deft and the way he used to use Caitlyn, which is park it outside a turret the entire game long. And they are just playing this siege game so beautifully. Yike now going to take a bit of damage through the doggos. Going to need to press W to grab those ones back. But Showmaker and Yehu have just been fighting anywhere on the map right now.
The Dplus are going to group for this. And KC just don't have any in right now. Yehu has TP, but he doesn't have Prio on the top side. Showmaker gets here first if they are going to commit those. I don't think they will. I think this one is just a done deal with all the mid Prio right now. Dplus are in such a good spot. If KC hard force and lose this fight, it might be the end of the game for them.
KC just don't have a lane to play through. Kalist Arcane shift forward, but he's still losing the 1v1
Kana's
against
flanking
Smash.
a little bit, but he's found here by Shiu.
If they can stall out the Mega Gnar from Shiu,
could be a big deal. I do think the Canna is going to be the most important part. There's the Tempered Fate catching onto the Jarvan. Not a lot of follow-up there, though, as Korea demanding that Arcane shift out of Kalist.
The problem is the lanes. KC recognized the fact that DK are pushing both mid and bot. If they're going to get the Dragon, it needs to be right now. They can probably rush it and get away with it. It feels like they kind of got away with something they shouldn't have, as DK were the stronger team. But due to the fact that DK decided to push both mid and bot at the same time, small window with how much damage Nefiri does to the Dragon, KC get the Drake.
And Casey also get another gift, and that is, it's a Chemtech Soul this game. Olaf with Chemtech Soul?
That's broken.
That is absolutely ludicrous.
I think when you look at that last fight, it was a sign to me that, first of all, I liked Kana's flank there, kept the Gnar honest, prevented Shiu from looking for an over-the-wall engage there, but it also meant that Dplus realized there's a level of volatility in this fight, which gives a potential, if KC outplay there, for them to get back in the game, and they're just willing to give one elemental to not toss this one away, especially with the Gnar bar fading away. Speaking of Gnar bar fading away, Kana is just taken over the side lane. He's got a Stride Breaker. He's going to use this. We do have a bit of a Herald fight here on the top side.
Yeah, being able to fight away from the Olaf could be a good thing here for Dplus here, as now Showmaker slithering his way down from that top side of the map. Busio loses half his health bar. There's a great knock-up from Lucid. And now where are they going to look? Showmaker is bearing down. Gets the flash ulti, but no stuns to come in. But he's just sidestepping the rest of KC. Kana now making his way into the fight, though. And you can see immediately DK like, nope, get me out of there.
Just going to get the turret here instead.
And Casey, they're onto the Herald, but they do this so slow. I think DK can just rotate and force them out.
They're just going to get the turret, and they're going to come over here and try to stop this. Lucid is on this left side angle, can actually get in so easily on this Jarvan.
Light Binding comes in, connects onto Kana. He doesn't press the Ragnarok button just yet, as the Ghost has been used to start this one off. Yike can have to get out of there. Mega Gnar in perfect timing for Shiu to make sure that this Rift Herald goes over to Dplus. And the pressure just continues to mount on the shoulders of KC. And DK are just bearing down on them.
Yeah, DK are routing them. They have full control, and the way that they can just poke them without giving KC the engage. KC are the ones with the S-roll. They have the poke themselves, but due to how far behind Kalist is, his damage doesn't stick to any target. And Showmaker's Showmaker's tanky, Lucid is tanky, Shiwu is tanky, so as long as Smash and Career are not the ones getting hit, as now, Yehu looks like he might be dead.
Got some friends coming though.
Yeah, Cataclysm comes in. They're going to have to grab this egg as soon as possible. There's the auto attack to do it. And he can no longer move. There's a knock up onto an already very stationary target. True Shot Barrage not doing too much as Yehu down already. Busio keeping himself alive though, and now Kana bearing down with these axes. as Lucid is going to be his next victim. And okay, never mind. He's just going to take the Shelly exit. He's going to drive towards this mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to come in and try to, well, I said try to, get into the mid lane there and look to actually push that towards that inner turret. All the while, it is going to be a whole turret taken here on the top side. I think that was the right play from KC, though. You got to look for stuff like this. You cannot just sit back and go, oh, we lost control. We're just going to play it slow and safe here because this composition isn't going to scale up. You see Yahoo get caught here, you gotta just full send on defending him. You gotta play through Egg. You have the Egg here, so you actually have some additional time, even though Kalist can't get here. And ultimately, did this really work? Did they get a ton of control back? No, but they gotta go off in here. They get a kill. This Olaf is gonna be their late game win con. It's gonna be a really hard path to get there, but at least they get something back. It comes at a heavy cost, though, as that top turret is wiped out.
Once again, Korea is just incredible, by the way. The Ragnarok wears off, and instantly he's tagged by a light binding. Like, I can't hit the light binding on a stationary target, let alone timing it perfectly through a wall.
I just feel like KC are so weak, apart from Kana. Like, you see that fight, and there's like no damage on Showmaker until Kana gets involved. And the problem is if Kana wants to continue involving himself in these plays, Shiwu is going to take those towers so incredibly fast. He has 3 grubs, has the Trinity Force, and a Fed Gnar is going to be even more difficult for KC to eventually have to deal with.
It's so weird that you say Fed Gnar when he's been solo killed twice.
But he is just getting so much time. I'm with
you're absolutely right, and that's what makes it so weird.
Because it's pseudo 3-carry comp. It's not quite the 3-carry we saw with the Tristana in game 1, but he's going to be a side lane threat. He's going to be difficult to answer. And so a lot of resources will have to be spent if Dplus continue controlling this map, which right now, they're doing such a great job. I mean, Lucid here is starting to challenge the camps of Yike directly in his face. He's a full level up. Just straight up here on this Nefiri.
Well, Lucid was looking for a little bit of an angle there, as Busio going to have to use his Mikhails to keep himself alive. The magnetized light bindings always connecting here from Korea.
And it just feels like every part of KC is outmatched by DK. You see Lucid forcing Yike out. You see Career forcing Busio out. KC really need to find an angle to get a numbers advantage somewhere, but it's a very similar situation to game 1, where they don't have one lane that they can actually play through. All the lanes are getting pushed in, so they need to channel that creative energy that we saw from game 1 to be able to find a pick using the Tempered Fate, using a teleport flank, or just some other creative avenue.
It's a 2 Drake game at 20.5 minutes, and Dplus are going to get this 3rd one, but I don't think this is one that KC should fight over. Another potential angle here for KC when their Ezreal is, at 21 minutes here, not even on that 2nd item spike. I think you just have to play slow. I think you have to play through Kana being the raid boss. You have to play through Kana being the one and follow up on that, try to zone with your Anivia wall, and not try to play a traditional team fight, but just play an Olaf team fight later on in this game.
I also think showing how much control DK have of this game is the fact that they just did Dragon, and KC's cross map was 1 plate on top.
Hey, at least they got a plate on top.
At least they got a plate.
And got a little bit of respite with the wave being pushed out or 2. That's certainly helpful. Canna on the bottom side of the map as well is going to greet this outer turret at the same time. 3 turrets, though, have been taken here for DK. The map is just shrinking on the side of KC. And Canna comes on over. Yes, he gets the overgrowth. That is about it, as Korea just kind of by himself is pushing KC around here in this mid lane. As Lucid looks for an angle in as well. That is a possible engage option, but
I don't know about fighting into a Lux and a choke with a Jarvan here and a Gnar that's sitting on TP in the bottom lane. They're going to have to evacuate. If you try to look for picks with this KC comp, it's not the Camille comp we had in game 1, right? Sure, they have a Nefiri, they have a Bard that can maybe split a team fight in half, but you're just not at the power level right now to actually win said fight, even if you have the numbers advantage. So I think they need to play passively, but if you play passively, you just get pushed out the map. It's a losing game almost no matter what choice you make.
I do think, though, when you look at the items, this is really the timing that KC should look to fight, because it's 2 items across the board for pretty much every player, while if you stall, then now Smash can get the LDR before Kalist gets his 3rd. Showmaker can get his 3rd faster as well. So I think if there was a time for them to try to find something, it is right now, but it's really difficult to see how they do that.
Yeah, what tools do they really have besides a wall and a potential Bard ultimate? Because Dplus are playing grouped. They're actually following each other, not sending someone super deep in the side. And when they know KC are grouped elsewhere, that's when Shiu pushes aside, right? Or vice versa. Showmaker, right now the 1-3-1 is working a treat, and KC got a blast cone here to maybe try to play with onto Showmaker. Maybe that's your best angle, but he's got this ward here, he's got vision, he's got the push. It's hard to catch anyone, and if it takes you too long, then all of the rest of Dplus rotates up, which is exactly what's happening right now. So Showmaker's just chilling. Here comes Lucid.
Yeah, because DK can just continue pushing in mid. So as long as that 5-10 second timer, the side laner respects, DK can always cover that side. So that's why KC needs to find someone misstepping, be really, really decisive on that play.
Ooh, maybe a bit of an angle here. There's Yike coming on over, but they do manage to get the shield out for Korea, helping Lucid stay healthy. So KC moving on over now. True Shot Barrage connects onto Smash. They get that position. Flash out of the way of the Tempered Fate is good. And Korea is now definitely going to be a juicy target here for KC.
So they utilize the timer there of having Yahoo drop the top wave and moving straight. They get the flash as Kana looks for the solo kill.
Oh dear, a third one. Let's see whether he can make it happen. As yeah, this one's looking easier than the first two, although the kiting comes down. There's the undertow, and he'll be able to lock that one up. On the other side of the fight though, Yahoo going down to the egg one more time. Would you like it scrambled, DK? That is the question. They got some time to think about it, as Showmaker is going to be able to grab that breakfast. Still, Lucid's going to go down as well. And that is Kalist now with a kill to his name as well. The Ezreal feeling better, and you mentioned it. This is the spike KC want to play around, and they get their fight.
I need to see a replay. How did Yahoo end up so deep in enemy territory there? Luckily, Lucid goes a little bit too deep, and they're able to one-shot him as he goes in, but Yahoo...
Fishing for stuns.
This looks good. This looks good.
Yeah, fishing for stuns.
He gets chained.
And then I think what I would have liked to see here for KC potentially is a TP from the Olaf. If Olaf TP's behind, maybe they could actually make something more of this. But he was so focused. He doesn't have his ultimate, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think even him being a body there on the other side could give him more of an opportunity, as this is the first-person view on the third solo kill here for Kana this game.
I feel like Kana, let's see how low he was. He finishes this fight at 700 HP. The thing is, I feel like KC should just back off, let Kana finally get bot push after you've gotten the solo kill, and then you should finally have a pushing lane that can generate you some pressure. But it's good that we continue to see KC fight. You know, they continue finding these angles, and while that wasn't the play from Yahoo, it still ended up being a 1-for-1. Lucid was a bit of a shutdown.
Yeah, shutdown. It's to Kalist as well.
So it is like gold going over the side of KC. It was nearly a 4,000 gold lead for DK. Now it's 2,000 with KC looking to pressure up top lane.
Definitely a big swing back in favor of KC. Still haven't done all of the work just yet as we crest the 25-minute mark. Baron been up for about 5 minutes time, but it's a 20-second timer on this Chemtech Dragon. That'd be soul point for DK. Lucio almost just dead. There's the ace in the hole. Almost dies from that one as well. And all right. Oh, there's the final spark. Sometimes the emotes come too soon as Korea puts him down.
Korea's just capping him in this game. He is destroying him.
This is probably Korea's best game. I haven't seen a performance out of this guy like this for a really long time.
It's crazy. We could argue a little bit of a mistake there from Busio as well, but he just keeps hitting these bindings. The headshot comes through.
The Caitlyn is online. Like,
this is crazy.
Doing so much damage. KC, if they want to win a fight, they need to focus Smash down, because otherwise he will tear down their team apart.
And this is just a free dragon here for Dplus. I mean, look at the map. There's just no way in. KC don't want to give this up, but they don't have a choice. Kalista also in a bit of a bad spot here.
Yeah, Peacemaker does not find the target. There's the Tempered Fate to keep them at bay. Shiu now looking for Yike, as Yahoo is up towards his top side as well. Yike gonna have to flash out as Oldenar just barely not able to get in there, but Showmaker turns up, and Yike realizes, I'm just gonna have to hold forward. Unfortunately, you're going straight into the Petrifying Gaze, as Yahoo is getting surrounded. Kana shows up though. Do they have the DPS to deal with this Olaf? That is the question. He does put the chicken in a cage, and Showmaker is going to come over and sink those fangs in. And now, with the Ragnarok running, he's looking for one kill, but Shiu's going to survive because he has his friends here this time. And DK, they find 3 in the topside play.
And I mean, this is the moment where Dplus proved that grouping like this and reading the plays from KC, having these fast rotations, having the support of anyone who's trying to get pinched is always going to work when you're this far ahead and you have this much map control. As Busio hung around for a moment here, but likes being alive, and we'll just let this Baron go. As a final spark will stop Kalist's back one more time, and Dplus are so in control of this game as we go back to this initial setup here.
Yeah, DK has silenced the crowd here. Yike wants to try to dive Shiu, but he's just so weak. He can't actually fight him 1v1. Shiu will recognize the bluff. Showmaker knows that Yike needs to go onto him, lands the Petrifying Gaze, and now Kana's TPing in, but what can an Olaf do here?
He can't do anything because his DPS is gone, right? Yahoo is still early days here and very vulnerable in this fight. And the Ezreal is in the mid lane. Can't get access, has no prio into the Caitlyn, and is just pushing the wave as he's cheering in the mid lane. Well, there's nothing he can do. He drops a true shot to try to snipe Shu, but he's unsuccessful. And Dplus, by the way, instead of letting their top laner get caught there and avoiding the fight and getting a dragon, they win the fight, then they get the dragon. So now they have soul point. They got wins on both sides of the map. We'll see if Shu can escape here.
Oh, well, I think this one's going to be a difficulty because just one Olaf has been a problem so far. Does have Meganar coming up, though, as Busio finds the Cosmic Binding. Still, the pressure here from Dplus just a little bit too much. Nah is able to get away. The dragon is taken, soul point is claimed, and they're going to look to take down this turret as well, because I feel like that whole last section of play had nothing to do with Smash, who is now, like, 3.5 items. This Caitlyn is ludicrously strong.
Yeah, that was pretty much a team fight without Smash. That was all Showmaker and Shiu. So now, if Smash gets involved, it's going to be so much more difficult for KC.
Oh, Lucid just going to put them into the Cataclysm. Final spot comes down, but Lucid's in a bit of trouble. And now it's Smash's point of view. Takes down Busio first. There's the second as Yike goes down. He is put behind the wall, but the rest of DK are getting on in there. Shiu, possibly a bit of an overextension, but Smash goes back to his favorite thing, and that is dismantling the house of KC. Inhibitor turret goes down in the mid lane. Showmaker chasing out Kalist on this top side, and there's the knockup from Lucid. The 1-2 punch of the mid jungle looking good as Dplus Kia are poised to pick up match point here at EWC 2026.
Dominance.
Yeah, that's the only word I can think of. It felt like DK had full control of this game the entire time. Even though Kana got 2 solo kills, it didn't feel like KC ever really had a pressure point to play around to be able to find an advantage in this game. They're going to look to cancel the bases. The Temper Fate lands, but you can't really do anything.
Well, Korea is looking to get out of the way of Yahoo here. Goes down to about 50% as now kind of runs in, looking to try and kill Smash, but he just flashes away and gets the headshot down onto this Viking. Now Busio and Yahoo, they are so incredibly low.
All these fights is just like Kana and 4 potatoes, you know? Dplus like, all right, kill that Olaf, and the rest of the team is just not going to be able to do anything. Yahoo has no mana. In the last part of that fight, he spent so much time trying to whittle away in this early part of the skirmish, but look at the fight that KC are trying to take here. They have no control. Lucid's able to flash away, and then once again, you just can't deal with all of this damage coming out of Smash.
Yeah, I feel like DK can play the fight however they want because Lucid can tank the backline for 5 seconds, while it only takes 2 auto attacks for Smash to kill the backline and front line of KC. So it's so difficult to see an avenue for success for KC this game, because it just feels like they've been shut down every single play that they went for, every single lane that they went for, and DK have just been better throughout the whole game.
Just feels like suffocation here from Dplus Kia. Every answer seems to be there, from this Caitlyn Lux lane being so incredibly suffocating, and then the Olaf that has found so much success into the Gnar. 3 solo kills against the Gnar, and it just hasn't meant anything.
Let's not forget, part of the reason why Smash got so online so early was because Busio tried to affect the rest of the map with his roams. It wasn't successful. And just from the outset, Dplus had such oppressive control. The Gnar is so difficult to punish even if you solo kill him. He's still going to be relevant in team fights later on. He spent so much of this game just hard farming.
Now we've got Dplus closing in on the base of KC that is already in shambles. Yeah, trying to avoid these noxious blasts. He's doing a decent job, but he is Anivia. He can clear out waves quite comfortably. There is no Baron left to help with this push. And they are at least able to deal with these minions for the moment. Miasma goes down though. Yike not very happy about that one, as there is a pesky Gnar just trying to knock down Nexus turrets here. And KC just kind of getting pulled around the map. The pressure is just not going away.
DK are doing what they've done so well all game, just playing it slow, suffocating KC, and not letting them have any avenue for an engage, play with the minions. The Tempered Fate, Busio is trying, but there's nothing there.
There's nothing there, and I mean, the super minions starting to hit these turrets. They're running out of time, they're running out of health. as another wave is coming through mid and top, and Dplus, worst case scenario, they back away and take Baron. Best case scenario, KC fumble the defense here, and they just lose the game right now.
Another inhibitor poised to go down here. The rest of KC are starting to mount a little bit of an attack. Showmaker fighting against Kalist. The ulti's interrupted from Yike though, and now Yehu has to flash out of the way. Dplus always there to have the back of their mid laner, and now Shiu is on Nexus turrets. Light bindings are flying through. Smash is just hitting the structures, and Kana might be CC immune, but he is not death immune. And now Shiu's getting his revenge. Another final spark here from Korea, and I think that might have been the final one here in game number 2 for KC. As Dplus Kia, they demand a reverse sweep out of the hometown heroes if they are ever going to win this series.
This is domination from the 5th place team of the LCK. Dplus could not get out of. They struggled to make sure they were out of Rise Group last year, but they are looking so much better this year around, and EWC has been their tournament, and Smash seems to be the man of EWC 2026.
And I'm so sorry for completely messing you up there, Wolf, because you said 5th place in the LCK. I remember a team that managed to win the World Championship coming from 5th place, and Dplus Kia poised to do the same thing here at EWC. But now it is time to throw it over to Digon to let us know what they thought about this game.
Thank you very much, guys, and that is correct. I want to quantify how unique this is for Dplus Kia. Yes, they have Showmaker. Yes, their players have been stepping up, but it has been such a long time since we've seen them firing at full form when it mattered the most, and now they're one game away from achieving that potential here. It is 2-0 Dplus Kia over Karmine Corp.
Honestly, I've had this feeling through this tournament, and it's just really coming to the surface now. Who is this team? Because even when Dplus Kia was having great results, they never really showed this level of control. And even when Shiu was getting, solo killed, unfortunately, in this game, it felt like the momentum was always in Dplus's favor.
I mean, for me, biggest difference between like earlier the split of DK and now is that they have like specific idea coming into the draft. I remember CVMAX getting flamed about like his weird draft, but I think it finally, the outcome is here. I think the theme that they have right now is just so much clearer than Karmine Corp has. I feel like they have the early game, they have the control, but I feel like the connection between the picks are not working out for Karmine Corp, especially. Like you have Naferi, but what is Anivia doing with it, So I feel like all the picks that they have is like, yes, we have to pick away from DK, but this is not the one that we wanted.
I feel like it was primarily KC here just trying to pick anything that's comfortable for them, right? We've seen the Olaf work into the NARP multiple times. The first 3 picks were the exact same 3 picks they picked versus T1 on their way to the reverse sweep yesterday, so it worked to boost their comfort, and they tried to do the exact same thing here. I feel like the big difference, the Smash and Career have been shutting down Kalist and Busio over and over again.
I know we've seen so much Caitlyn Bard, but then pulling out the old school Lux here, the Caitlyn Lux bot lane with so much kill pressure, and then Career just having himself such a fantastic game. The snipes, the stopping of recalls, he played so well as we take a look at some of the highlights here from that last one, starting over at the Herald.
That was my favorite thing that DK did here, because I felt like they said it in the cast as well. There's been so much patience on this DK roster. You see Lucid engages because she sees Olaf down bot lane. The second the TP gets channeled, they've used everything so make it flashes forward. They pull off of the Rift Herald knowing that Olaf is there. She shows up as a mini-nar. What do? They focus then on that mid lane whilst Career is peeking into the Herald, and after they've taken that mid lane tower, they see that Kalist is now taking that wave. They've got numbers advantage and they move back in.
And I'm telling you, regular season Dplus, they don't even see the TP coming in. They're just fighting. They're going in. There's no hesitation. So the level of control and patience, as you said, just a whole nother level from what we saw from them domestically in the season so far.
Yeah, again, it has been such a learning journey here for Dplus Kia, not only this year, but over the last several years, adding different pieces, adding Lucid 2 years ago as the Rookie of the Year, then adding Shiwu last year as the Rookie of the Year. Now those rookies down on the bottom side of the map, they knew who they were building around in Showmaker, a proven world champion in his own right, but then slowly having to have all those growing pains throughout. As we take a look at one more highlight on the top side of the map, 26 minutes in.
And this is a situation where KC trying to be proactive, trying to make a play happen, but I think Dplus just responding really well to it. And despite the fact that she was being put really far behind, just completely bullies Yike out of the position. And as the team moves in, I think the Petrifying Gaze, fantastic on a Yike. They know the TP's coming in, but they just managed to deal with all the threats in such a controlled manner.
And the disconnection between the Karmine Corp players, your Ezreal, AD carry, Khalees is in the mid lane, but some of the players are committing, TPing in, so this is not gonna work. DK is just having free kills here, like collecting all the golds on the top side, while them having the same plan, while having them being on the same patch here.
Yeah, and then finally, if there is going to be a bright spot, someone that's going to bring back Karmine Corp and revive this crowd here at the Port de Versailles Expo Center, it's going to be the man in the top lane, in Kana, who has played so great, not only throughout today, not only throughout this tournament, but this year.
Yeah, it's been a lot of good for Dplus. Dplus are 2-0 up in the series, but Connor did his best in this game to make things happen, and as we face the prospect of a reverse sweep being needed for KC to win this series, Connor has been showing up in this game, and they're really relying on him. I think the rest of the team needs to step up, but if they can enable that top laner, who's able to find these great solo kills, that he's definitely a point of the map that can give them pressure and carry.
I feel like when we're talking about enabling, there has been a guy who's unfortunately been kind of invisible on the Rift so far, and one of my favorite players on KC, and that has been Yike. I feel like he found an incredible 3-man knockup on the Wukong versus T1, constantly with a goal deficit to turn the game around and win it for them. I feel like I'm looking at the Wukong, I'm looking at the Shinzo, I'm looking even at the Kha'Zix, which is his signature pick, to try and get that confidence back, to try and turn it around for KC.
Well, Did, you're the one that called out the KC upset over T1.
Didn't he say 3-0?
He did say 3-0, so he might be correct, just for the wrong team here. Who do you need to step up here for KC?
I think it's Yahoo, because I feel like Showmaker is just having so much free time in the mid lane, having so much momentum. I think Yahoo having pressure into that matchup is going to help KC into the game 3.
There is always a fantastic environment here at the Esports World Cup, and we have cosplayers standing by right now with Ginny. Right after this, you're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We got some of the most incredible cosplays that I have ever seen in my own life. So it would be lovely for every single one of you to give me an introduction. Why you do what you do, what is it about your cosplay? I'm gonna start with you.
Okay, so I'm Camelia. I've been cosplaying for 16 years. I wanted to cosplay Aurora because I really like the fact that she is autistic, she's very nerdy, all that kind of stuff. I really feel myself in her. And I also wanted to have an easy props to, for example, pass to people, visitors, to pose with it. So have something nice to interact with people.
Hi, I'm Enzaeru and I cosplay today Vi from Arcane. And why I chose this character is because it's my main since more than 10 years. So actually that's the perfect shot for me.
Hi, my name is Kumi. I'm a French cosplayer and I'm currently cosplaying Zaya because obviously she is one of my favorite main, and I just had a little bit of bandage that I did myself to just make it hype, and that's it.
Hello, my name is Biol. I cosplay Yone from League of Legends because I love the champ, I love his design and to play him in LoL.
Hi, I'm Paku and I cosplay Seraphine. I
it took me 1 month to create the costume, and then I had a crush on this character when she was released.
Hi, I'm Kiana, ruler of the land. You can't really copy perfection, but I guess I can manage.
Hello, my name is Lin and I choose Aries Star Guardian because it's a character from Ionia and I'm Chinese. Also, this skin in particular was gifted to me by one of my friends, so it was very dear to me.
Hi, about our cosplay. So basically, we love way too much Jinx and Echo, and that's the motivation of our cosplay, and also the love of LoL, the love of Arcane. That's very important.
All right, thank you guys so much for all of that. That's it from us over here. I hope you guys enjoyed the cosplays just as much as I did.
I'm here with Da Vinci. Whatever that
The
may
best
mean.
that suits you. Yeah.
Most important thing is you have a fantasy team on the app.
Yes, exactly. I did my fantasy team.
Can you run me through that?
Yeah, of course. Let us start with the AD carry. I went with Ruler as a classic one. Ruler never disappoints.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. And then I went for Kyle for support. It was a bit of a budget pick.
Yeah,
I tried
you
to
were a
save
bit
some
broke.
money, you know. I tried to save money for my GOAT, but I will tell you who is it. I give it a surprise.
Okay.
All right. Now I went for top lane Kana. Strong pick, as always. He did a great tournament. Yike. A bit of KC owning, you know.
We're fanboying a bit now. Yeah.
KC fanboy. And now, the last for the best, always. Chovy, the GOAT.
Okay, you're trolling. You were completely broke. You had no funds left. That would obviously be Faker, but that's fine.
Faker, yeah. Faker is too expensive, to be honest, because he's really the GOAT.
True.
You know?
Facts.
But let's keep it on Chovy, you know?
Yeah, and now, most important thing, you probably had a blast doing this.
Yeah, that was super fun, to be honest. I never expected that it would be like this a good team for my pick, but I think that I managed to do quite good in this tournament. And yeah, being a KC fanboy was good too, you know, since we are in the final, and hopefully we're gonna win today too. So yeah.
Yeah, what a blast.
Yeah, what a blast.
네, 이긴 것 같아.
이제 잡았어.
잘해봐, 나 없어.
딜을 해볼래?
야, 나 볼게. 나필이 노공이야. 아, 올라프. 애니비아 만화 없어서 해도 돼. 애니비아 만화 없어. 해.
위에.
아, 나 줘. 해도 돼. 나필이 노공이 애니비아 만화 없어. 올라프. 점자. 끝.
아니, 이게 딜이야.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. It's the grand final. Dplus Kia on the precipice of doing what we would have thought would be the inconceivable. But there is one thing even more unlikely. One thing even more ridiculous.
I think I know the answer.
What is it, Wolf?
A reverse sweep from KC?
That's the one!
On stage in Paris?
This wasn't a question and answer section. However, I'm really glad that you knew the answer.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to raise my hand.
It is still on the table. It is still on the table. KC gonna have to dig so deep, though, to figure that one out because Jack Spectra, this has been a rough one so far.
Yeah, I'm brought back, though, to MSI 2026. Top Esports versus G2.
You didn't have to go that far back. That was like last week.
That was, yeah, a few weeks ago. Top Esports versus G2. They were dominating them in the early game, and they won both game 1 and 2, and it felt like it was going to be a 3-0. It felt like EU's hopes and dreams were shattered. And then they got reverse swept.
True.
I mean, look, it has happened before. We have seen it before. We haven't seen it at an EWC League of Legends Finals yet. That's our third one. Maybe it could be the charm. I do want to point out that Casey actually went for first pick and not second pick, or for a potential counter pick for Kana going into this one, so changing up the style a little bit. I'm curious to see what their game plan is going to be. The later you go in Fearless, sometimes that counter pick can really, really matter. While there's still so many strong picks available, if a curveball's thrown in the initial ban phase, maybe they've got a strategy prepared here.
I just feel like the most important thing in the series are the matchups, because we've seen now, if DK have winning matchups, they just run away with the game. They don't let you scramble with them. They don't want to tango. They don't want to get in the mud. What we saw in the T1 KC series was T1 was always willing to fight back whenever KC went for a play, but DK, they've been very, very patient, very, very disciplined. So I think if KC again draft losing lanes, if they're playing into a really strong bot lane, strong mid lane, strong top lane, then DK are just going to 3-0 this game, this series.
Well, we'll see what happens as we are into Champion Select for game number 3. The Orianna and the Vi both taken away here from KC. And as far as Dplus is concerned, they're not allowed to play the Syndra, Poppy, and the Ambessa. And it's weird that I said it like that because no one can play any of the champions, but there are the decisions that were made from either team.
Two
and
picks
Jace taken away as well.
That I think are potentially going to come up big in this game are the Talia and the Ryze that we haven't seen yet with so many of these mages removed. And it's certainly picks that we often see take over the map, as we will see Kana's Rumble first picked here with that first pick. We've seen this a lot in game 3s of this tournament.
Yeah, I think if you can force Shiwu now onto a tank and having Kana on the Rumble, being able to constantly push that tank in and just be stronger in the skirmishes, it speaks really nicely for KC's early game, which seems like they've kind of caught on. We need to have strong winning lanes if we are to come back in this series and make it a reverse sweep, but there's not many things that beat this Ryze now with how many mid laners are outside of the pool.
So Ryze going to be locked in. Is it like you could go Pantheon alongside this as well?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
The amount of global pressure. But the Nocturne is also up and available for what feels like the first time in the last few days. Still, it's going to be Cassante. This has been an answer in the LCK, especially into the Rumble, but like you were saying, doesn't necessarily have push in the lane.
Yeah, a little bit slower, but definitely setting up a front to back and a late game composition. So the answer is, like, I don't know if you necessarily want Pantheon here as Yike in this draft.
I think maybe you want the Wukong instead. The only thing is Wukong's early game clear and early game skirmishing power isn't the best, but we saw Yike on this Wukong yesterday was so key in their victory. I mean, this was their exact comp in last game, or the last game yesterday against T1, where they had the Wukong and the Annie that found some clutch engages to be able to come back against T1.
The scariest thing is the lack of power in the early game. It means that Kalista and Busio really need a stable bottom lane, otherwise they may just simply find themselves dove, and Yike might be stuck down there trying to patch that hole.
I think Lucian is a big pick for Kalista's game. Kalist could be another one. Or Kalista. Kalist.
Kalista for Kalist?
Kalista for Kalist. The only thing with Kalista is that very volatile. All it takes is one play to go wrong, and it can be incredibly scary. You also still have the potential of a Talia bot lane for Smash, in which case I would hate to play Kalista into that. So I think that could be something that KC looked to target.
I think as well, Xayah Rakan is an option. I mean, Rakan, Annie, Wukong, this is something that we've seen in the LCK, especially in our Ryze group matches last year, was the keep it simple composition. The problem is you're playing into the kings of the Ryze group, which is Dplus Kia down there as well. So a dangerous prospect, but Rakan paired alongside the Wukong and the Annie is very, very scary.
Interesting that they're the ones who banned the Lucian away, because I'm kind of with Jack Spectre on this one in terms of strong lanes they could play. Maybe they're looking for the Kalista ultimately in the end. They really just need to have a lane that wins.
I think maybe they're going for the Xayah Rakan. Even though they'll probably lose slightly in the early game, I think the Rakan Wukong, as you say, Atlas, it's just, like, it's so easy to play.
What about something like a Misfortune Rel, I suppose, could also work down there? It's, again, a little bit dated, but it certainly could still be strong. A Seraphine ban.
Maybe they were worried about the Ashe Seraphine. That's also a really strong early game and really nicely scaling with the Wukong. I'm curious to see what DK wants to go for. They banned the Varus as well, so they're kind of trying to target the strong champions for KC.
Yeah, obviously KC's going to show their hand first, so Dplus will have the ability to react here.
And I wonder whether it's like if you see the Xayah locked into you pick away the Rakan, I think that could be really dangerous for Dplus, just because Rakan into the Wukong and the Rumble can be so hard to play. So we are going to see Dplus locking in their first half of the bottom lane. And it's a Nico for Korea. Champion that he's found a lot of success on, but this could be very difficult to pilot against what we've already seen here from KC in this draft.
But they're doubling down. DK want to have a winning matchup no matter what, unless they go for the Rakan. Seems like a last-minute pivot.
Rakan is so good with the Wukong.
I was thinking, like, Rakan is super, super good, but now...
It feels like denial rather than anything else, though, right?
Exactly. The only thing now is KC should, on paper, be pretty easily able to find a winning lane, because Rakan, he can survive the lane quite easily with the healing on his Q and how safe he is with all the mobility, but he's not going to be winning into most matchups.
I'm pretty okay with the Misfortune lane here, but they want to split the Xayah, and I think they think the Xayah is so safe into what they're running here, but I think they have so many tools that Xayah's ult is only one way to escape. They lock it in anyways.
So is it going to be the Xayah Nautilus that we've seen as being the most popular?
Or Rel? I like Rel a lot, because then you have kind of the wombo combo.
A lot of circles.
Yeah, a lot
Leona,
of circles.
Maybe a consideration to the Rakan's always a good matchup there.
It's a lot of Merc Treads value, though, with Leona, Annie, and Rumble. I like the Rel a lot here for KC. And I like the Xayah. The Xayah ulti doesn't have crazy value, but DK's comp is very short range, which allows her feathers to have so much value if she can stack those up. We'll see what DK goes for last. I think just a hyper carry for Smash to match up into this, because it should just be kind of a stable, normal lane. The Sivir or the Seri I would expect here.
Sivir's so good here. Can spell shield so much. Obviously not great at the Wukong's ultimate, but if you know the Annie's trying to set up a Q stun in a team fight, can spell shield that. And the wave clear is the main thing for me. You're going to be able to push so hard.
You certainly can, but ladies and gentlemen, we have Lou standing alongside with the KC fans.
Yeah, indeed, it's a bit cold here now in Paris. The arena was on fire at the beginning of the series as I'm standing by with some KC fans. Je disais, la clim qui est un petit peu forte ici à Paris, donc je suis avec vous pour essayer de réchauffer un petit peu l'ambiance. Moi déjà, je voulais te demander, pourquoi est-ce que tu penses que le River Sweep est possible?
Parce que Kana et Caliste, ils n'abandonneront jamais.
Kana and Caliste won't ever give up. Moi, je voulais te demander, pourquoi est-ce que tu continues d'y croire?
Parce qu'on n'a que 3 games à gagner depuis le début. Là encore, on a 3 games à gagner. Yahu va tout déchirer. On a confiance en Karmine. Et voilà, c'est tout. On va tout déchirer ce soir.
We only have 3 games to win and we can definitely make it. Et un petit avis peut-être sur le Rumble de Kana?
Je pense qu'il va réchauffer la salle aujourd'hui. Est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
Confident on the Rumble from Ghana. Et justement, j'allais vous demander peut-être, pour hype un petit peu les joueurs, les gars, ne me laissez pas flop. You ready? What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Let's go back to the game.
Thank you so much, Lou. Let's see whether the KC fans can at least get a game, right? They need to start this reverse sweep right now. I think this draft looking a little bit better, a little bit more winnable, perhaps, in this game.
I'm feeling very cautiously optimistic here. I feel like this is the best draft they've had thus far.
I would agree.
It feels like a comp where it should be really hard for DK to show that laning prowess that they showed in game number 1 and 2. So we can actually get to see some late game team fights that is on equal footing where KC can show their mechanical prowess.
And it is just a composition that's simple to execute, as Atlas mentioned earlier in the draft. And sometimes, I'm not trying to say that the KC can't handle complex drafts, but when you're down 0-2, your mental's in the gutter a little bit.
Yeah.
You get that easy comp, you get back on the right footing, you have that coordination come back. That's how you could potentially start a reverse sweep. So I'm with you guys. I like this draft a lot, but it's not by any means a hard winning draft. I think it's a very close one here, but the closest so far.
Yeah, I agree, Wolf. I will say, though, I think it's kind of a hard game for Smash, because the Sivir spell shield, realistically, it's only really good against Yahoo on the Annie. Into Rel, if you get flash combo, the spell shield's not going to do anything. If you get flash ulted by Yike on the Wukong, the spell she's not going to do anything. If you get Equalizer from Kana, spell she's also not going to help you out much. So I feel like if they're able to find good angles onto him, he's so short range, they have a lot to make this simple comp work.
They do have on the hunt though, and I do think that the extra movement speed, especially for a champion like Ryze, for example, getting into a position in order to get these prisons down and take out these KC members one after the other can be devastating. And Xiu, on the Cassante, being able to separate a single target and sort of ruin this wombo combo that KC has also could be instrumental. I think there are a lot of things that DK can use, but you're like, I agree with what you're saying. I think it is narrow. I think it is more difficult for DK to find the angles in this one. And they're going to have to use the extra momentum that they've picked up from these first couple of games in order to get them over the line.
Do you guys think we'll see Showmaker take Ghost in this game on the Rise? Do you think he'll take TP? I think it's a really tough call. With the rotational power we've seen from Dplus today, teleport obviously a higher value around the map, but the Ghost into this comp feels so good. But you have the Sivir, you've got both the mobility to get away, but also to chase down and secure those kills. It's a really tough call, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Ghost is not bad. I think he has two good options. And it's also it's a nice Rise game to play with how much, like both team comps are very short range. So that's nice for all the carries involved, because all the carries are short range. So it really will come down to execution and how both team comps play out.
Well, let's see how it goes as, ladies and gentlemen, match point for Dplus Kia KC. The beginnings of a reverse sweep have to start here. There is no other option. Their backs are against the wall. A nice looking composition though as we get onto the rift for this game number 3.
And I feel like with this comp, we can finally see Yike and Busio really linking up and making plays happen together. They both can start the play on their own and have the other one follow up, which allows them to be much more creative in how they play it. While before it felt like it was just Busio needing to make a miracle happen with the Bard ultimate, it's now a lot more equalized as we get to see some early laning phase between KC here. Busio just wants to all in.
Yeah, there's the crash down. Is avoided by Smash quite nicely as the ricochets do dance through. There's the heal out from both of our supports. And Korea needing to hit these Gleaming Quills. Yeah, I think that is the way you're going to play this one.
Exactly. You're going to need to hit those to get the sustain needed to make these favorable trades, but still already pretty favorable for them at this level 1. Now have control of the wave.
Yeah, early laning phase, Sivir pushes faster than the Xayah, and with the sustain and the range from Rakan, you can get that push. And the worry I have is I feel like DK has shown such good laning phase in this best of 5, and even a small lane lead, they've been able to transition that into making the game pretty much unplayable for KC. So we need KC to not give them that avenue, not make that mistake, because if DK get it, they will not give you the comeback.
Yeah, the difference maker could be Yike here, rushing towards that level 6 to get that Cyclone. We saw just how pivotal he was in their previous matchup. An option here for KC to play around, but they do need to buy some time in order to let the Wukong reach that point. As on the other side, it's Lucid on his Xin Zhao. He's been very comfortable on this pick for a very long time. Shove is looking good here towards the bottom side for DK, but Yehu is having such a good time on this Annie in the mid lane.
You can see the sustain gap on bot lane. The Gleaming Quills are landing from career, and Smash is staying full HP. Okalistas half used both of his potions, as Yehu is getting some good trades. And Kana, while he's losing push in the early laning phase, eventually he will start to get pushed, but it's level 3 on bot lane.
Yeah, there's a Shattering Strike. Good crash down does connect onto Career, who battle dances his way out of the way. Bliss does get that feather pull, but it's not too much. And it's going to be another one trade here for Dplus Kia.
Lucid's down here, and obviously they have a lot of prio, and it's a Wukong early. They're going to need Annie's help. Yehu comes over here if they want to control the Scuttle Crab.
Yike has Smite though. Lucid used his, so he can smite the crab and get away. Showmaker also chose to invest the TP there, but Kallista's really chunked.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. Grand Entrance gets the flash out from this Xayah. Not a lot of value of that pullback, as well as now Lucid wants to get on in here. There is the thumbs up once again. It hasn't exactly been a good luck charm here for the Xayah as he throws down the feathers and just dies. First blood over to Lucid here in the bottom lane.
And DK's laning has just been superior in this best of 5. All they need is a slight lead and they will run away with the game. Busio will be getting dove. Kalist is already dead. It's a disaster for KC.
And this is not the start of the reverse sweep that you were looking for. It's a disaster in the bottom lane. 2 kills early on over to Lucid. He's up 600 gold. Sure, Showmaker's TP wasn't the greatest, wasn't super high value, but they didn't even need him. And all they got, all they walked away with was the Scuttle Crab.
They at least got the Scuttle Crab, though. That's pretty cool. On the top side of the map as well, Canna is getting a little bit of a shove in, but you can see Xiu is still actually ahead in farm by just a little bit. Not too bad for this Cassante, who is looking a little worse for wear otherwise. In the mid lane, though, it is still Yehu with a bit of a shove advantage, but the CS has not really mimicked what we've been seeing in that laning phase. And so 1,000 gold is going to be the resulting advantage here for Dplus Kia.
And credit where credit is due. I mean, Smash has been so damn good all this tournament, and he's showing the laning prowess alongside Career. They have a slight winning lane, and that's all they need to take down Kalist and now build up such a big gold lead. Shiwu now getting some really good trades on Kana here.
Yeah, Kana just teleported back, so this is not optimal.
The wave's in a terrible spot. He can't teleport anywhere else, really, but Shiu's on top of his teleport ward, and he just loses all of his health, and because he doesn't have TP, if he's forced to back here, after Zehu!
Rune Prison goes down. Lucid does get the win, becomes lightning, but does not manage to catch out the Annie before she gets underneath the turret.
And this pre-6 Wukong just isn't able to do a whole lot. Yike's getting pushed out of his own jungle now. Here's the Realm Warp.
Yeah, Showmaker getting himself into position as Yike gonna have to get out. That is a little bit of a cute play, but it does not catch Lucid out. Showmaker going to pick up the 3rd kill for Dplus Kia.
DK have full control of the map. They utilize Showmaker's prio. Yike wants to try to bait them a little bit. Is not willing to flash immediately, and he ends up dying for it. Lucid trades the flash. And KC, it just feels suffocating. It feels like they're not able to find any angle as DK shuts the door again and again and again.
It's just understanding of pressure and control, right? You know, they push the Annie out, and they're like, well, I guess there's a Wukong in here, doesn't have Cyclone. And he avoids the knockup. Where is he gonna go? Showmaker gets the root. He is just locked up, forced to flash the wall, and Lucid is there. Showmaker picks up the kill. So you got 2 kills on the Zen. Now the Rise is starting to get online.
I also think they saw the Warrior Trickster go on cooldown, so they were never actually tricked out of position. You could see like there was no hesitation. Like Lucid was in there with that audacious charge, and as soon as the Wukong was in range, it's a little bit unfortunate that Yike was on vision when he did press that button. It's now Xiu pushing Kana away, does have that Negatron cloak now. It's only going to get worse as he builds towards that Kaenic Rookern as item number 1 for this Cassante. As Yehu does find the stun. Tibbers is out here being annoying. It's Busio spotting Korea. Now Smash with the On the Hunt looking to chase down Kalist. Moving back towards his turret, but these feathers do go down. Oh, the boomerang comes back and Kalist is just dead. Korea also able to battle dance his way out of danger. Oh my goodness, DK is just kind of messing with him now.
And Kalist was so close to level 6. He needed 1 more minion, but that was all Smash needed to all in. Doesn't get hit by nearly enough feathers, and he just takes down Kalist, and the game is starting to feel over for KC.
He knows Kalist doesn't have any way to get out of here either. You know, he doesn't have flash, so he's just stuck. All he can do is try to kite back. He just doesn't have the numbers, just frankly. It's just simply 2 AD carries hitting each other, and Smash is the stronger one.
Yeah, and also, he just kites to the side, right? All of these feathers that were landing on the ground, nothing that Kalist could do. And what you need in that moment is the flash, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't have that flash up and available to reposition those feathers and make the outplay.
Feeling dire for KC. There's no other way to put it. I feel like we're starting to see the fight go out in them. They're not able to play the matchups how they would want to. This bot lane, it should be stable. It should be a chill matchup.
Not looking very chill.
It's only Kana who's got the control. It's only Kana is the lead. It's a 14 gold lead. it's
something, Wolf.
But Dplus are just in so much control of the map, and they have been able to keep I mean, all 3 games will look like this. When they get a little bit of control, they turn it into a ton of control. Now Yike pushed away again on this Gromp. It's rinse and repeat. This is where Lucid started his career, with Prio in challengers.
Yeah, in the enemy jungle. That's where he started his career, Wolf. You're exactly right.
Like the Elise in the past, he would just say, all right, well, my bottom lane's pushing. I'm in your jungle, and I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to dive you. This is his bread and butter.
And he was already stealing away the blue buff. He didn't need to also take the Gromp.
What about taking the bot duo?
Well, that's what they're looking for now. Let's see whether Lucid can find the angle. And Busio, he's going to be his first target.
Here comes Showmaker.
Comes in. There is the Realm Warp that you were talking about. Connects the cube. It doesn't get too much more, but the Ghost has to be invested from Kalist. And this entire time, minions are just dying underneath turrets. There's just not a whole lot that can be gained here from this bottom lane.
Get the grubs, I guess, on the cross map. What else can you really get? What else can you really do in this game? A little bit of a push here for Yehu as well. Trying to get some plate gold back while Showmaker Realm Warp's over. He has a little bit of extra free time here. It is a dominant early game for Dplus Kia.
Yeah, Kalista's bleeding. At least they get the 3 grubs, but it's not the cross map that you were looking for. It's 4 kills for DK, full control of every lane. Shiwu getting that 14 gold lead back.
This is not the Dplus Kia I was expecting to see this tournament. And even after they managed to get the upset over BLG, I was like, well, it's Dplus, you know, consistency doesn't really happen. This has been pure consistency throughout this series so far.
And DK just looked a class above KC today.
But KC looked a class above T1. They've looked a class above so many teams that they shouldn't have. AG.AL just crumbled at the hands of this team. And it felt to me like this was going to be a little bit more of a back and forth, but as we've seen so far, Dplus Kia just absolute dominance.
And it's a game that leaves you a little speechless, I think, if you are a KC fan, because I think many KC fans didn't expect them to beat T1, but got hyped by it, looked into this finals thinking, well, maybe it lightning strikes twice. But after game 2, it felt like everything was just down to the wire, down to one more chance, one more desperate game. And now you're two gold behind at 10.5 minutes, and your bottom lane's in tatters. Feels like there's no hope left. This arena is silent. Yike is pushed again off the Gromp 3 times in a row.
Oh no, Q looking for the all-out here as he pulls Canner away. Can Canner actually escape? That is the question, or does he need to as he equalizes a decent spot? With the flash to follow there, gets the flash out of Canner, and he will be able to make it out alive. No flashes, no ultimates up and available for our top laners now.
Flash for flash on top. I think it's favor Shiu. Now they can look to dive Kana more easily. The problem is, due to how bot lane is going, it's so easy for DK to just push mid, have Showmaker roam, and then Kalist is continuously losing minions. The gold lead hasn't ballooned too much though. He was down 500 gold 5 minutes ago, and the fact that that has stayed at only 500 gold, it is some positive
silver
news.
Lining.
Silver lining.
It's some strong copium, yeah. I want it too, I want more games. I want this to be a better series.
I mean, when I came into today, I thought, okay, maybe it's like 60-40 for DK.
I didn't think we get a 3-0. I didn't think that was, like, I would have thought any other scoreline.
I agree.
On either side. I just thought no matter what, even if KC popped off with the French crowd there, they were the ones up 2-0. I thought there's no way the series is 3-0. And we're looking at it right now. It's not over. But we need something to change here. There's so much wave clear for Dplus to control the map too with Ryze and Sivir. You're always going to be first on the play. You're always going to be first on the objective.
And it empowers Lucid so much as well, right? He's got his Titanic Hydra now. He will be evaporating the jungle over and over again. And it means that that lead that he's put together already is only going to compound because now he can get into Yike's jungle and put him further and further behind. There's a Malignance done. There is a Trinity Force here for this Wukong, who has found level 8. So the Cyclone Tibbers combo could be coming in here for KC, but they're going to need to get that one done as quickly as possible. Find themselves an angle to fight for something here in this game.
It feels like DK, they're just building the snowball, and KC either need to smash the snowball, make them stumble,
melt it. You can
melt it. Yeah.
I mean, he's got so much mid control. He's trying to decide: do we want to make a play on the Rumble? Do we want to make a play on the bottom lane with my Realm Warp? So much control. Trying to get information on where Yike is to make that right call, to be able to defend anything he wants to set up with this Cyclone. I think we've even seen a Cyclone this game.
Oh dear, Lucio now in so much trouble. Does crash away from the situation, but Showmaker, he is closing in. There are 3 people around him. There's the equalizer from Canna. Maybe an opportunity for KC as somehow, Smash is just solo killed on the other side of the map, and now both AD carries are dead. Korea not finding the angle here though, and now Lucid gonna need to try and get this fight going in his direction. And in fact, he kind of is.
Busio.
There's the Magnet Storm from Busio though. Wind doesn't become lightning. It is gonna be Busio falling, but it'll take so much more for the trouble, and KC will come alive.
Finally! They finally smashed the snowball from DK that they were slowly building up. And so much of it came from Kalis somehow finding the 1v1 against Smash.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at that replay for sure. And it's Busio closes the door on the fight after initially being the one who was caught. So some serious redemption there, but it's all about Kalis. If Smash is alive for that skirmish, there's not a prayer for KC to win it.
But she was just walking into Yike's jungle, trying to scare him away. Neither top laner wants to be in top here.
Yeah, Shiu just kind of on walkabout at the moment, and let's have a look at how this one all happened.
Maybe he gets the... No, he just wins the 1v1. Auto for auto.
Ulti. Spell shield on the ulti, but just has the damage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation there from Smash. Unfortunately, missing that initial boomerang really was problematic.
Busio is the initial one who's caught here, but he has Yike to back him up, and they're being sandwiched with the positioning. Okay, we have a fight live.
Yeah, that is, yeah, Shiu is just looking for an angle, and he does find it. Just solo kill on a roaming Busio.
Shiu's the secondary jungler in this game, I suppose.
Yeah, we got River Cassante. I've heard of River Shen, haven't heard of River Cassante before. But that is looking a little dangerous.
Smash is getting the mid tower as well. Still a big lead for DK. And they're still remaining in control of this game as they're going to continue now pushing in. They're getting bot tower, they're getting mid tower, picking up a lot of the standing gold. And it should
be first turret going over to Showmaker here as well. Nothing Kana can really do. And another one going to fall in that mid lane, you have to think, in a couple of moments as well. As Yehu here towards the top side, going to try and push Shiu away. Doesn't have the all out at the moment, as he used that to kill Busio just earlier on. Look at this, just a tiny bit of health left on this turret and is basically dead to rights. And the Rift Herald has now spawned. Feels like that little bit of momentum that we saw shift away from Dplus here kind of being regained as we've hit the neutral once again.
It just feels like KC never get prio. They don't get prio on mid, they're not getting prio on top, they're getting pushed in on bot. And that's been the story of this series. Every single game, especially after the 15-minute mark, DK are just pushing them in every single lane, not allowing them to make any play happen or make any point of pressure.
Yeah, it's just constantly them setting up plays by the fact that they have that priority in the lanes. It means that KC has to play defensively. They did a great job of it previously, as Busio's going to look for a bit of an angle here.
Smash is base. They can look to rush the... Oh, they're keeping...
Shiu is back to the river once again. He got annoyed he was in the bottom lane. There's the Pathmaker, all out, back up and available in 5 seconds time as the feathers get pulled back. See Shiu still wanting to do battle here as we're having a look at the top side of the map a little bit as well, as the Annie and Ryze are still fighting one another. And Dplus will be able to push them away from Shelly.
That Cassante is absurdly tanky. He just TP'd into 4 members and he did more damage to Busio than he took himself.
And if his ult was up, it was like Atlas mentioned, was not quite there. He could have actually taken Busio through the wall there.
Yeah.
As Yehu used his ultimate to push Showmaker back, Showmaker's going to have to TP back into this fight if there's going to be a late contest here. But without the Tibber stun, I don't think that KC should actually commit further, and that's going to be Lucid picking this one up. Because the Cassante is so tanky, he actually went for the Kanavi build here with the Hydra, so he does so much damage and gets on top of any of these squishy targets. KC always going to have to respect this Xin that's got the largest gold lead in the game right now with the early double he picked up.
Yeah, such a good win more build out from the Xin Zhao, who's clear of the jungle, has never been really the fastest.
Yeah, who needs help
for this one. And that is the focus on this turret as the teleport is coming through. It's a little bit of a slow one here as Kana will show up. Gets the big old shield though, Shiu just tanking this one up. Yehu is just dead before he can really do anything, and Shelly takes down the turret. And now Shiu's flashing forward, looking to get on top of Kalis. That is going to be the realm warp in, and the quickness picks him up. Smash takes him down, and now KC's bodies are littering the floor of this top lane. Shelly gets another charge. Busio and Kana trying to get out of there, but Lucid will not let them escape. That's another kill going over to the Xin Zhao, and Dplus gear. Yes, there might have been a little fight there, the little hiccup earlier on, but now it's looking all business for them here on the Rift.
And what do? You know, you got a TP to save him, but if you commit the TPs, you commit the fight, and Dplus are faster on the rotation, which they are, and the turret is this low, it's just not going to work out as Yehu is just caught in this desperate situation. There's a Rift Herald here. I think maybe the play should have been to just let him die, but you're so far behind. I think you're sick of giving Dplus everything on the map, but they give them the turret, they give them multiple kills as a result. The Realm Warp to follow from Showmaker, and this feels like the beginning of the end of our EWC finals.
And both Kalist and Yehu there got CC chained before they got to use their ultimates. Both carries got shut down by DK without having the impact that they needed to try to make a comeback fight for a KC happen. And you can see the desperation, the
frustration.
The frustration.
It's almost like, you know, what am I supposed to do here, you know?
Yeah.
And with Featherstorm not really having an angle of all that effective use anyway,
this org
makes things so hard.
Has lost the finals last year to the LCK at first stand. They were one of the underdog stories there.
Yeah.
And here coming in, a lot of momentum. Not even getting the game they got over Hanwha Esports last year.
Oh, Korea looking for an angle here. Does just get on top of Yehu. Once again, down without the bear. And Yike trying to do some work here. Bear will fall. And a little bit of a lie there. The Tibbers was released out as now Equalizer goes down. But look at this. Canna is just limping towards this inner turret. Lucid making his way over. And at least KC will not lose any more than that. But the bounties are up. It's an 8,000 gold lead as we crest the 20-minute mark. Dplus are looking for a clean sweep here in this final, as they'll grab Soul Point as well as Mountain Soul comes up. And man, if Mountain Soul is ever picked up by this team, I mean, it's already looking pretty over. That's really over if they get the next break in 5 minutes time.
DK have shut down all the hopes of KC, and especially now with the Nashor spawning as well. It's so easy for them to just... They can kind of do whatever they want, to be honest. They can go into KC's jungle, they can take all of Yike's camps, they can stop KC from ever entering, they can start the Nash if they want, or they can just stall for the soul. There's really no wrong play for them. And KC needs to be the one to...
Trying to make some proactive play, but with no vision, with no control. Dplus basically have map hacks so they can see everything you're doing. Look at the wards they have.
And Career can just walk up like this with no threat on him.
From the bottom lane to the top, there's just a line of wards halfway from Baron to the base of KC. There's no flanks, there's nothing allowed. And Dplus can put their eyes on the Baron here at 21 minutes. They have so much damage. This Ryze doesn't have third item just yet. His rod isn't even completed, but they do just have enough, I think, at this point to start considering that Baron take. Yehu here trying to stay and look for a pick.
Yeah, he does throw the bear down, but Lucid just ignores it. There's the Crescent Guard as now Yike feels like he's a little bit too far forward. The Realm Warp as Showmaker is going to join the fight as the Feathers get pulled back, and KC will be able to hold them at bay at least for the moment. Teleport up here from Yehu, but you can see Shu, he's on this bottom side of the map. KC going to have to go back and deal with this Cassante as well. And it feels like KC just need to be too many places at once.
It's just really frustrating to play this one out. Can't find anything.
DK are just a step above. They've shown their skill in the laning phase and how well they were able to transfer it into the game, not giving any angle. We've barely even had a real team fight. We had like 2.5 over the course of this series because it's just been DK dominating.
It's never been a fair fight.
Yeah.
Never, ever a fair fight.
Apart from that weird moment where Kalist solo killed Smash.
That's true.
That was the best fight they got. And even that wasn't a huge win.
And now Smash is 2 levels up, or at least was a few moments ago, has his 3 items completed. And Dplus, I think it's Baron time. That's what they're considering. And Smash's Sivir just does so much damage. The rest of DK, they can just play defense.
Shiu has TP advantage. Kana can't even TP to this Baron if he wanted to. This is going to have to back normally. Here's the Cassante to hold the line and keep Yike out with Career and Showmaker on this flank. It's just gone.
It's going to have to be perfect, but it doesn't even matter. The Baron is going to be taken here as KC looking for a potential team fight. There's the Magnus Storm just onto Showmaker to try and escape, and the all-out brings Shiu in there. It's a decent position on this Equalizer, though. The problem is the wall Supports are just way too heavy. Lucid dashing on forward as Canna gets into the base gate and tries to keep himself alive. There's a crescent guard, and Lucid says, good night, Rumble.
Oh my god, he lives!
Busio going to be able to get out of there, but that top laner not going to survive. And Dplus Kia with their new Baron are going to push towards the KC base.
Yesterday, after getting the upset win over T1, KC's players were on the floor with joy, but in this series, DK is putting their bodies on the floor in these team fights. It's not close. They can only look with their binoculars at the Baron pit. They're not able to get into touching distance, nowhere near in this fight. It's an amazing equalizer, and in a closer game state, maybe that could have been the difference maker, but not in this game 3 of the Grand Finals.
But the fact that Lucid 1v3s this with the Sundered Sky procs, gets the triumph.
What are you gonna
Unreal. He has GA now. He's soon to have a Mountain Soul.
KC, they can defend this inner turret at least for the moment. You were talking about a Wolf, 1 minute until that Mountain Soul is on the Rift. We'll see whether this game even lasts that long, as DK do want to utilize this Baron. 3.5 thousand gold already in that power play, as they are ahead 12,000. Exactly right. It's so much more money here for DK, as in goes Lucid one more time. He's got GA, and so he can actually go down in this battle, as Smash is going to solo out Yehu on the backside of the fight. Showmaker takes out Yike here as they're looking to break open the base. Busio trying to canter away, and Canna at least gets the dash cannon out, but Showmaker still going to be able to put him down. And Dplus here on the precipice of sweeping the grand final here at EWC 2026.
There's nothing left in the tank. Yehu's down for 25. Busio's looking for a flank angle here to try to buy some space.
He wants to pull the wave.
He's gonna pull it.
He's able to do so. 15 seconds on Yehu, 10 on Yike.
Yeah, sidesteps the grand entrance quite nicely here. And at least Dplus are forced to go back. But the problem is, they're forced to go back to a Mountain Soul, which is going to make this game even more impossible.
Showmaker's just having fun. Look at him on the player cam. He already knows. He can see the trophy that he's got. Oh, he can see it in his mind's eye.
I think he's got his library card out, man. He's like, oh, I'm ready to borrow some books. Everyone's staying quite quiet in here.
Smash looks emotional. He's had an amazing tournament. A big front runner to pick up EWC MVP if they could close this one out. And Smash is level 16. He's so massive here that when Yehu shows up to try to look for the flank, he says thank you for the freebie and just turns around onto Yehu and deletes him.
And KC, they want to abuse the fact that DK was playing on all 3 lanes, but Lucid lives so long. He has the GA and buys so much time with the Sinsao ultimate as well. And then, as you say, Wolf, the fact that the Andy loses 1v1 to the Sivir, they're just having fun.
This is the most terrifying version of Showmaker, by the way, everyone. I don't know whether anyone else's memory goes back the 6 years to when he was the world champion, but that's what he was doing then as well. Just cackling on the stage while he's breaking the dreams of his opposition. Xiu now pushing in towards this top lane inhibitor turret. And in theory, KC's Nexus is still up, but it feels like it's only a matter of time.
They cleared this wave.
Dplus Kia are just going to knock it down.
The super minions are crashing into the base in the mid lane, though. And now they're looking for a pick on the Busio.
Yeah, Busio going to get that Magnet Storm off. Yehu's still a little ways away. Busio going to fall, but they've taken down Kalista already. The clone is going to fall. Yike is going to get caught in the offside of the fight, though. Showmaker gives him another thumbs up. It's a triple and an ace here for Dplus Kia, and they have done it just before they were celebrating that they made it to 5th place in the LCK, and now they are the EWC 2026 winners.
A well-deserved celebration. The second that ace came across, they were high-fiving across the line, but I think they knew 20 minutes ago that this was gonna be their title, but they didn't mess it up. They didn't make any mistakes. They were oppressive in this series.
What an unbelievable performance from Dplus Kia, your unlikely heroes, the 3rd LCK team to lift this trophy, and they keep it in Korea. And now it is time to throw over to Ian on the stage.
This has just been an incredible journey full of surprise. And this has been such a dominant performance, and look what it means to each of the players. Before you have the opportunity that you deserve to raise the trophy high in the air, there's one last piece of business that we need to complete, and that is to crush the final key for League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. Gentlemen, it's part of the process, it's tough. One of you needs to step up to do this, but before you do, I think Lou is standing by just briefly before we wrap this up.
Yes, Ian, I am with some DK fans real quick. What do you want to tell your champion? DK! DK! Yeah, they're ready for that crush, Ian.
The time has come. The brutality of EWC in full effect as Korea steps forward here to crush the key. Karmine Corp's key will be crushed in front of their adoring fans. A harsh result, but such a dominant performance from DK. In front of this sold-out crowd at the STC Arena, there's only one thing left to do, and that is lift the trophy that is rightfully yours. Place the key inside of it and shoot it high in the air.
Mesdames et messieurs, Dplus Kia sont vos grands gagnants de l'EWC League of Legends!
Your League of Legends and the Esports World Cup winners, Dplus Kia!
Congratulations, évidemment, encore un grand bravo à Dplus Kia qui sont vos grands gagnants de l'EWC Showmaker. Wow, Chukaeo, congratulations. Since 2021, you couldn't reach an international final. You come back here in Paris 5 years later and you lift the trophy. So what does it mean to you and what are you the proudest of in this journey?
일단 쇼메이커 선수 우승 정말 축하드리고요. 질문은 21년도 월즈 이후에 5년 만에 다시 결승에 올라와서 우승을 다시 한번 들어올리시게 됐습니다. 지금까지 정말 고생이 많으셨을 텐데 지금까지 왔던 순간 그 여정 중에서 정말 가장 자랑스러운 그 면모가 무엇인지 궁금하고요. 순간이 무엇인지 궁금하고요. 그리고 기분이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 네, 이렇게 5년 만에 국제전 결승에 왔는데 우승해서 너무 행복하고 또 네, 오늘 지금 이 순간이 제일 자랑스러운 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean it's been 5 years since the international stage, and yeah, I mean I still feel so proud of myself. I'm just excited right now.
Just excited, we can get a lot of emotions, effectivement. Ça fait 5 ans que Showmaker n'a pas joué une finale internationale. Il arrive à Paris, il la gagne et ce qu'il nous répond, c'est qu'il est trop content, il est débordé évidemment par ses émotions et il est effectivement enfin soulagé de gagner ce trophée.
Maddox, come and join me over here just for a moment. Korea. Listen to this crowd. Hey, make some noise for Korea right now. This has been described as a Cinderella run, a fairy tale, but it was such a dominant grand final. When did this dream feel like a reality for you?
정말 많은 사람들이 꿈만 같은 정말 신데렐라 스토리 같은 얘기를 하는데 결승에서 정말 압도적으로 3대 0으로 이기시면서 정말 강력한 면모 보이셨습니다. 어느 순간에 우승이 가까워졌다라는 생각이 드셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 초반 바텀 라인전에서 너무 잘 풀려가지고 그때 3세트인데 이렇게 잘 풀렸다 해가지고 심지어 자신 있는 챔을 잡았어가지고 이거 이 판 내가 캐리할 만하다 이겼다라고 생각했던 것 같습니다.
In the early phase of the bot lane, I initially realized that like our first kills came out there in the game 3. Yeah, we were up 2-0. We had a great start. I'm in a champion that I'm confident of. That was the moment I felt I won.
Phenomenal. Paris, question. Who do you think is MVP?
It's time to announce our Sony MVP of the EWC League of Legends. Congratulations, Smash! You are the MVP! Congratulations for such an incredible performance. I want to know, how do you feel right now? How did you manage to reach that top level of the world in League of Legends?
지금 이렇게 정상에 서신 소감이 어떠신지 정말 궁금합니다.
일단 너무 행복하고요. 이렇게 제가 오늘 생일인데 이렇게 MVP까지 받고 너무 가장 기억에 남는 생일일 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I'm so excited right now. I'm so happy. And this is my birthday today in Korea. Yeah, this is phenomenal birthday.
Happy birthday!
Un joyeux anniversaire, puisque en Corée, c'est déjà son anniversaire. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, je vais vous proposer de chanter un joyeux anniversaire à Smash en français, tous ensemble. Joyeux anniversaire! Joyeux anniversaire! Congratulations!
Wow, talk about a birthday gift. 20 years old. Congratulations, Smash, once again, our Sony MVP. Now we've crushed the key, we've raised the trophy. There's only one thing left to do, Lou. Gentlemen, you need to go to the totem.
이제 토템으로 가셔서 이제 본인의 이름을 새길 시간입니다. 앞으로 가시죠.
Please take the trophy with you as well.
You can bring the trophy with you as well.
트로피 가져가시고요.
To the totem. It's gonna be the moment that Dplus Kia writes their name on the wall in the history of the EWC, mesdames et messieurs. Encore une fois, faites du bruit!
And finally, potential realized here for Dplus Kia in a dominant 3-0 fashion. The players on the Rift, the Blue Wall themselves, could not stop this young squad with their superstar veteran of getting it done and becoming the third ever winner at EWC of League of Legends.
And I think there was a lot of doubt for this team, this organization coming into this tournament. But today there was no doubt. A 3-0 victory, so decisive. And for this young squad alongside this veteran in the mid lane, this is really such a huge achievement for these players.
It feels bad for Fresh, but I gotta speak out. This is the moment when we waiting for DK. And now they're here to mark their words, mark their team name in the history.
So what a perfect day for Smash. His birthday back in Korea, gets the win, puts DK back on the map for internationals, gets the MVP here. What an insane performance throughout the tournament, and also shutting down, going through some of the strongest bot lanes in the world, from BLG to Gen G. And now in the finals as well versus KC and Kalisho have been doing so well. They've taken down every single strong bot lane in the world.
Chiwoo, Lucid, Showmaker, Smash, and Career. Dplus Kia will pick their keys at the totem. And they have arrived. As they choose the 3 teams they are going to add to their trophy. Congratulations. Happy for you guys. Which 3 teams are you going to be adding to your trophy?
First team? Oh, yeah, first team.
First team?
To the guy in the suit.
All three. All black ones. It's gonna be all three.
BLG. BLG.
BLG. And the next two. And who will be the next two?
Gen G.
And finally, your
마지막은요. 마지막 팀을 골라주세요. Karmine Corp.
KC! Now, why were those three specifically the ones you chose to select?
이 세 팀을 고르신 이유를 일단은 듣고 싶습니다.
저희가 토너먼트 8강 전부터 만나왔던 팀들이었기 때문에 그래서 BLG, 젠지, KC 순으로 골랐습니다.
Yeah, those three were the opponents on the playoffs from the start. So yeah, we chose BLG, Gen G, and KC in a row.
Now the fans really showed up for you guys here. I know you were getting booed. There was a lot of KC fans. Your fans were almost as loud as they were. Little in numbers, loud in voice. How do you feel about that?
사실 정말 많은 KC 응원단 앞에서도 사실 기죽지 않고 정말 Dplus 기아를 응원해주신 많은 팬분들이 파리의 현장에 계셨거든요. 그래서 그 부분이 좀 어떠셨는지 궁금합니다.
경기장 들어올 때부터 KC 팬분들께서 야유가 심하시더라고요. 근데 뭔가 그런 부분에서 저는 저 팬분들을 이제 DK 팬으로 만들 수 있다는 자신감이 있어가지고 그래가지고 좀 뭔가 마음이 계속 설레면서 게임했던 것 같아요.
You know, there were a lot of booings before the entrance. However, I just enjoyed it because it's so exciting to just feel that turning the KC crowd into us would be possible. And I was confident with it.
Absolutely. Congratulations to you guys. And with that being said, you can now place your trophy atop the totem.
이제 토템을 바로 새길 시간입니다. 바로 앞으로 가시죠.
It's been a long road here for Showmaker since the last time that he's lifted a major trophy. Time and time again, he's risen up alongside multiple different teammates and has fallen short. They've rebuilt with Lucid, with Career, with Smash, and with Shiwu. They come in to EWC 2026 as major underdogs, even in the qualifiers. But the ingenuity through draft picks, through grit, through comebacks, and now through class has led them to this moment, to the totem of the Esports World Cup. In 2026, they etched their names in the echelons of history. Dplus Kia, your 2026 EWC winners! Frame immortalized in the totem, their key put into the game trophy. As they lift it one more time, the winners of 2026 EWC League of Legends, it is Dplus Kia.
I cannot think of a team who's had to overcome so many trials to get to this point. Moments like Career, tears in his eyes when they went up against T1 in the LCK Cup, but managed to overcome that and fight back. And this is a team of fighters who've gotten to this point, who've gotten to the finals and won this trophy on the back of grit and determination.
This is probably the ending of Dplus Kia. Like they were thinking about it at the beginning of the season. but maybe it's another start of Dplus Kia rising up once again with Showmaker with this roster.
Redemption then for their perseverance, for bringing this squad together. Showmaker sighing a big sigh of relief when it ended. And also big props to Lucid for always being so confident in his picks of the teams, of the pieces that they left behind, that Dplus Kia made them leave behind.
Once again, your 2026 EWC League of Legends title winners, alongside their staff, say their name, and it will say on for history, it is Dplus Kia.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Yo. How are we doing today, guys? Where's my camera? Hang on, man. Let me adjust brightness right there. Hi, my name is Mr. Dale. We are live. Yeah, we're live like five hours ago. But right now, we are going to react to some funny videos. How's that sound? Sounds good. All right. Here we go. First video of the day that we're going to react. Okay.
We just got the.
So my boy, how you doing, bro? Oh shit, my boy. Oh shit, hey, bro, I forgot to dap you up. Oh shit, my boy. How you doing, bro? How you doing, bro?
Why do you do that to little bro, man? Why do you do that to little bro?
How you doing, bro? Oh shit, my boy. Oh shit, hey, bro, I forgot to dap you up.
We just got the RV.
Bro lost all his aura in 10 seconds.
We just got the RV.
I need insurance.
We just got
Bro
the
lost
RV.
all his aura in 10
On the
seconds.
vehicle. I don't care who owns it. You look familiar.
Yeah. You watch gay porn?
We just got
Damn.
I
the RV.
need insurance on the
Damn,
vehicle.
man.
I don't care who owns it. You look familiar.
Delicious looking dick from sorry about that. Delicious looking
Why are you
from
gay?
Rick there. Pork, yeah.
Why are you
this week's
gay?
masterclass. Delicious looking dick from sorry about that. Delicious looking dish from Rick there. Pork, yeah. This week's
dick.
masterclass. Delicious looking dick from
Why are you gay, eh?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the best? Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the best way to dispose of a dead body?
Yeah.
How's that?
What I would do is I would wrap it up in a black bag and put asbestos on it, and I'd take it to the city dump, and then they'll come out and they'll dig a big hole and they'll put it in there and they'll think it's asbestos and cover it up, and that's it.
What's asbestos?
Asbestos is a hazardous chemical that causes cancer.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I would do. Not that I've done it or anything.
Yeah.
Right.
And they won't.
Not that I've done it or anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck.
How much does it weigh?
Asbestos?
Yeah.
However much you put in the bag.
Okay.
Asbestos is a chemical that's
Where
lighter
is it
than air
looking?
and gets in your lungs.
Really?
So you fill that bag up and
Where is it looking?
Yeah.
Yeah, watch some CSI movies or something maybe.
Yeah.
Get some
Right.
ideas that way.
Well,
movie,
I
huh?
would shake your hand, but I don't
Yeah.
want to get my DNA
Nah,
on you. You
yeah,
know.
that's good,
Come on,
yeah.
you should know better. Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck, man. I'm about to go back to the job, so.
Oh
hey,
yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
See ya.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the best way to dispose of a dead body?
All right. What's this? All right, what's this? Oh, head massage. I didn't expect that. To be honest, I didn't expect that. Yeah. Yeah. When you're going home and you have a new PlayStation. I know, whatever. I think I can do that, right?
If you miss
Oh,
the
sweet.
train I'm on, you will know.
Yeah! Yeah!
If you miss the train I'm on, you will know. If you miss the train I'm on,
The way he licks his finger.
you will know.
The way he licks his finger, man. Come on now. Come on now. Oh my goodness. What? Magic? What a fat brain you have. What a fat brain he has, man.
Sir? Is this out of your seat? Is this getting out of your seat? See? Sir, your seat is low. No, wait. Yo, boss. Is this yours? That came out of your seat. It's right there. I don't know. It just came out of your seat. There's another one. What do you mean? Nah, hey, no. Holy shit. Hey, bro. Oh my God. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Hold my hand. Sir? Is this out of your seat? Look. Look. Hi, monkey. Look.
Why?
Hi, monkey.
Junior, come get this motherfucking corn. I can't get it. Motherfucker up there. Junior. I said come get this corn. I can't get it. It's too far up there. My bad, bitch. You motherfucker! Hey, I tripped. My fault, bitch. You a goddamn lie. Ain't no fucking way. You how the fuck you don't see me standing right here? I tripped. I should go watch your motherfucking face. You didn't see me? You see me coming right here? You didn't see this shit all in my motherfucking beard. Goddamn it, you was one goofy motherfucker. You a goofy mother. Look at this shit. Talk about you ain't fucking see me. All the way up in the goddamn corner. Now, spit this fucking paint out of my motherfucking face.
Hold on, man. Now look here, you snag mouth motherfucker. I'm on the phone with the dentist trying to get you some teeth so you can eat some solid food. Hold on, man. Now look here, you snag.
Alright, hang on. Let me just look for another one. Looking for another one. I don't think I have the new ones. No, I don't have a new ones right now. That's all I got for today, folks. That's all I got for today. Alright, well, that's it. That's it for me today, folks. Thank you so much for dropping by. I don't know if they have... if EWC has a game tomorrow. I don't think they have any schedule for tomorrow. Let me check. Today is the 20th, so... yeah, there's no game tomorrow. On the 21st, it'll be PUBG and Teamfight Tactics. So I think this is PUBG, like the PC version. So from 21st to 26th, that's PUBG, and then from 21st to up until 25th will be Teamfight Tactics, and then 22nd to 2026 would be FC Pro World Championship, and as well as MCS, I don't know, or Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the male category, I think. So yeah, I didn't notice that I was on a chat mode. There you go. That's the schedule. Move my there. That's the schedule for tomorrow, 20th. There's no games. It's 21st we're going to resume their live for the EWC Battlegrounds and then Teamfight Tactics. 28 and no, 27, 28 there's no live. 29th will be the Street Fighter and Mobile Legends and Overwatch. So 29th to August 2nd. Counter-Strike is, I think, week 7? No. Oh yeah. 19th of August. So from 19th to 23rd, it's Counter-Strike. As well as Trackmania from 18th to 22nd. Will be the Crossfire. Fortnite will be 19th and 22nd. Okay. Can't wait for Counter-Strike though, and also Mobile Legends and the male category and the PUBG. Can't wait for those games to. I'm gonna commentate Dota. I don't really I just broadcast the Dota gameplay because I want you to. For those who doesn't know, we are a co-streamer for the EWC on a certain games, on a certain platforms. So basically, I am allowed to stream the EWC games on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and Facebook. My application on TikTok, I haven't got any reply or response from the EWC. So yeah. So yeah, that's it for me today, guys. Thanks so much for dropping by, and for those who, let's see, who did subscribe. Axel Choff, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime subscription. And Marky King, thank you also for the Twitch Prime subscription. And also for the follow. Shredder MK Ultra. Oh, that was 3 days ago. Okay. So we have 2 subscribers today and 2 followers. Thank you so much, guys, for subscribing and for following here on Twitch and also on Kick. We have some few followers on Kick as well. Let me just mention you. Dexter Chips and Sammy Candizi. Yeah, those are the new followers today. Guys, thank you so much once again. Since we don't have any gameplay tomorrow from EWC, I'm gonna rerun the Dota, which is today, the Dota finals today, that happened earlier. So yeah, guys, that's it. Gonna see you again tomorrow. All right, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Peace out. I'm done. I'm out. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye now.